go. गइरहेको छ। राउन्ड 2 मा चाहिँ हामीले टिममेटको बारेमा एकअर्कासँग अब कतिको के सिनर्जीहरू रहेको चाहिँ हामी हेर्न गइरहेको छौँ। राउन्ड 2 को क्वेसनहरू चाहिँ अब यस प्रकारको रहेको छ है त। ल फर्स्ट क्वेसन 10 सेकेन्ड भित्रमा तपाईहरुले चट्ट लेखेर अघिको जसरी नै मलाई देखाउनु पर्ने। ठिक छ ल साथीहरु सबैजनाले हेरिसक्नु भयो हैन। लाउड एक्सप्रेसन इन योर टिम भन्ने अब हामी सेकेन्ड क्वेसनतिर लाग्दैछौँ। सेकेन्ड क्वेसन रहेको छ तपाईको यो PMPL मा सबैभन्दा ठूलो शत्रु कुन टिम हो? नाइस केडा नाइस नाइस नाइस। यदि एनिमी टिमबाट तपाईले कुनै प्लेयर हटाउन चाहनुहुन्छ भने त्यो को हुनेछ? एनिमी टिमबाट इट इज गुड रिमुभ वन अपोनेन्ट प्लेयर फ्रम PMPL। ल ठिक छ अबसँग हामीसँग यो पनि रमाइलो थियो है। अब यो भन्दा अब हाम्रो सेकेन्ड क्वेसन होला तपाईको टिममा सबैभन्दा बढी शान्त कुन प्लेयर छ? शान्त स्वभावको यो रमाइलो छन् केटाहरू। यो चाहिँ अलिकति रमाइलो छ है केटा। PMPL जित्ने कि गर्लफ्रेन्ड बनाउने हो?
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2 of the Pubgmobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022 Grand Finals. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which is out in the market. So winner, grab yourselves a chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. And we had a fantastic day yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. The beginning of the finals was quite intense, and Well, the results were very unexpected, with Deadeyes Guys being the team sitting on the first position, JyanMaara right below them on the second spot, and IHC, one of the best teams to have graced South Asia right now, sitting on the third position. But the excitement does not stop there, because the overall rankings have been very exciting to look at. The difference between the team on the first and the sixth position just being 7 points.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's all about the first day, right? So this is where the
Yeah.
rest guys need to understand. They have had this in the history books, right? First day they'll perform good, they'll be in the top three or at the top position. Second, third day is when they start faltering down. Today
Yeah.
might be a day of them just going down. Depends on how they play. Because if they play really bad in the first game, and if the other teams get decent points from the first position, they might even drop down to what, fifth position in just one game, and well, it might not look good. So yeah, there are
Yeah.
going to be a lot of questions too that will be answered definitely. But then again, for the answers, we'll have to go with the flow of time, right?
Exactly. Go with the flow of time and just make sure that the timeline sticks. I mean, that's what the teams are going to try to do. They don't want to go into an alternate reality where Deadeyes Guys end up finishing third. They want to walk away with the trophy. And also for the other teams that are not competing for the top three, for the top two, well, not competing for the trophy right now, they still have an opportunity to get themselves ahead in a position to do that. But there is a secondary objective, and that is to stay
Yeah.
in the top 10 and qualify for the South Asia Championship, where 10 teams from this South Asia PMPL will be meeting the 6 teams that will be qualifying from the PMPL being held over in Pakistan. And it's going to be very exciting to watch what is exactly going to happen, because I heard like pretty amazing things about a few of the teams and the individuals playing over in that league as well. It's going to be very fun to watch exactly what happens when the two regions collide. But for now, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen, let's move forward, have a look at the format once again, because I mean, we are all the way in the finals. It's just the final few days that are left, and after that, well, we move on to the championship stage.
If we talk about the prize pool right now, we see the total prize pool, $150,000 is on the line. Every chicken dinner, that's where the money is as well. Top 10 squads are getting qualified for the PMPL South Asia Championship that's going to be happening really, really soon. And well, we know it, the standard stuff. First position gets you this many points, this much amount of money. Second and all, they move forward. But then that one individual tournament MVP, surprisingly, as of now, if we talk about it, now South Asia is just taking a different toll as compared to the Mongolians. But then again, we know Mongolians always have a plan B. But will that be activated today? That's a question that needs an answer to.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a pretty important question. I mean, and along with that, I think there is definitely going to be a lot of pressure on the teams to just be consistent with the amounts of points they are getting in every single game. Because specifically the top 3 teams from the league stages that we had with us, I mean, Stalwart Esports, Seal Esports, and Vibes are nowhere to be seen within the top 10. They are on the 11th position right now in terms of the overall rankings, and DRS as well. I mean, talk about this, right? We've always mentioned how important those 15 points for the chicken dinner finish are. A team with a chicken dinner is sitting on the 12th position right now.
Yeah, I mean, that is just how it is. Look at this, Deadeyes Guys, 69 points for that. JyanMaara, 68 for them, 67 for IHC, 64, 62. I mean, imagine if Seal has a really good game today, they might even go to the first position, right? That's the difference that just comes up. Stalwart, well, they got a brilliant chicken dinner for themselves. IHC right now just playing the way the old Zeus used to play, more eliminations as compared to the placement points, doesn't care about the chicken dinners right now. Still, they are at the top 3. That just showcases. This IHC is giving me the vibes of PMGC Season 0 when they were Zeus, when they were top 3 in amongst the best global teams in PMGC. It's the same vibe that they're giving to me right now. Not very flashy plays, but they know how to make their positions, right, by eliminating the players. That's what they are doing. On the other side, Venom Legends, well, not having a good day. I mean, 0.5 points per game. That's not how it should be. 7C, struggles are going on there as well.
Yeah.
DRS, although the last game was really good for them, but again, they are at the 12th position.
Well, I mean, 12th position, and the difference is not that big. So I think they won't feel as much pressure, but still, I think just being a little bit more consistent will allow the teams to build up safety cushions for themselves. Because, I mean, even though we are focused on the teams that are not doing so well, just the fact that the teams at the top also do not have a massive advantage for themselves just showcases that even they weren't as consistent. I mean, if we talk about the team at the top, right? Deadeyes Guys, the first game they got a chicken dinner with 11 eliminations. The match number 2, they finished 6th with just 4 eliminations. Not too shabby, but then the second last game and the last game of the day, they were not good at all, finishing 12th, finishing 14th, with just 3 and 1 eliminations in those matches respectively. So again, consistency is definitely going to be really important, and it's not just about 2 games or 3 games. You have to at least go for a top 5, top 6 finish with 4 to 5 eliminations in all of the 6 matches that you're going to play today. Otherwise, if situation on the overall leaderboard does not change at the end of today's matches, Ocean, tomorrow it's just going to be an absolute bloodbath when the matches begin.
Definitely. Tomorrow things not going to be looking good. But right now, if we talk about 2 teams that are looking decent for the start of the day, yesterday and the end, that is Deadeyes Guys and JyanMaara, 69 versus 68 points, first and second position for them. Look at the eliminations. It's like quite close, 31 and 29. Not that much of a difference, but still. Deadeyes Guys, all because the first chicken dinner, they did really, really good. Otherwise, their damage dealt is less as compared to what JyanMaara has done. JyanMaara has around 7,000 damage for themselves as compared to 5,700 for Deadeyes Guys. 19 and a half minutes of survival time. I mean, this one game is the reason that Deadeyes Guys has just performed quite good. Otherwise, they were there in a few other games as well. But then the first game is the only one that just got them to such a good place. Otherwise, it's only JyanMaara highlights, as you can see.
Exactly. I mean, JyanMaara were... Well, they were doing a lot better than they were in the league stages. That's like something that needs to be said.
I love that this JyanMaara.
Yeah, me too, man. I mean, they're not scared to just take those fights. I was watching a few clips of the good old days. I mean, PMPL Season 2 was what I was watching yesterday, and just saw Gunner just go absolutely berserk during that tournament, if you remember. I mean, it's just that same old form from the players that we are seeing again, and it's very exciting, very entertaining to watch. Plus, I think it's good for the teams as well, because as you were talking about JyanMaara, I mean, they were in the top 3 in 3 matches that they played, winning the Miramar, the last Miramar of yesterday's matches, and other than that, they were being consistent in terms of elimination points as well. The first game wasn't really theirs. JyanMaara took a very early exit in that first game. But after that onwards, their performance did improve slowly and steadily. By the end, look at that massive, massive climb on that graph.
Oh, yes. I mean, they had... That's a consistency, right? That's Y equals MX plus C in a really consistent way that they are getting for themselves. That's like a straight line that they are just going for. Good points. They were gathering good points in every single game. After like from the 4th, 5th and 6th, that looks really, really good for them. And that is the reason that they are kind of just quite close to Deadeyes Guys right now. Deadeyes Guys, well, they understand the value. I'm pretty sure yesterday, once the day ended, Deadeyes Guys had only this conversation for themselves. And I was like, hey, we are at the first. I get it. We need to play with the same pace, but in a better way. Because if we are at the same pace and other players, other teams, in fact, just try to get better, we might not be at the first. First game, in fact, matters a lot for every single team now. If Deadeyes Guys gets a top 3 finish, I guess they would just have a really good stance for them.
Exactly. As you said, I mean, if they manage to finish in the top 3, I think Deadeyes Guys will have successfully set themselves up for success. I mean, till the end of the day, then all they have to do is just manage to not lose the lead. But if DE take an early tumble in this one and drop outside the top 3 in the very first game, then I think they're going to start feeling the pressure. It's going to be a little upsetting to them as well. Like, they held on to the pole position since the start of the day yesterday, and now on day number 2, just falling outside of the top 3, it will impact them, but hopefully they recover quite nicely. Hopefully they recover quickly, because that is something that will be important. Just not letting one bad performance affect the very next game that you're about to play. But let's move forward, talk about Train to Kill. They also had an interesting run yesterday. I mean, walking away with the chicken dinner on the second Erangel.
Well, talking about this team, right? Train to Kill, they like their place. They know that they have that hunger, they have that power, they have that zeal
Yeah.
for themselves, and they like to bring it up in terms of the competition, right? These are the old clips, to be honest, but I remember how they just got multiple chicken dinners for themselves in one day, and they
Yeah.
cemented themselves as one of the finest teams that has been there in different times, but still keeps on emerging, right? Keeps on doing it. Sandesh, a brilliant player when it comes down to his own composure, and right now is there for the MVP category
Yeah.
as well, is amongst the top players, Sandesh. So, well, I mean, let's see if that Sandesh has reached to the opponents or not.
Let's see if the opposition has received the message. I like that. I like that. But I think apart from sending the message, it's going to be important that they have the legend and their trained GIJ in
Yeah.
online as
Oh,
well in order to take on the rest of the competition. But I mean, talking about the competition now, Sealy Esports are the ones that are chasing T2K. Not sorry T2K, but T2K and Stalwart at the same time, because T2K is on the fourth with 64, then there's Stalwart with 62. So T2K already knows Stalwart is coming from them, but Sealy Esports on that sixth position with 53 points to their name, I think have what it takes to turn the tables around in just one match. But they need to start very, very strong. I mean, Seal Esports, if they want to compete for the trophy from this point onward, they have to make sure that this first game they finish off with the chicken and make a statement to the other 15 teams that are there in the lobby, and then make their presence felt in the next games that are going to play.
definitely. I mean, Seal can do that. Like they have the
Yeah.
capability. Plus, we know Seal likes to still stay consistent when the other teams are fumbling down, because that is the one of the main reasons. Previously, in the
Yes.
first Super Weekend, Seal was at the third position here and there, right? It was between Stalwart and IHC more or less going on. IHC
Yep.
fumbled up a bit. Stalwart fumbled up a bit in the upcoming Super Weekend. Seal just grabbed that first position, and they never lost from there. The best part was, uh, 2 seasons back, we saw Seal
Yes.
getting triple chicken dinners in the first Super Weekends and all that. That's like 2 seasons back. But then Seal did not play two other Super Weekends in that season. Seal started off on a good note, but then they could not even qualify. But this time, this Seal just knows the worth of every single game. They are playing it like that, and right now they are still at a decent place. They can move forward. It's just a matter of question which game, which zone, which rotation helps them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, which zone I think needs to be a little bit more important this time around, because Erangel has been very chaotic all over the
Yeah.
place. And I mean, it is proving to be a bit of a challenge, especially for the teams on that do like to drop towards the military island. I mean, both the teams just, I wouldn't say struggling, but are not completely comfortable with the fact that they are being forced into those fights mid rotation, specifically Stalwart Esports. I mean, we know this team has been all about the aggression since the get go, since their introduction in the PMPL in the South Asian region. In fact, but this time around, what has changed is the fact that other teams have also adjusted to their mid rotation shenanigans, and now the teams are retaliating. But let's see where this sort of fight back, where this retaliation will get the teams in the end. Ladies and gentlemen, the schedule is on our screens for the day. And like yesterday, it's going to remain the same. We have Erangel first, followed by Miramar, then Sanhok. That's the first three maps. The next three are going to be Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel again.
That's how just it always is. That's how it always is, in fact. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel is what we will always see, we'll always love, we'll always like it. Just like that. So, well, and yesterday's first Erangel was really important. Teams had that importance, except for Phantom and ElementriX. I mean, they had that first fight with the vehicles, just taking each other down. All those things will happen, but ElementriX could not have a good run in that. But Phantom still did. Today, it's a different story because top five, it's so close to each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's very close. Oh boy, just a few decimals, few fractions separating the players and their teams, in fact. But again, as we have been putting a lot of pressure on this first angle, ladies and gentlemen, which is well quite justified considering how the standings are, which I think the overall rankings are definitely going to change after this one. But again, my hopes now, Ocean, would be to see the teams at the top try and build those safety cushions for themselves, and then maybe tomorrow we're going to try and see if the teams that were, well, quite far away from the top 3, from the top 4, maybe they can try and push their way through. That's something that's going to be very exciting to witness. But let's see what the match is going to bring. But before we head towards the match, Ocean, which team do you fancy? Which team do you think has a high probability of winning this first game?
So again, we are
Or
people
not winning,
of chaos.
doing well.
Yeah. So that's what I would say, right? We are people of chaos. We love chaos. Venom Legends yesterday in 6 games they have only
Yes.
3 points. Only 3 points.
Ooh.
I want them to at least be in top 3 in this game. That's one thing that I want. But now
That's
here's
going
the
to change
question.
everything.
Here's a question. Here's a catch. Venom Legends, we know they have 2 drop locations. One is Gatka. Skylightz is still, kind of struggling with the drops and where they should drop and all those things. If Skylightz does not decide to go to North Georgopol, if Skylightz does not decide to go to Pochinki because there's 7C already, Skylightz might as well go to Gatka. I want to see what happens if something like that happens. If that's a question, but then again, there's still a long way to go about that, and we'll maybe see that in the game.
Yeah, we're going to see that in the game. Also, as you did mention Skylightz Gaming, I've been begging this at this point. I've been begging for this to happen. Yasnaya drop. Fight with Savage Esports.
Against Savage, yeah.
I mean, you don't really necessarily have to fight them as well, but just drop to Rasnaya, make your presence felt in the early game, because Savage Esports have gotten very, very comfortable in that Yasnaya location, even though they shouldn't be, because Skylightz Gaming is a very deadly name. It's a very deadly team. They have one of the strongest South Asian lineups as well, and they have proven that time and time again. So I think them prioritizing that safety, that safe drop location towards Gatka, and just I would say just feeling a little bit more comfortable taking on Venom Legends compared to Savage Esports in the early stages. I think it was fine till it was happening in the league stages, but when you are in the finals and you know you will have to, well, there's a high probability that Skylightz Gaming will have to face Savage Esports when they go to the championship as well. I think you need to start setting up that barrier against Savage Esports. Like, yeah, till the league stages, it's okay, but when it comes to the finals, you better leave Yasnaya alone, because that's ours.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that happens, right? I hope that statement gets made, because by the looks of it, obviously it looks like both Savage and Skylightz would want to qualify, right? Obviously, every team would want to qualify, but once you qualify, the question arises. I mean, that's one of the things that I have on my mind as well. They're going to be new teams, not new, but different teams with a different region, right? They're going to be coming up. You need to read their drop locations as well, and you need to establish your supremacy against them, because then again, it's going to be a smaller event as well. Small in terms of the days, right? It's going to be a smaller event in terms of the days. So you need to understand why you want that drop location. Skylightz right now that struggle with the drop, I believe it should be done by tomorrow. If not, then again, that question will still remain.
Yeah. The question is always going to be there. But ladies and gentlemen, the match is about to begin. Let's head towards our small little mini game, since we have the player cams in front of us. And yeah, Godless is still not in his chair.
Yeah, but someone's just fixing the fan. Now Godless arrives in his chair. Now he just sits. He's like, yeah, cool. Everyone just, before they wear those headphones, everyone's like, yeah, my hair should be good. So everyone just it's just
gotta make sure you are
slicking those hairs, like, and all those things.
Gotta make sure you're looking fly before the game, Ocean. I mean,
before you actually fly.
Yeah. See, that's the thing, right? Have you ever noticed, like, heroes in movies always look good, right? And these lads are heroes of their own story. Everyone is a hero of their own story, and you need to make sure that you're always looking fly. Because, I mean, imagine lifting the trophy, winning the tournament, and then your hair is messed up. It's gonna make for a bad picture.
Yeah, you would not like it, right? That's a true thing. But then again, ladies and boys and girls, this game is starting off, and we see a really one-sided flight path again, right? It starts from the backsides of Yasnaya, and it just goes down to military base. I get it, it's good. But those areas like Georgopol and all, I mean, reaching there, it's going to be a trouble. It's going to be a big trouble. Skylightz, now this comes down to a question again. Where will they go? Judging by this flight path, I believe Venom Legends should go to the backside of Milton. If they go, Skylightz can, at least, they can have Gatka for them.
I mean, they can have Gatka for them, but let's see if that is actually going to be an option. I have a very, very, strong feeling that is exactly where they're going to go. Not, looking at any opportunity for them colliding with Venom Legends anytime soon. But Raw again starting off quite standard. Stalba Kameshki split. T2K heading towards Bernie. JyanMaara Lipovka. IHC dropping towards Shelter and the mansion positions. I think they are going to try and pick those vehicles, or maybe just wait for a few seconds, see where the circle is going to be right now. Oh! Alrighty, so
Whoa.
Ocean. Look at Skylightz Gaming now. That is interesting.
That's what I was thinking, right? I see Venom Legends dropping down. I see every team dropping down. I see Stalwart dropping down. I see Raw dropping down. I was not looking at Skylightz and, oh my god, they could have gone to Gatka. They could have stayed at Gatka. But it looks like they are maybe going down to Primorsk. Oh, another day, another new drop for Skylightz. I love it though. See, I love it. We don't know our plan. How will our opponents know?
Well, exactly. I think it was, I don't know who said it, but I first heard it from this one very well-known streamer. And that's the thing. Hey, if I don't know what I'm doing, how are the opponents supposed to know what I'm doing? And well, talk about doing things. It's going to be Sanchir on our screens with the PP Bison and the M16 now. He has the number, the address of the players of Deadeyes Guys, and Liz looking to take them down, but he was alone in a 1v2. Now he has Anif with him, but the DE players, they're looking to get away.
Oh my god, this is just a start. Phantom again, just that little struggles that they are having for themselves. Although ElementriX, I get it, they were still close to ElementriX, but not exactly close. You could just see them in the distance. But it looks like Phantom's players, they are just... How are they going to pick 3? I mean, you can sit on... the struggle. It's your teammate. Come on, you don't need to stay away from him. All right, ElementriX is Mr. Yozu. Has a Vector. Again, it's a brilliant weapon, right? If you just want to use it. Oh, come on. Come on.
Why is he so insistent?
Oh, now it is. No. Now, look at Mad Max. Just, he's like,
they're like,
no, I'll get a different
run.
car. I'll get a different car. Don't worry. Don't sweat. Don't bother.
They were trying to just get him on the rooftop, but even I felt like he was just being very resilient about it. And yet I just managed to get to safety towards the house. First is going to have a pistol in his hands for now, and the Uzi as well. So quite a decent close quarters combat weapon there, but his teammates still looking a little bit vulnerable on the other side. All right, there it is. Vexy is there for the pickup, just collecting his players like collecting coins and just dropping them off to safer locations for them to loot. Now Yeta, he's going to show how it's done. He's going to be the one showing us how it's done.
Yeah, definitely is going to be the one that, he's going to just tell us how it's...
Hey, we want to see the car surfing moment. And he drops. Oh man,
the day just started.
Going on?
The day just started. And
yeah. It's going to be fun though. Today is going to be fun. I think this has to be the hints that the Pubgmobile gods are sending us, that don't worry guys, we have taken care of everything. There are going to be mistakes made. There are going to be a lot of unnecessary drop collisions. Skylightz Gaming, I think they had to switch up their game plan as the circle just formed towards the northwest. I think they were intent on, just dropping on towards the military island and then playing from there, but just switching up towards Primorsk. I think that is unnecessary pressure that ElementriX will now have to deal with, since both the teams are in, they aren't too far away from each other on their drop spots.
Yeah, not just too far. Just if you just talk about this right now, 7C, they have that drop for themselves, and they are just going to be looking really good in that one. These players, that Pochinki area, savage. All right, this is a team, Yasna Apollyon, a team that I won't exactly say has stopped the way for Skylightz. I don't know, right? What has happened though? And if just using that stun grenade, like maybe he has an extra or something. So think about Savage and Skylightz, as they never had a fight here.
Yeah.
But maybe for Skylightz, I would say they had that read already. Right before the tournament, you read the teams, you watch their gameplays, and you understand what the drop location is. So maybe they were like, let's not repeat what happened with Chonburi, maybe. And that can be one of the reasons. Like, you might win some, you might lose some, but whenever you lose, right, that gets you onto a thought process. What's happening, what's wrong, what's right, etc. So that's just one of the things that I believe maybe Skylightz has thought of. And talking about Skylightz, well, again, that scattered drop that they have for themselves. In fact, the drop is that they have no drops as of now. I want to see the way this team just is moving forward. If this team qualifies for another global event or something, right? What's gonna happen for the opponent teams once they'll be doing their own reviews? Like, where do we see Skylightz?
I mean, that's a very, very intense question right now, Ocean. Where do we see Skylightz?
Like, what's
And
their drop location? No idea.
I think that's something that you will have to help the audience with, because you are the fortune teller over here. And before every single game now, I'm just gonna pop that question, Ocean. Where is Skylight going now? Where is Skylight going? I think their Sanhoks and Miramar are still pretty sorted. It's just the Erangel that I don't think I don't want to say they're struggling, because it seems intentional with Skylight Gaming, right? They are like their minds are set. Like, we are not going towards Yasnaya. We are playing anywhere on the map but Yasnaya.
I believe this team might go to Yasna again. Once
Once
they
at
get
least,
a,
yeah.
you know what I believe is, all right.
Last game?
If Skylightz, sorry, but if Skylightz has, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. Definitely,
Yeah.
we'll talk about that. But right now, ElementriX is in, cause I guess he's ready for it. He's spotted on a few players from Team Seal. Damage has been done, and the player is down. Oh, that scope! But then his focus was really good, even though it was a 6 times. He just took one player down. Rabin on the other side, just trying to maintain his own composure, as Venom Legends' players are still struggling to move around. Elbu might just be down. One more shot on him, and he will be taken out. He's been spotted down, but he barely survives. But 7C's arriving. Rabin, he better move out.
Well, he will have to move out, and high voltage, I mean, they are doing quite decent as far as their run so far is considered in this tournament, considering they were sitting on the 9th position before this match began. And, well, things won't be changing too drastically for them as well. But let's talk about them a little bit later. As Savage Esports, we do see Sanche trying to attempt a spray onto the players of Deadeyes Guys, but nothing is going to connect, as the distance between the teams was quite a lot.
Yes, that distance is coming up right now. The circle shrinking up, and these players, I believe they think that they have found a good place for themselves. In fact, it looks like it. Savage's players, they are just here. Look at Inca, still waiting, still hoping someone's going to be there. Oh, Raw, so close to T2K though. But then they have their own movement, I believe. All right, they're just gonna stay here, not gonna worry about anything. And the zone is closing in. That means the players are gonna be ready for the shift whatever happens. IHC has a good place for themselves because of the circle shift. Look at this, right? The circle still is kind of 50-50. Can go down, can come up, depends on how it's gonna move. But well, it is what it is right now. On the southern side of the zone, from Gatka to School, I would say, there's gonna be a cluster formation. So as of now, Savage can do a really viable choice, and that is move away from the sidelines, move to the center of the shooting range area, or the south side of.
Well, now the game is about to get quite intense. JyanMaara.
Stalwart, I love the split of
Yeah.
Stalwart. You see that, right? Every player just for themselves.
I mean, Stalwart Esports, we know they can handle that solo pressure, but I'm feeling a little worried about the players from the side of JyanMaara now. Look at that. They're trying to move through Yasna, but their rotation is a little too late now. They're going to encounter a massive cluster towards that western edge, but alrighty, T2K, it feels like the action is about to begin as they find themselves up close and personal with the players of 7C Esports. And I mean, we did see Legend out in the open Sayog as well, and they have Venom Legends also closing in on from the rear. So this needs to be a quick fight. Otherwise, they just need to make sure that they do not abandon these cover positions, and they're just holding their ground, just dealing with the pressure one way or the other. Alrighty, so it seems like alrighty the action has finally begun. I was just waiting for that to happen, but Skylightz Gaming under fire from the players of IHC. Godless finding the knock. Galton instantly finished off. Skylightz Gaming, they're struggling now. That's the second pick for the players of IHC at this point. And Skylightz Gaming, not a lot left to do. They are disengaging from the other side of the hills toward the rear of these apartments. IHC, 2 elimination points secured, have repositioned themselves. So we know they like to drop towards the Georgia Pole containers and the city, but now have repositioned, crossed the river, and are on the northern Georgia Pole City. On the other side, though, ladies and gentlemen, the first airdrop, we saw it in the water, had the Groza in there.
Oh.
But which individual will be the one yielding that untamed monster? That's the Groza. Yeah.
Yeah, but will they go down, right? We know it's a Groza in that one, right?
Yeah.
It's a gamble for the other players.
Exactly.
Because they might find it, they might mistake it for some other weapon, then it's not their favorite or something like that. But right now, Stalwart, we talked about their split rotation, every man for themselves, but now it looks like they're still coming up. Phantoms players, we see them as well. I guess they have that understanding that yes, the players are quite close, which is good again, because that understanding was needed. And right now, everyone's just moving away, probably. Maybe want to disengage because it's 200 meters for the zone. And they would not want to give much time to a fight, which they might not want to have something from. Aku jot a few shots on him, but Vexy looks like the vehicle's damaged more as compared to the player or anything. And now, Phantoms players, they would want to disengage from everything because they understand in less than 27 seconds they have to cross the areas as well. Pika just taking down Yozu. Oh, a few shots did connect, but do they have the understanding that there are going to be multiple players as well? Are they or are not? That's one of the things. But Stalwart, now they have to move. They might just be on the receiving end. Depends on how they're going to play. But Phantom's quite close. Cry. You can watch him out there in the close quarters as well. And I guess Phantom would want to rush and they would want to dominate in this fight.
Well, let's see. I mean, the intention is looking pretty clear. They are going to try their level best to fight for those points, but it's not going to be easy at all, especially against a team like Stalwart Esports. ElementriX, look at this. They are just, well, using the moment quite perfectly for themselves, just managing to cross the bridge and get to the other side. That's very smart, but on the other side, it's all going to be about aggression as Raw find themselves against the players of Savage Esports. Sanchir has been taken down. Kazi just barely left with any HP, but it's going to be Assault finishing the job. Now, Savage Esports down 2 players. She's going to be fallen out as well. Nemesis doing the job with the M249, and Assault once again just racking up the elimination point. Anif, the final player left for Savage Esports, a big responsibility on his shoulders to secure as many survival points as he can, because they don't have any elimination points at this point.
As of now, yes, they don't have that much, so they would want to just get a bit more. But Anif, the last man. Top on the other side gets that one for himself, but Harame, it looked like he would just want to move forward, take down a few players of Stalwart. That's not happening now. Stalwart has the ball in their court because if ElementriX goes to the backside, well, there's Cry. If they move forward, there's Top. What will ElementriX do? Oh, he's still shooting and he's connecting.
Wow, he connected a few. But Top, he needs to be extremely careful. Look at the markers right behind him. There are players of ElementriX towards his rear. Action, he has managed to find his way inside the zone. Cry is the man following his lead. Pika and Top, they are trying to make the chase as well. But is this going to be a successful approach for Stalwart Esports now? That is going to be very interesting because Scry, I don't know if he realizes there is a player from ElementriX right behind him. And might be causing a little bit of trouble, but it seems like Stalwart Esports have managed to stay pretty safe. On the other side, though, just a few seconds earlier, ladies and gentlemen, I know I ignored it back then, but now we have time to mention it. DRS doing a brilliant job taking down the players of Seal Esports.
Oh, the fights are happening. Players don't taking down Venom Legends as players as well. They don't need that, though. Look at the circle going to shooting range. Right? This is what we were talking about, right? Savage could have gone down to the area under shooting range, to the south of shooting range. They would have been good. I get it. They tried. But then the players were coming up from around the corners, and those were the players that were taking these players down one by one. Right now, Stalwart is looking really good. IHC, you can see their players as well. These were kind of circles 2 seasons back. Whenever the zone used used to hit these kind of grounds, it used to be a Mongolian team getting that chicken dinner for themselves. Let's see if the history is still prominent and strong, because we see Seal, we see Savage as one player though, we see IHC and a few players of Stalwart. Like, they are surviving, but a few of them are still struggling. With the blue on the other side, Nima. There it is. That's an elimination.
Well, that's going to be the exit right there. The first team being eliminated, Savage Esports, and I believe we're going to have the second one quite quickly as well. But the pace of the game, I have to say, hasn't changed since yesterday. The teams again with the slow and steady approach. Alex out in the open is going to be spotted out by Probeen, but no knock secured on the other side. ElementriX being forced to take an exit from this game, as well as the final surviving player is going to be finished off. T2K in their own little scuffle against the players of 7Cs. Now, that is also another interesting fight out there, because the players of 7C were quite split up from each other, and I mean, the major important teams that they will have to be worried about is going to be Stalwart Esports and IHC. But Stalwart Esports action right now, just completely focused in on the players of Phantoms. Vexy is down. Mad Max has taken a massive hit, but is still alive and, well, surviving.
Phantoms players, look at them. They are running to go for the revival of their own teammate. They spot down one, but action gets taken out. What a brilliant way to give up a cover fire to your teammate. Here, he understands the job. He knew the job description. Went for it perfectly. Now, he might just smoke down around this area, might just take his vehicle and move to the other side. Seal on the other side, taking fight with high voltages players. Stalwart, they will revive their teammate, but now they know the angles from where they don't have to peek Pika on the other side, using a Mosine to deal some damage, maybe. All right, that's where the players are. Oh, he tried to go for it, but that did not happen. Zol on the other side with one good grenade takes down Ripson. Memo. All right, he's just moving away. Might not go for the revive. And IHC, by the looks of it, they're looking really strong. A high ground to low ground fight, they can get it for themselves. But Phantoms players, look at them taking the damage of the blue, but still trying to avoid all the bullets.
Well, he is trying to avoid the shots, but IC is going to connect quite nicely. And, I mean, just ridge to ridge, these two teams right now. Top, he is going to back off a little bit. Just trying to see if he can find a good spot for the team where they can move forward to. Right now, IHC, they don't realize it, but they are gatekeeping a few individuals right behind them. And Yeta with this nade, oh, if it hits Top, you are going to go down. But no, it's a bit short, falls right in front of the rock, and the damage is just not going to be there.
Oh, this is going to be bad. Top on one side. We can just see him just not trying to do everything. On the other side, T2K's players are being taken down and they will be finished. Jiggle doing everything in his favor, in his power. And high voltage, there's an exit as well. 13 teams, 38 players are alive in all these situations. Vibes players, they are trying to find up a good place for themselves. Domination coming up from Seal Baron side. Vibes, they are trying to move from around the zone for themselves. T2K, the player needs a revival, but I don't think so that's going to be happening. Jane struggling for his own life as well on the other side as Jiggle's trying to go for everything. 7C, they mark up their exit as well. And look at Jane running well. Look at him going down. That was a good one, though. Suyok gets taken out. Jane gets taken out by Jiggle. That was a really...
Well, let's see. Right now, Vibes doing a pretty decent job. All 4 players alive. 6 eliminations secured, and Seal Esports Baron just falling to his demise. Deadeyes Guys, Shifu is going to be knocked out against the players of DRS. Chari making a run for it. Last player left standing. He barely has any HP left now. Deadeyes Guys there. Moment is gone as Delta from behind the vehicle is just going to find that last pick. DRS still surviving Rebel. He's going to get a... Well, I thought he was going to go for a revive, but he's running towards his other teammates. So maybe their intentions are just trying to move forward. They do have decent amount of time though, but Seal Esports against Skylightz Gaming now. Nima and AJ are completely pinned down in the shack. Baron and Leo out in the open as well, and Skylightz Gaming, at least in this fight, have the advantage of being on the inner side of the circle, while Seal Esports, they have a few seconds left, but the blue zone is closing in, and it's the 5th zone. The damage is going to be quite a lot for them to deal with, plus it's the players from IHC in the backlines. Leo goes for a drive around the shack, but Oh, that's where he gives up his point now. Skylight Gaming, they are under heavy fire from IHC next. AJ knocked out and finished off. Nima, the last player surviving, is going to be outside on the edge of the zone.
Definitely will be on the edge of the circle. In fact, if we talk about Venom Legends, they also follow down on their fate, their demise. 8 teams, 22 players still surviving, and Jiggle just coming up with the domination for himself. IC just, trying to struggle, trying to find a good area for themselves. IHC needs this game. And they are not alone. Everyone that's surviving. Phantom, in fact, they had a good first game as well yesterday. They are trying to replicate the same for today's day as well. Nima struggling with the blue right now, will have to make a run for it. He gets spotted down. One more shot onto him, and there it is. But it was IC, not No Fear, getting it. And Skylightz, they are out.
Well, Skylight Gaming, they're going to be eliminated, and we are down to the top 7 teams. Ladies and gentlemen, 21 players still alive in this matchup. Make that top 6 as DRS are going to be taken out next. But Vibes, they are here, and they are here to rule. JyanMaara also being very consistent. All 4 players surviving, although they just have 1 elimination. I think now is the perfect time for them to start racking up those points. Zeol has been spotted out by Nofia, and he's looking to take those shots, but Doss just not managing to connect. On the other side, so Susan, he's busy dealing with the players of Stalwart Esports. One man is out. The DP at this distance is just going to be the perfect weapon to go for those spray downs. On the other side, the big responsibility being handed over to the star player from the side of Vibes. Joker with that arm now. Will we feel the impact of that weapon quite nicely? I mean, we are going to find out at the end of the game.
Definitely. I mean, we would want to. Right, that's just how it can happen. But then, look at that. Stalwart's players looks like they are in a trouble up situation. But, all right. Leaving them, Vibes is moving away. That is a really good decision as well, because they have to find up a good place inside the circle for themselves as well. IHC struggling against JyanMaara. A few players getting taken down. IC takes on Suzanne. JyanMaara understands that, but look at this rush. Oh, what was that? Joker? He had a cover, but he was thrown out of the cover, and then he was out in the open before he could even blink his eyes. Malik just, gonna go for a first aid. Ryu and Malik, 2 players surviving. They had their birthdays, but now it's the actual party that's coming quite close to them. Reg on the other side was there, and he takes down 1. Ryu gets traded out on the other side from a different team, and now it comes on to the last player of Vice. But that grenade was a brilliant one from Assault, as they are trying to suppress this rush. If they do it, that's going to be a brilliant one. But from the back lines, it was Reg who takes down 1, and now Stalwart is just ahead of them with 1 player surviving on a sliver of HP. I don't think so he can survive anymore. Stalwart's players, they are struggling, and there it is. Raw! Not only they dominate, but they actually manage to hold down 2 teams at one time.
I mean, that is just brilliant capitalization from Raw, just stepping out right in the nick of time and then going on to secure those extra elimination points for themselves. 8 is the number to beat right now. And JyanMaara, I think they are the team who can pull this off. They have all 4 players. The only thing that is not going to work out for them is the fact that they are on the high ground and they have been spotted out. And they have to deal with a lot of teams at the same time as well. And look at that. They're feeling the impact as Alex is finally going to find the opening. Suzanne being taken out yet as the last player from Phantom Esports is still surviving. He's still there in the game. But for how long will he be present? That is going to be a big question. JyanMaara, they are just taken out by IHC. What an incredible squad wipe right there. And now it's down to the top 3. Phantom Esports still being present. IHC with just 3 players. Raw with 3 as well, as Nemesis was knocked out a few seconds earlier. And well, Zeol with the ghillie suit on him is looking to try and go for a flank, but still not finding a position where he will be able to hold his ground. Now, the fates, the gods of Pubgmobile have been quite generous to IHC in the fact that the circle is right on top of them. And Raw, they will be forced to step out from behind this cover, get outside in the open, and then deal with the players of IHC.
Think about it, right? The Raw had the zone for themselves. They had the house for themselves, but now the zone actually just forces them out. And if Raw gets 1 knock, I'm pretty sure they're going to be really confident to just move out. But that knock should be ICs. No one else ICs, because look at his position, right? It's a really, really important position when it comes down to it. Zeol on the other side, he is there. They can hear that vehicle moving forward, coming quite close to them. Rig is just out there, right quite in front of them. But then again, will this grenade do anything? Rig is getting shot at. He actually goes down, and dodges that grenade. Nemesis is moving forward. Kazi's out there. Whilst all these fights are happening, one player from Phantom is still getting good points because he is in the top 3. We talked about it. In 3rd position is one player from Phantom. The throwables are coming in. They are kicking in, but they are not taking one player down. No, they do. As there it is, Phantom. They do get eliminated. Zeol, all courtesy of him. But look at this. The players are getting taken down. Raw, they are marching in to win it. 4 versus 2 situation. They are trying, but a good grenade from Zeol takes down Rig. Alex takes down Kazi. It's a 2 versus 2 all of a sudden. And Zeol, he's going to go for another grenade, but in the wrong direction, in a different direction as per se. Nemesis is still surviving on low HP, needs to give a revive to one of the teammates. Assault is there. Meanwhile, IC is getting revived by Alex, and Zeol is moving around with that ghillie suit. Nemesis is looking in a different direction. If Zeol spots him, this game would be over. Assault on one side. IHC is moving forward, takes down Kazi. That finish just happens. That elimination just happens. Still going for a few shots. Nemesis still moving on the other side, but look at these shots that they are going for. Assault is there. Alex versus Assault. 11 bullets for him, but 75 on the MG3. That goes ratatatata and hasta la vista, baby. And Soul just takes the entire team of Raw all by himself. Wow!
Well, what an amazing finish from the lads of IHC, and definitely the start that they needed. This is going to propel them to the first position. 31 points secured from a single game, 16 eliminations as well, and that last fight against the players of Raw was absolutely brilliant. I think I thought Joel could have ended it a little bit earlier. I mean, when the players were positioned right behind the tree to go for those revives, I think just one nade would have done the trick. One Molotov would have been enough to just wipe out the entirety, and then Nemesis could have been taken care of quite nicely. But IHC, they know, like, if you take a risk, there is a chance that you are not going to come out on top, and they just wanted to be prepared for that. That's why their revive onto IC was initiated as well. But still, an incredible performance from IHC, an incredible performance from Raw, and let's not forget JyanMaara making it to the top 4 yet again, being very consistent.
Zeol got all the last 5 kills, including the Phantom solo player. Think about it, right? He got all last 5 kills. He had 5 kills when there were like 3 teams surviving and all those things. And there were 3 teams surviving. He got 5 kills. After that, he took down the team of 1 player of Raw. Then he moved to the other direction, took down 1 player from that side. Then he took down the entire team of Raw as well. Wow. We used to talk about it, right? Godless used to step up. We get it.
Yep.
IC used to step up. Zeol's coming up in the picture as well. Again, I told you, this team will give you the old PMGC vibes when the team went to top 3.
Let's not forget, I mean, Season 3 was when we saw Zeol as the main fragger for his team. So, I mean, we know every single player. There has been one season where, like the first season itself was where Godless was the one who was outshining. Then it was Zeol. Previous season, Season 4, it was IC, and then now it's Alex as well. But Zeol, I think there are going to be a few moments where he's just going to pop out and be like, hey, did you forget about me? But we'll talk about that later. For now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a very short break. So stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, that is Ocean Sharma. Game number 1 or game number 7 of the Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen, is over. Erangel, what an amazing finish from IHC Esports, getting a chicken dinner win for themselves. But apart from that, I think a lot of teams that were not really present in the matches yesterday have gone on to secure a lot of extra points for themselves in this particular match. And I'm talking about Raw Esports in particular. They were sitting on the 8th position right now, finishing 2nd in this game, and with a decent number of eliminations as well. We know IHC sitting on the 1st, but where is Raw Esports going to be after this game?
All right, I'll tell you a different story as well. Yesterday, Phantom was in top 5 in the first game. Today,
Yeah.
Phantom was in top 5 in the first game, only with one player remaining. Yesterday, Raw was at second position. Today's first game, Raw is at second position. Yesterday, although it went to Deadeyes Guys, but this time it goes to IHC. And if we talk about it, 9 eliminations. All right, 9 eliminations for Zeol. 1066 damage coming up for him, 6 knocks, and 26 minutes of survival time almost. Wow.
I mean, talk about, we always say this whenever the MVP pops up, that's impressive. Those numbers are very impressive. And they are every single time. So Zeol popping off quite nicely with 1,000 damage dished out in a single game. I think since it is one of the lads from IHC and it is Zeol, a man who has been known to be quite a brute in the games, I mean, it is expected. It is expected. But I want to see what the total tally is going to look like as far as the points are going to be considered. But look at this. Top players, and Zeol is going to be followed by IC with 1,000 damage as well. And 3 eliminations only secured from the 1,000 damage. Alex is going to be there from the side of IHC as well on the 4th. Baron on the 3rd with 4 eliminations, 600 damage dished out. And Rig on the 5th. Raw Esports now. Raw is a team that I really want to talk about. They were doing very, very well in this game. Had the circle not moved on IHC, I don't think IHC would have stood a chance in closing out this match.
I would have loved to see, I want to replicate the same scenario, but with the circle and on that house right now. I would want to see that. What happens in that situation? How would IHC just think about that situation? But still, think about it, right? 2,843 versus only 990. Damage dealt versus received for IHC. On the other side, 1911 versus 1118. As we see, double the number of eliminations, double the number of knocks. 2354 is the survival time for IHC. On the other side, Raw surprisingly has a higher survival time because they survived with 4 players till the end. On the other side, IHC with 3 because they lost Godless a few moments back. So,
yeah, they lost him very early. Before the closing moments of the match, and I think that was the only thing that was keeping them just stuck on that slope. And again, as we mentioned, had the circle not been on IHC, they would have not been able to close out this game, because it wasn't just Raw that was blocking that position, it was JyanMaara as well, it was Yeta on the flank as well, who could have caused a lot of trouble for them. But we are gonna just keep on moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, because we do have the match summary in front of us. Zeol being the man with the highest damage and the highest eliminations. Kazi is going to be there with a maximum assist inside of the game, which is, well, 5 being the number. Delta, look at him, highest healing done, 399. Wow, I mean, did not really expect that. But DRS also did bounce off quite nicely in this match.
Yeah, DRS, they in fact, yesterday's last game, right, we remember, but the team was struggling at the 12th position, so we'll see where this these 5 points for DRS take them. Right now in this game they were at the 9th position. Talk about IHC, right, 31 points coming up for the team, that's just impressive. Raw with 20, so that's an 11-point gap that they already have maintained. But against them it was Deadeyes Guys. Deadeyes Guys, they just got 5 points. Stalwart got 9. So I'm pretty sure Deadeyes Guys is dropping down from the 1st position to maybe 3rd or 4th. We'll see that. We'll talk about that. But then this is a thing that we already had a conversation about. The speculation. We already had speculated things like these.
Yeah, I mean, it was, as you mentioned, speculated before the game went live. But I want to talk about JyanMaara right now. I mean, they were sitting on the 2nd position before the game started, and I believe they're going to be in the top 3 still. But when you look at those 9 points and the way they got them, I still feel JyanMaara, if they keep working like this, they can, well, finish this tournament, finish the finals in the top 3 quite easily. Because just making sure you get those 8 placement points every single time has been an issue for some of the biggest teams we have ever seen. But JyanMaara, it feels like they have the trick figured out, because in the last 3 matches they've played, including the last 2 yesterday, this again was a pretty decent game from their side. Now, I mean, to be fair, the elimination numbers might not be that high, but still, getting to the top 4 is a pretty big deal. And they had all 4 players left as well. Had the circle not moved away from them, had IHC not arrived where they did, I think JyanMaara could have racked up a few more kill points. But hey, I mean, just making it to the top 4 in a very nice position and making sure that the players are, like, all the entirety of the squad is present. I think JyanMaara, they did something right in this game, but just not able to be aggressive enough to secure those points. I think that was a small little mistake. That's it.
Yeah, that definitely was. But then again, If you look at the open moments, you'll see how the circle was shifting as well to the northern side, and the teams were trying to struggle around that sort of a circle shift. So many good knocks did happen, so many players were taken down, and it's all because there are less houses and more sort of a ridgy areas in these kind of zones. Like the area to the southern side of shooting range, it's quite open. So you need to have these minute covers in terms of the smokes, in terms of maybe these trees, a few vehicles. But then this was such a brilliantly executed fight when it comes down to the players. I love this one.
Well, it was quite incredible, but look at this. JyanMaara getting taken out one by one from the flank, something that they did not expect. And I mean, it was quite an unfortunate moment. I was really rooting for that time, and it would have been inspirational. But talk about inspirational, and the final play from Zeol is just going to make you pick up those weapons and just try and see if you can pull off the same moment. Also, Raw, I think, were a little too focused on Alex, who was, in fact, like building up a lot of pressure on those players. But still, the damage histogram in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and IHC, we know, I mean, we have been saying it again and again, were absolutely flawless, phenomenal. It was an impeccable performance from their end.
Venom Legends, high voltage, savage. They become a few of those teams, including Phantom as well. Although Phantom, they do get 10 points, right, for themselves. But these teams, they do become one of those teams that did not get any point. So in terms of the elimination. So that's one of the things. Venom Legends' struggles are still on. I don't know what's happening with this team 7C. I mean, these two teams are at the bottom, and they're just not getting that for themselves. Oh, with this one game, IHC's out there with almost triple-digit marker for themselves. And again, this is the old Zeus, I'm telling you.
I mean,
the exact PMGC Zeus.
Yeah, so I'm going to say this. I said I wanted the teams to build up a safety cushion, but not in just one game. Definitely not in the very first one. I was sure about it, but now IHC, since they have done it, I want to see them hold on to that first position and maintain the difference till the end of the day. Maybe even look to increase it. But on the other side, JyanMaara now, just a 3-point difference between them and Deadeyes Guys, another 6-point difference between them and Stalwart Esports. So the position is a little bit shaky for them, but I believe in them. I know they can just try and move forward towards the IHC, because I mean, Stalwart Esports, they are not going to be happy about the fact that they are anything but first.
Well, DRS 11th position for themselves. Skylightz, this is a big drop. This is a big drop for them. Although there's nothing lost, but Phantom, the way the Phantoms players are playing, right? 39 points and only 12 eliminations, that showcases how much they are giving that value to the placement points. Given the time, if they have players, they can take fights in the last zone. But before that, if they lose at least 2 players as well, they will go for the placement points. That is the only game plan that they like right now.
Well, I mean, but on the other side of things, Venom Legends down in the bottom, still just 4 points secure in 7 matches, not looking too solid. But maybe they can change it all. Maybe they can change it all on the next map, which is going to be Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. And again, I mean, just an absolute impressive run from IHC in the previous match. The chicken dinner points, the elimination points that they were able to secure, helping them get that boost and a safety cushion for the next game. I think the pressure is not going to be there on IHC for a little bit. But what about the other teams? Talking about other teams, Savage Esports, not looking too good, being really, really aggressive to the extent that that's the reason that they are falling. That's the reason their game plan is not working. And that's the reason they are sitting outside the top 10 in the overall rankings.
That is the reason. But then it's not just that, but a main reason is where, not just
that.
But now we are done with the Erangel, and this Erangel, it was not the quickest of the Erangels, but it was a really, really good one. Took its own pace, took its own time, was not really slow as well. So we love this Erangel, but now it comes down to the Miramar. Miramar is where yesterday it was kind of a domination from South Asian region overall. Would want to see what happens today, because yesterday we saw that high ground contestation in the final circle, right, where the teams were trying T2K with the one player remaining. They had those points for themselves. JyanMaara got a really good game in that one as well. High Voltage got a brilliant game till the end for themselves. So yeah, that was good. But today we'll have to see how will the rotations happen for our Mongolian teams, because, well, they are starting it on a good note. And Mongolia, They don't need weeks. They don't need weekends.
Yeah.
They just need one day to change the course of everything for themselves. And the day just
Exactly.
started.
As you mentioned, they just need one day to change everything that has happened so far, and it is going to be very interesting to see if they can pull it off in this game itself. But on the other side, I mean, I'm going to be focused on the teams that are on the second page of the leaderboard, because top 10. Action, why are you yawning? It's an important game, man.
It's like, come on, every day.
Yeah,
I can do
easy.
this all day. Sound like, action can be a really good, like, Captain Mongolia. Something like, I can do this all day. And then everyone in the lobby is right. Yeah, we know.
I mean, so I don't think so. I mean, he's way too aggressive. Captain America was supposed to be a calm, composed individual who...
But if it
was-
comes down to it, right? See, Captain America is supposed to be calm, composed. But if it comes down to it, he can even stop a helicopter.
I would say Action would make a pretty good Iron Man.
I don't know. I believe... see, I would say their mentor, Jurgle, Senator, he would be Iron Man because he assembled this team of Avengers, right? So, yeah.
Hey,
But
Nick Fury assembled the Avengers.
the Avengers Initiative. I would say that's Zyan then. Like, Zyan is the one who...
Yeah, do we tell him to just have an eye patch on from now on?
I'll say this, there would be a meme on Twitter already. They have a really good meme team as well. But then again, ladies and boys and
Yeah,
girls,
we are
it's
giving
not about
ideas.
that, right? Right now, let's have a look at the flight path. It goes till the areas of Torre Ahumada, San Martin, Hacienda. I would like to ask the audience, what do you think? Who's going to be whom from the team of Stalwart if we pick Avengers for them? Savage
Or-
dropping down to the sidelines of Minazal. Well, yeah.
Or, I mean, just to point to the audience, like, if you guys want to make an Avengers lineup with your favorite team as well, you can do that.
Yeah, you can do that.
just meme it
Definitely,
up.
you can do that. IHC dropping down to Monte Nuevo. Stalwart, we know the San Martin area is theirs. Skylightz to the backside of La Cabrera. Crater Fields is where we can see them right now. Venom Legends still trying to glide the circles on Los Leones. It
Ooh,
has to go to
nice.
the areas of Los Leones. Such a brilliant circle. The biggest city in the entire PUBG Mobile criteria scenario. And Seal is their only team right now.
Well, but let's see. On the other side of things, though, I think CD Sports are going to be pretty happy about the fact that JyanMaara are not dropping with them anymore. Because, I mean, had they been forced to move outside of the city of Los Leones, JyanMaara was the only team that they had to worry about. Now they are going to be completely free to do whatever they want and whatever they please. But it is Miramar, so we know the early game is going to be extremely, extremely slow. And all of a sudden, all hell is going to break loose upon these individuals, upon these players. But let's see DRS on our screens right now. In a position that they would like to avoid, them and Skylightz Gaming, two of the biggest names from their region, from their country, just, well, struggling to secure a qualifying spot at this point. And, I mean, even though a little bit more than half their journey still remains, I think it's going to be quite important for them not just to qualify, but to qualify within the top 5. I think those are the expectations that DRS, that players from the side of DRS and the players from Skylightz Gaming have set for themselves, and they have the caliber to do that and make it happen.
All right. Zul. All right, he's just jumping from one place to the other right now, trying to find up a good place for himself. In fact, the early loot is what they're just not trying to go for. Every individual on the other side, we see Malik from Vibes. Vibes, they are one of the finest teams, and that we have seen them prove again and again in different tournaments. In fact, in the previous one as well. Previous as in the Super Weekends that were going on, Vibes was just playing out of their minds, playing consistently, playing brilliantly. Now, we'll see what Vibes can do in the upcoming situations. Malik gets an M16, though. Dishes it out for an M4. All right.
I mean, that is going to be an interesting decision considering, I mean, it is Miramar. I think he just wants to rely on that long distance tap potential from the M16 rather than just trying to attempt to go for the spray. I think that has to be the only reasonable thought process behind it. But again, let's see. You know what I miss, though, Ocean?
Yeah.
Bolt actions. There used to be a time where every team would have a dedicated player wielding that weapon. Not anymore. Those good old days are gone. What about you though? What have you been up to? Like, what was the moment of the game or era of Pubgmobile that I mean is always going to be there in your memories? Be it something pleasant about the game or something unpleasant. I mean, talking about the unpleasant stuff, the very early days when any scope would go anywhere. That I think has to be the most interesting phase inside of the match. But uh, on the other side of things, 7C Esports have been quite well shaky in their run so far, sitting on the 15th position before we started our day, and not really doing too good. The best performance they had in the entire day yesterday was a 4th place finish with just 2 eliminations. Apart from that, every single game, the first 2 matches, they were the first ones to go out. The next game, game number 3, they finished 13th. Then there was the 4th place finish on the Erangel that happened, and on the second Erangel that happened, and after that again back to the 10th to the 9th place exit. So 7C Esports again, I think just being a little too over eager in certain mid game fights is the reason they do lose out on a lot of their key players, and every single time they have had moments where they could have disengaged from, but not really choosing that option. And again, Ocean, as I was asking you earlier, what era of PUBG Mobile do you miss? Can be a pleasant one or can be an unpleasant one as well.
I mean, obviously, no one would want to miss an unpleasant era, but I would say,
it would be fun to see those 8Xs being popped on ARs again.
I love that era, to be honest, because what could have happened is like you could just do anything with any weapon.
Yeah.
I have literally myself used an S12K with 8X sometimes. Like anything would just go with anything.
I've seen you use M249s with high-powered scopes as well and try and spray down opposition.
Yeah. So, I mean, those were like the golden times, we all would say, right? Because we all started loving this game from those times. I would say, what I would want is like this game should include a different sort of a mode. That would be the classic mode.
Oh yes.
Classic as in not exactly the classic, because there are classics already, but like something called like the oldest gold mode, something like that. You could use any scope on any weapon. You can knock down your teammate with a vehicle. You can pan your teammate, just like the old times, right?
That used to be fun.
That I have just taken down my own teammate for a lot of times when they would not give me bolt action. So those were just amazing times, to be honest. And people nowadays, I get it, the refinement is happening. But sometimes people love the old things. Plus, there's one thing that I would want everyone should just, keep on playing, and the game should have more and more. It's the hardcore mode. Everyone used to love the hardcore mode. You'll have to reload the weapons all by yourself. You need to open the doors, close the doors. No auto opening, no auto closing. You will not get any sound cues, any footstep cues on the map. All you have to do is rely on the sound sense. That was just so good. And this is a good driving.
What? How is that good driving? Who gave you a license? What?
This is some sort of a driving.
Yeah, I think definitely a call need to be made to a few stunt producers out there and inform that Kazi has got some crazy driving skills. But let's see. I mean, Raw Esports still looking to find their way inside the circle, and at this point, I mean, High Voltage, I feel like have a very great position. They can just chill in Porto Paracio for at least the next 10 minutes. 10 minutes more and just be quite safe in that city. After that, they will be forced to climb up, move towards Los Leones, depending on if the next shift of the circle is going to be a central shift as well. But hey, I just heard a few shots being fired. Who was that? Who was that shooting, and who were they shooting at? We do see Mr. Yozu from the side of ElementriX going down, so we know they were involved in that collision, and it is going to be the players from Vibes. Joker starting things off. Orange has been spotted out as well, but definitely a smoke is going to be popped, so he can get to Mr. Yozu, but the distance wasn't much, so he just runs through the gap.
So Yoga is just going to go for a few throwables here and there as well. Legend, we can spot him down. Memo needs to understand that there is trouble in Paradise right now, and the players are just there. So 7C, they need that backup as soon as it can happen. On the other side, Legend, you can spot him just moving from one direction to the other in just one single place. Just drops down and out here and there, here and there. Now he's moving forward. Legend with 30 bullets in his AKM is trying to make a run for it. Taking that TPP angle, I guess he gets that understanding whatever is happening in all these situations. Now he would want to just, try and make up a good marker for himself, but that's just not exactly happening. Memo with a good grenade, just lofts it down though, but nobody's home. No one's onto that side, so it's not gonna count. On the other side, airdrop number 1 has an AWM, but this is where everyone's eyes are.
Well, everyone's eyes are just locked in on this position, but on this fight, Legend just making a lot of noise, and Memo going for the lob. The nade not really doing the trick. Now he has to run forward with the Thompson, and oh, it's going to be enough. Beautiful maneuverability from Memo as he finds the first blood of this match. But Train to Kill, they are not going to stay quiet for long as Jane comes out with a trade with Precious being the man who will be taken out of the picture. It's a 3v3 between these two teams, and well, we are headed towards a small reset in this fight. But Siogi has been caught off guard. 2v1, just runs through it, finds a knock. Can he find the second as well? T2K coming out, knock, goes for a reload in the wrong time, but won't be able to shoot when he gets peeked from Aku Jod. Now, a complete 2v1, Jane and Sandesh, they just arrived. The backup is here. Siogi's going to get a revive while Jane looks to finish off the last player from the side of 7Cs. Well, it's not going to be easy. Jane, he's pushing forward right behind the rock. He sees Memo's head from on the rooftop. And Memo falls back.
Oh, he's taking the players down, but then again, that grenade. Oh, that was just so close, but 7C becomes the first team to be eliminated, courtesy of T2K. Sandesh, the top fragger, is in the top fraggers list. He is there. He's enjoying everything. Zeol on the other side takes on 1. Assault goes down as well. Zeol is on a different role right now, and he's enjoying that as well. The first game, the MVP of the game, but right now, T2K is doing good. Snipe with his own name just goes for a snipe shot and takes down 1 from DRS.
Well, let's see. Rebel, the man knocked out right now. Snipe YT, trying to snipe away the teammate who has come for a revive as well. But Raw, we saw them on the wrong side of the kill feed, have lost out one of their players. But I believe that wasn't a finish, just a knock being secured from the opposition. I mean, the parking jobs looks pretty clean, but it's still going to be quite difficult to just get out quickly. But let's see, JyanMaara now, they do realize there are teams closing in towards their air as well, and they will have to be extremely cautious with how they move.
All right. Down, in fact, he will be taken out, cannot survive. Oh, that circle shift to the south side of Lost. There's not a lot of teams there. So now every team has to make a rush for it. DRS, Stalwart, ElementriX, Vibes, Skylightz, IHC, T2K, and Raw. Everyone has to just, get inside the zone as soon as they can, because this is a shift that will play. And this will play with the minds of the players.
Well, this is definitely going to play a lot of mind games with the teams and the individuals present. We do have the second airdrop. There was the AUG, the med kit, the level 3 armor, and the helmet with the 8x present in this one. But we know it's been looted now. Swapping out the AUG for the Scar, and level 3 kit is definitely going to be picked up. JyanMaara a little bit too late to close in on the distance. Now they're going to keep moving forward, trying to push further inside the zone, inside the circle, find a safe haven for themselves. On the other side, the Los Leones city is, well, not empty exactly. There's a lot of real estate available for the teams to take in their control, but it's not going to be easy. The southern sides is where there's a massive cluster of teams. Now, Stalwart Esports on our screens have, in fact, spotted out the players of T2K out in the open, taken a few shots as well, but did not really manage to find an opening, a knock, anything.
Wally, Demo, everyone just, having a good area. But then again, the most important thing is they are not inside the circle. They're not exactly inside the circle. A few of the players are. A few are not. But DRS is something that's going to be their headache right now, because the team is going to be on the backside of this team. Seal So they need to take him out. Now seems like right time, goes for a few more shots, can take one player down, but then again gets shot at from the right hand side, does not here. Still just changes his position and was still going for it. Although it just did not happen exactly. So now they have to just move forward. You can see the elimination ratio of all the players alongside their team's name. Zeol has 42% elimination ratio. That's just so good. But right now, look at that. DRS's players, oh, they are just being shot at again and again. Seal still surviving, still there, and they're just not doing anything. Just trying to move.
Well, let's see. I mean, out in the... Oh, killer! Go back and cover. Leo with a mini does connect a shot, but takes one in return as well. Oh, man, I wanted to see a knock right there, but let's see. They will have more opportunities in the future. Both the teams will look to move forward as the blue zone is closing in, ladies and gentlemen, and we will have the next circle in front of us soon. Where the shift is going to head, I believe, towards the southern side of Los Leones again. And yes, it is towards the southwest, to be a little bit more precise, where the players of Savage Esports are. Now, Savage Esports, for the first time, have an advantageous position in the circle, but how will they make it play in their favor? How will they make it work in their favor? I think that is something that is going to be very important to them. Vibes also towards the northwestern edge of the circle have been spotted out by the players of Phantom Esports, but no one has an opening to actually just charge and push forward for the to the players of Vibes. But ElementriX, oh, a huge blunder has occurred as they try to push towards the center of Los Leones, and JyanMaara have just gone on to find the opening. Raw against the players of Venom Legends, steel shot very low, but the backup is going to be there in the form of Rage, and Kazi, did he not realize he was outnumbered?
Oh my god, the players are just being taken down. Raw, they understand it. And you can see Nemesis on the back lines. This is not looking really good. Venom Legends' players are just not trying to move forward. Savage is Hershey, just trying to scout out the areas. Assassin takes on one from Venom Legends again. So Venom Legends is not on good roll. ElementriX is Mr. Hughes. Look at him where he is out in the open areas, although he has a cover from the left-hand side. Right now, he needs to just focus on the Seals players that are trying to move from around him. He might need to survive, but I guess Baron, if he spots him, Hyozu might just be a dead crate. So he needs to understand that. What can happen, what cannot. Baron still surviving. A few grenades, a few throwables here and there are definitely going. Hyozu's grenade just overshoots. So Baron still needs to understand what can they do. Orangey on the backlines, Sus on the backlines as well. Hyozu can be a perfect bait, but the Sus will have to play on that.
Yeah. I mean, definitely he's going to be the key player in turning this fight around. Has the perfect position, the perfect flank available to take down the players of Seal Esports. But let's see, Orange and Yuzu, if they can delay any aggression, just deter any aggression from the side of Seal Esports. Oh, the utility being lobbed towards ElementriX is lined up quite nicely as well. But Sasi's still pretty healthy now. He cooks up a nade of his own, tosses it towards those silos in front of him. And Seal Esports, they are, well, trying to go for a split approach on this fight. Wally slowly and steadily crawling forward. Sus just dodging the utility left, right, and center. And Wally is hiding in the smoke. Did Mr. Yosu see him? The answer is yes. That's going to be the opening right there for ElementriX. The first knock secured. Now, Yosu is going to come under heavy fire from Baron from the flank. And the players behind him as well, as the distance has been closed in. And it's going to be Deadeyes Guys from over the top of the wall. But the nade from Baron will knock out Yosu. And Demo is pushing forward to secure the finish. But Leo's going to be taken down by Sus. And the Scar in his hands. And look at that! Yosu's elimination has been taken by the players of Deadeyes Guys.
Oh my god, the stealing. It's happening. They're trying to steal the show. In that they're stealing the eliminations. I mean, that's just a simple and a fair thing to just, look out for. Look at those throwables just going in. Yeah, I get it. On the other side, Gunnar, what is he doing? What is he doing? Is he just checking his vehicle? Oh, he's trying to make up a good cover of that, Buggy, but that's just not working out. One more good shot can actually take him down. Definitely has a smoke on him, but look at that. Hershey with the final few bullets takes down Action. Orangey takes down Gunnar. JyanMaara is in the whole world of trouble, but Sus, I told you, Hyozu would be a perfect bait for Sus to capitalize, and well, that has happened so far, as now it's only down to Demo. And I guess he understands where the position is, where the player is. Demo? He needs to stay alive. He spotted down. He knows Orangey's position. Sushant is on the other side. Might just be a bad situation. So that's one of the things. But ElementriX, I mean, they are definitely enjoying their time right now. They have only 2 players, but if they take out Seal's final player, well, the headache might just be away from them.
Well, let's see if they can relieve themselves of this headache. But it's definitely not going to be easy. Oh, Spry is going to be knocked out by Jiggle. And just thrown out in the open, sees a man, takes him down, now runs forward towards the rest of his teammate. The elimination point is going to be secured, but Stalwart Esports now, they are going to be aware of the threat that they missed out quite close to them. A nade being lobbed on the other side of the ridge just to clear the angles out. Stalwart Esports, they have fallen back, but oh, Seal Esports, as you mentioned, Ocean, the last surviving player from their side, Demo. Now, here's the players of ElementriX getting away, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later now as Savage Esports, Hershey is caught off guard, and it's going to be Top finding the pick. Sus getting knocked out by himself as well. Can be the opening that Seal Esports were looking for, but JyanMaara, look at that. Nades being lobbed towards Venom Legends, and they do find those eliminations.
Oh, these situations, well, it's just, not looking good for the players. In fact, Nemesis from Raw, alright, taking down a few players. Nemesis is just raining hellfire, and that just, looks quite good. In fact, onto the players' mindset, onto their minds right now. JyanMaara, they do get eliminated. 13 teams, 39 players still alive. Seal Demo, a few shots, one more, and there it is. Another elimination just follows up.
Another elimination is going to occur 20 minutes in, 21 minutes in, still 21 teams remaining. And 12 teams remaining, 37 players still alive. Joker almost going out, and he will go out. In fact, no time for his teammates to close in on the distance. But Savage Esports now looking to push towards the position that is in control of the players of Stalwart. It's not going to be easy. The blue zone is moving forward. Eisenberg going for the push. Will be able to get himself close to the containers. The triple stack that Pika is hiding behind. And it's going to be a 2v1 isolated fight for Pika to take, but
Look.
Let's see if that is going to happen. Oh, they miss him. The dumb shots are going to happen, and Pika finds the first. Goes for an incredible 1v2, and he makes it out alive. Runs back into the zone. An incredible moment of individual brilliance right there from players of Stalwart Esports, and they're not looking to stop as Vibes Esports has also been eliminated. And now Stalwart Esports, they had the edge of the circle in their control, but now they're completely outside the zone with nowhere left to push in from.
Oh my god, that one from Pika was just brilliant. Just, coming down onto the players. Well, we see a few players here and there as well. Phantoms here on the other side, as you can see. Icy just trying to scout out the area, trying to scout out the players where they are. Alex onto the back line. Skylight's players are still trying. They're trying to pressurize. They're getting pressurized, in fact. But IHC, let's see what they can do. Phantoms players, I mean, this time they have all the players surviving. They don't have any elimination points. But DRS is coming. AJ is on low HP. There might just be it. One more player goes down, and Skylight's, well, do they have a backup plan now? That's the question, because AJ, he will be finished as well. DRS is going to enjoy these elimination points for themselves.
Well, let's see. 7 teams, 22 players alive. DRS Rebel is going to be knocked and finished by the players of Skylightz Gaming, as Mafia Ninja with the nade is going to be finding that opening. And now DRS, they're going to be down to the last 2 players. IHC on our screens now, up against the players of Phantoms. But Rules, oh, he has the location of the last player from the side of Skylightz Gaming just pinpointed. He sees him in front of him. The nader is going to be cooked, but I think the much easier approach is just going to be to go for the finish straight up. Mafia Ninja just repositioning his buggy to try and see if he can use it as cover. And on the other side, IHC against Phantom. It's a 4v4 fight between these 2 teams, but the catalyst for chaos this time, it's going to be the players from Stalwart Esports. That action with the nade connecting right on the face of Yeta is going to find the opening, but the player is going to be taken down by the players from IHC, so the elimination point is going to go to that team. And now the final 2 players from the side of Phantoms left standing. They weren't really focused or worried about the players of Stalwart Esports.
Well, the players just, trying to go pretty good onto the fights here and there. Look at this Phantoms players just taking down a few players, but then again they are being taken down as well. Phantom, the elimination happens. Oh my god. They did try to have a decent fight for themselves, but it just exactly did not work out in their favor. Now, Skylight's players are just trying to move forward as well, as we can just see them slowly and steadily. Mafia Ninja is trying to move forward. He's on low HP right now. I don't think so he has heals, but look at him. He's slowly and steadily slithering around the area. That means he does not want his footsteps. He does not want to jump. It's two things. That's what he's doing. But then that smoke kind of just gives out slight vision that someone might arrive from that side. He's leaning on one side so that he could avoid his head going in on first.
Yeah.
But Killer has a grenade, and grenades do splash damage, and the damage comes in on Mafia Ninja as he will be taken out.
But let's see. Skylightz Gaming, they are going to be out of the contention for this match. IHC, they're still looking quite solid, Ocean. We talked about them capitalizing on the fact that they have a big lead, and now it looks like that is going to happen. But Stalwart Esports still standing in the way. Action, he's just jiggling left and right, trying to avoid the damage. Does take a little hit on himself. Now, Godless and Alex are taken very low, so the pressure is going to be on Icy and Zool from the backline. But Action, oh, unnecessary push comes in, and he's going to be out of the picture. Now, Top, the last player remaining, is going to be finished off as well. And IHC, 10 elimination points already secured in this match, and they make it to the top 4 yet again. IHC with all 4 players, High Voltage with all 4 players, T2K with the last player, Jane, again the last player from the side of DRS, Killer YT, again looking to clutch things out. Will this work or not? He has a lot of damage on him, and well, it's going to be easy for Jane to close this out. Down to the top 3 teams we head. Ladies and gentlemen, as IHC now have finally figured out that High Voltage is going to be a priority target for them. One player, Extreme, has already been finished off. Icy was knocked out in the trade, but the revive has been initiated and is back on his feet.
Oh my god, the way, the fight just happened right now. Look at that, but High Voltage and IHC looks like their contestation has started as Godless takes down one, in fact finishes down the other, just trying to put down that pressure onto the players. And High Voltage, all of a sudden they have only Praveen remaining. Assassin is down, but then again he needs to get up a revive. Look at Alex just going down from the sidelines, can take down Assassin and Praveen as well if it's not spotted. G2K, well, they are being looked down from the other players of IHC as well. Joel is on the other side, so Icy and his teammate Alex can definitely take down the players, but looks like now they're shifting their own composure towards a few players. But now, are they going for a 2-2 split? That's one of the questions. And yes, IC is moving towards Alex, where Praveen is the last one surviving, gets shot at, but Praveen takes down one. This was his cue to get up, but then again, he got up, got third party from the other side. Jane still struggling with the blue right now, around the blue zone, and his HP is low, so his teammate is just moving forward. If he goes down, there it is. Jane's on low HP, but he goes down with a bang. IHC back to back. It's a way to go to triple digits.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. And well, I think since the team is definitely filled with a lot of swag, I just think every single time IC starts shooting, there needs to be the Vanilla Ice music playing in the background. We need to make that happen. I mean, because there's definitely a lot of style with the way they play this match. Again, Ocean, managing to make sure that all 4 players were present for the end game fight proved the most important thing for IHC to be able to close out this game. I mean, if you have a man advantage, you will not double guess or second guess any of the aggressive positions or aggressive fights that you would like to take. And IHC definitely, I mean, I think the league stages were just a mistake.
Well, whatever it was, right? I would say I kind of enjoyed the way the game just went down, and I love the way they held their place. Plus, now they have that chance to go for a double, triple, right? A hat trick, right? So they can maybe just go for it. So we'll see if that happens, because they have already conquered the double, and the next one is going to be Sanhok. So if they do that, it's going to be in 3 different maps as well.
Exactly, it's going to be 3 different maps: Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. And it's going to be very exciting to watch, because we haven't really had a proper hat trick in ages.
Yeah.
In front of us. I don't even remember the last one we saw. So long ago. But maybe we'll get an opportunity to refresh our memories and enjoy the action that IHC are bringing to the table, ladies and gentlemen. But we'll have a lot of discussions about this match as well, and the ones to come. But before that, we're going to take a very short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
It's a bang, you know my name. I'll be your everything.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pubgmobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which is out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, that is Ocean Sharma, and ladies and gentlemen, well, we are right now in the world of IHC Esports, who have secured two back-to-back amazing winner chicken dinners, one on Erangel, one on Miramar. Now, let's see if the dream of a lifetime that they have built for themselves, the hat trick on three different games, are we actually going to witness that? Or is the dream just going to shatter and we will take a step back into reality? I believe, again, since we start talking about every single time, it happened yesterday as well. Every time we mention time, dimensions, reality, Ocean just bounces out. But let's wait for him to come back. I think he just keeps falling through some wormholes and just going into an alternate reality. We'll ask him how IHC are doing over there. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the MVP of the game and see which individual is it going to be. And hey, the God is back. I mean, why not? We saw an AUG match. We have Godless in the game, even though he wasn't wielding the weapon. It's still a lucky charm, right? And Godless, he lives up to the reputation. No assist, but 5 eliminations and 900 damage dished out. Fought very well till the end of the game. An incredible run from this individual. 4 knocks secured as well. 25 minutes of survival time. I want to see what the average survival time for the players of IHC is going to look like in comparison to the team that finished second, because it was very intense, the final few fights between these teams. And again, I mean, IHC now, they have a very big lead sitting on the first position. So there's Godless with 5, there's Zol with 4, there's IC with 5, 14 eliminations in this match as well. I believe 15 was the total number. They have 30 points from this game. But in the list of top players, we have Killer YT returning again after the amazing clutch win yesterday. I think even in this match, he was left as the last surviving player for the side of DRS and did in fact do quite a decent job of racking up a few extra points for his team. There was action present in the list as well. I think Stalwart Esports tried to force that fight against the players of IHC. They had the advantage when Alex and Godless were really low. They could have used some utility to deter pressure, make the fight a 2v2 situation, but then they were too intent on just letting the weapons they had in their hands do the talking. But stat comparison now, IHC Esports against the lads from Train to Kill, and well, we knew this from the start, right? IHC, they were quite dominating. So the damage dealt to the damage received ratio, it is going to be in their favor. 2,631 damage dished out in total. Only 1,158 taken. On the other side, Train to Kill, 1,232 dished out and almost the same amount taken as well. So it was every single fight for Train to Kill was quite even. If they were getting a knock, they were getting knocked out as well. The same situation happening. And moving on to the match summary, highest eliminations in the hands of IC. Godless with the highest damage top is going to be there with the highest assist, and Nemesis is going to be their highest healing done, highest knocks on action. But still, it is going to be quite interesting to see what exactly are the rankings going to look like now. And hey, the wormhole opened again. I hear Ocean. I think he's back. Hello?
I went to a few different planets just to see what's going on onto those sides. But everywhere, everyone's just talking about IHC. They're like, hey, you know that team from Planet Earth? That team is doing really good in this PMPL. And I was like, yeah, come on. I mean, so that reminded me that that reminded me that I have to come back and cast again. So I just went off my course. But talking about this team that's not going off their course, they have 30 points in this game as well. Previous game they got 31. This time they have 30. So it's 2 games and 61 points already secured. So think about the difference that they have made in front of the lobby, right? Because DE this game they only had 2 points. JyanMaara they only had 3 points. So IHC was at first, JyanMaara was at second, Deadeyes Guys was at third. But it looks like only IHC shall retain that position for themselves. And if they have another chicken dinner, not the next game, today, they are winning it. They are 100%. They will win it.
Yeah. I mean, they are here to win this, and they are here to secure their trophy. Now, as you mentioned, 61 points in just 2 matches. That is going to be a very big advantage for IHC Esports. What I want to see is what the other teams have, like what the game plan is going to be like for the other teams now going into the next few matches. How do they plan to just first cut down the difference that's there between the first and the second, or wherever else they would be,
Yeah.
and then how do they plan to topple over IHC? On the other side, though, if IHC Esports they go on to win this Sanhok chicken as well, I think that's it. That's the finals
If
right there.
I mean, yeah, that would be the end of the finals for the first team, to be honest. Second, third, the competition
Yeah.
will start from second afterwards. But then again, let's have a look at the open moments as well for this game, and we'll talk about the way the fights just took place. That composure of these players and these teams. We'll talk about that as well right now in this one, because this is how it all started, and it kept on moving no matter whatever happens. Teams, they were just looking good in their own senses. And see, this was a good fight, but then I'll just come back to the fight that happened with ElementriX, right? Remember that ElementriX Seal, this exact fight. ElementriX's players were there, Seal's players were, but then comes Deadeyes Guys, and they just took that elimination point away from Seal.
Yeah, quite an important elimination as well. But I think they still did the trick of giving a fighting chance to the players of Seal Esports, but then the blue zone comes and takes it away. They get stuck and wiped out. This was the moment where, well, it was an unnecessary loss for Stalwart Esports, but they did not let this stop them. They just kept pushing forward. Went first, took out the players of Savage Esports, and then got stuck towards the edge of the circle, and IHC was able to wipe them out in just a matter of seconds. DRS, I mean, props to this team as well. They were struggling, but every single time, every single game, they look quite decent.
Yeah, they definitely did look, quite decent. If just talk about the way these players have been playing, and look at this. This time, no reaction at all coming up from these players, right? They were like, yeah, come on, we know about it.
It's another day at the office.
Another day at enjoying the games, I guess. Maybe.
Yeah.
But then again, talking about the damage graph, you can see from Stalwart to IHC, teams have 1,000+ damage. Behind those teams, there's the damage numbers are low. Deadeyes Guys vibes, they surprise me right now, because one elimination with 750, 830, damage numbers coming up for them. I won't say that's low, but we know this team's capability. We know they are in for something different. So that just missed out. Vibes, a team that just played really good. Deadeyes Guys, I mean, come on, we know them.
I mean, Deadeyes Guys, we do know them, but I mean, I would love to see this team just once again bring themselves into a fighting position, because from the first, they have dropped to the 5th in 2 matches, Ocean. And well, when you look at that, 20 kill have bounced up. They are sitting on the 2nd in the overall ranking. Stalwart Esports are going to be 3rd. JyanMaara taking a drop to the 4th position. But DRS, as I said earlier, I mean, there is still going to be hope for the players of DRS. With this finish, they have put themselves inside the top 10, sitting on the 7th position at this point with 59 points. And I think DRS, they're going to keep moving up in the rankings.
Johnny, it's happening again. First is going to be IHC. After a few games, second is going to be Stalwart. I'm telling you, it's happening again.
Seal Esports on the 8th, though.
Seal, I don't know, but T2K, they need to be ready for Stalwart's rush. That's going to be happening in a few games, right? That's going to be one of the things. Skylightz at the 10th position. High voltage. Well, again, Miramar's first Miramars of every day has been pretty decent for them. So right now, they get that +3 for themselves. Vibes, I don't know. Struggles are still going on. Venom Legends, they have an average of 1 point per match. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, not really something you expect from that team, but hey, I mean, it is quite an unfortunate start for their side, and I mean, I don't think if the next game does not really work for them, then anything will, because at the next match, once we are done with Sanhok, that's 50% of the finals right there. 50 games, not 50 games exactly, but half the matches done, and from there, I think a stage of recovery can begin for Venom Legends. But, you know, what I always like to say, right? Margin for error. It's going to be 0, literally 0 room for error for Venom Legends. They mess up once, they miss out on the opportunity to qualify. That's a lot of pressure that the team, the captain, they have to deal with at this point. The players have to deal with at this point. They need this Sanhok win at any cost.
They do. In fact, they need this win so that they can just get that position, a good position, in fact, for themselves, right? That
Yes.
matters. Every position gives you some amount of money, and they would want to go for good money for themselves. So that's important. But obviously, we'll talk about that in a while. I'm pretty sure we will be starting off with the game really soon. And this game, trust me,
Yeah.
a lot is on the line. Someone's hat trick, someone's survival, quite a lot of things are there on the line. And well, we know Zeol is one of those players that likes to play with the DPS. So
Maybe we're going to see it in action. Maybe we're going to see the weapon being put to good use. But let's see what is going to happen once the game is going to be live on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a lot of different storylines going into this match. Venom Legends not just getting left behind from the qualification position, but the 15 teams against them are just doing something else. When Venom Legends, they are barely struggling to get single digit points in every single game. IHC, their hat trick opportunity is going to be there. Stalwart Esports are going to try and contest the crown of IHC Esports. JyanMaara, they will try to once again break into the top 3, and Deadeyes Guys are going to be afraid that the first position might just be slipping out of their hands, and they will try to climb up as well. So a lot of teams hoping for a lot to happen in this game, but we all know at the end only one can prevail. At the end only one team will be standing on the top, on the first position of the overall leaderboard. We did have the player cams in front of us, but nothing interesting going on because everyone wants to be safe, I guess.
everyone definitely would want to be safe. And look at these, the players are definitely just already dropping down. Is it ElementriX? Because I see them going to the areas of ruins, probably, if I'm not wrong. And all right, yeah, they are definitely going to be just dropping down to the areas of ruin. But it looks like it, that the flight path is quite a straight up one. So yeah,
Well, it is going to be a straighter one, and even if it wasn't, I think just the fact that this is Sanhok, every single one of these players already feels quite comfortable. But I was hoping to see something a little bit more interesting. Skylightz Gaming going for a 2-2 split drop. Not a lot of trouble for them, but Phantom Esports yet and now surrounded by the players of 7C Esports and Seal Esports. And again, just like yesterday, we have a circle towards the northwestern part of the map.
again
It
a
work
camp
out
alpha
quite
side
nicely for a
circle.
few teams.
Maybe again a camp alpha side circle. But look at this, right? Zeol and IC with today's performances. Look at where they are in the elimination leaders. Sandesh was there at the top position yesterday. Today,
Yeah.
things have changed. Phantom Zeta has an AKM. Can definitely put it to use. No 7C memo. Wants that door to open. Wants that door to open. He wants it. Oh, it is open, but then he misses out on a few shots. Gets a few shots on him as well. What just happened? But there it is. Finally taking the player down. So, yeah.
Well, let's see though. Memo is going to be the first casualty of the game, and Phantom Esports managed to secure the first blood right here. Will they be able to catch off guard a few more players? I was worried about Yeta, but it seems like Phantom Esports did anticipate that one of their lads might be caught off guard, and they sent backup quite early because of that. And Yeta also finding that weapon, resulting in him having the advantage in that early duel. But look at Demo now. Seal Esports have also gone for a sort of a 4-man split drop in the early stage of the match. So they are also playing for safety, and Demo is not going to move from this position until he's absolutely 100% sure that there is no one waiting for him on the other side.
Just slight wait for Demo right now. He's obviously outside the circle, but then again, it's the first zone. It's Sanhok. Nothing to worry about. That too is 30 meters, so I get it, right? But what he needs to do is, regroup with a few players of his team. Phantoms, Vexy. I mean, Phantoms players as well, just, trying to move around the place slowly and steadily. They, all right, are trying to find something. Vexy does not have a helmet, though. Needs that ASAP. If you can find it, it's going to be good. Gets a level 2 backpack, though. That is needed. That is important as well. Seal is quite close, though. Phantoms players, they got that first blood, but now they need to understand that they should not be the one taking a toll on themselves. So they should play it with ease. Again, Phantom, the struggles are still there, but They do manage to come in top 3 sometimes, like the first game, but the previous game was just not that good for them. Not in its own like own composure. They struggled.
Well, I mean, the struggles are always going to be there, but it's up to these individuals and the teams to find their way out of the troubled position that they are going to be stuck in. On the other side, Stalwart Esports on our screens for a moment, as we do see them go for a crossover quite early on in the game. And Action is trying to look for the players, or anyone on the other side does see the vehicle of the players of DE now. When will the shots be fired? That is the question that I'm asking. I think he's looking to cross over, just get to the ridge and then start shooting when he has clear visions. Oh, the shot's being fired finally, but they do not connect. But Deadeyes Guys, they stop in their tracks to take this fight, not realizing the team that's headed towards them, because this rotation timing for Stalwart Esports is very off. No matter what happens, we see them staying in boot camp for a very long time, and this is, I believe, the first time we've seen them just abandon that position so early in the game.
Yeah, just just going forward with it. That's what the players are trying to do as of now. Stalwart's players, you see them as well onto the back line. Deadeyes Guys, Shifu has that higher ground for himself. On top, Chari quite close. True Love on the other side. So that split, it's good. Gets them good information, but Savage, they need to say hello to JyanMaara Snipe Whitey as he takes down one and goes for that elimination point as well. We'll move to the back lines. We want to stay to the back lines. But for how long can he just stay there? That's one of the questions, one of the most important questions. In fact, as where Snipe is, he would want to stay there. He would want to just maintain his own composure. But Stalwart's players are getting shot at. In fact, Pika's down, Action's down as well. Deadeyes Guys, the split, different levels of altitude that they have for themselves. It's definitely helping them.
Just the utility being lobbed towards the players right there. Pika is slowly and steadily falling back. Action and Top trying to provide some sort of cover fire so that they can help their teammate back on his feet. But oh, it's not going to happen, as On Top is going to go on to secure that elimination point, and the numbers of Stalwart Esports, they are going to be reduced down to 3.
Oh, Stalwart, they do understand the value of the position that they had, in fact, for themselves previously. But now, how will they move out? I mean, it's from one high ground to a second high ground. That's where they are, right? But just getting one first hit action right now from his teammate, will want to use it in the tough times if he can get it. But Action is trying to maintain his composure. Now, from the back lines, it's Raw. On the front lines, it's Deadeyes Guys. In the water, it's an airdrop. But then, we're not going to talk about that because you see how far away it is from teammates and everything. I wish we could just see that zone. We will in a while. And if there's a team that's still using the boat. Oh, Snipe and Hershey.
Let's see.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
This a game of hide and seek has started, I guess.
I wanted to see them. I wanted to see
Yeah,
them.
exactly. Like, can we go to the other side? I mean, we know Stalwart Esports. They will be careful. Yeah, here we are.
Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at
Oh,
this.
Hershey, does he have a DBS in his hands? I think the silhouette from a certain angle made it look like that, but let's see. None of them are moving an inch. Whoever takes the first steps loses in this one. This is a game of patience. Oh, and Snipe is the one. You're out, my man. That's it.
Oh my god, this just happened, right? It just happened, and you can just, witness. They were so close to each other. All right, a few shots just coming down. Action still just, trying to take up on a few players here and there, but oof, it's just not there. Stalwart's players, I mean, they did lose down on one of their players, but then we'll see what happens in the later stages. Look at Savage's players. They are getting shot at again and again from JyanMaara's side, but they just need to maintain their composure, maintain their calm for whatever they can do. Snipe was down and out, just happened. So Hershey needs to find a plan B to just move out, and there are so many rocks that I guess no one can even understand that, what is happening. Look at that. Seal Battle goes down the other side. Phantom is taking up a fight. I would love that.
Well, let's see. I mean, it's going to be very exciting to watch, but for now, JyanMaara still trying to readjust to the fact that they've lost one player for nothing. It was just an unpleasant surprise from the side of Savage Esports, and there was absolutely nothing they could have done about it. Susan, I think he was just trying to keep vision outside, but Savage Esports, all right, so they fall into a trap as well as Rafat does, I believe, has found an opening against the players of Savage Esports, but the trade is going to happen as Rage is going to be the man getting taken out. Rafat's helmet has gone, so he's going to have to be extremely careful with how he approaches the fight. Oh, taking a few shots to the body as well. The helmet completely shattered at this point. Hershey running forward to go for a revive, but Ale from the flank. Oh, this is going to be nasty if Savage Esports do not have any vision or information of where Ale is. But Ale, he needs to go. This is the right timing. Savage Esports, they are recovering. Sanchez is back on his feet. The teammates, they are going to help him heal up. And then it's going to be a 3v3 where either of the teams can just make a small mistake and just lose out on the points and also get eliminated in this game.
Oh, Sonchir gets taken out from the other side as Steelshot just, takes one man down, and Savage, they are dropping. They are dropping down one by one. Venom Legends, I guess they have activated the YOLO button for themselves because they know they're at the bottom of the leaderboard. There's no leaderboard around them. They're at the bottom, so they need this fight. They need every single fight in their favor for what they can do. And Venom Legends, well, they are starting off on a note right now, taking down two players. One needs that confirmation. Savage is last player. Anif has to run away, make a run for his life, but that's important. And there it is, another confirmation coming up. That's two for Venom Legends. And we will see how long can they actually go.
Well, let's see, as you mentioned, how long will they be able to hold on to their position? Anif, the last player surviving for Savage Esports. A lot of pressure on this one individual to secure whatever points are going to be possible for him to actually accumulate during the entirety of the game. And again, Savage Esports, they are not looking too hot as far as the overall rankings are considered, just outside the top 10 for now. And Anif, his game plan has to switch up. He needs to play as slowly, as passively as possible from this moment on in this game. But would that be possible? Because we do see Phantom Esports headed in this very direction.
Savage, one player, needs to run, drive, fly. Anything that he can just, go for, he needs to do that. Stalwart on the other side, they have changed their position. They have just found a good, new, decent position for themselves. Try on one side, top on the other. Action. We see all these players right now. You can see Raw on the back lines and Deadeyes on the other side. Just like we said, it's the same situation for these players because the circle, they have it for themselves. But for how long? That's one of the questions. Phantoms players, I mean, they also have two eliminations. They just, are giving callouts here and there. They know Skylightz is quite close, Seal is quite close. I mean, they don't know exactly the name of the teams, but they understand that there are players quite close to each other. So that definitely just, gets it. Phantoms players are trying to move away. Slipknot on the other side. Wadu takes down one from Deadeyes Guys. Maybe this can open up possibilities for Stalwart if that happens. But Deadeyes Guys, they need to understand. High voltage is coming up quite close because high voltage likes to get those higher grounds. Even the map of Sanhok, that's where a few players of Deadeyes Guys were. But right now, Phantoms players, Mad Max, in fact, he is getting that read on Skylight's players. I guess he is trying to go for it. But Slipknot's location, that's probably compromised.
Well, it is going to be compromised, but let's see. Can they try and readjust? Oh, clear to see a few pixels from Nima just hiding close to the window. And he does see Galton as well now, but still resisting the urge to pull the trigger. Wants to be in a better position, wants his teammates to be in a better position from where it's just going to be a straight up squad fight, not a fight with a lot of resistance from the opposition. But Nima, is he going to replicate the same emotions as Leo has? I don't think so. I think Nima is just buying his teammates time as they are going to look to push forward, and the information is going to be relayed. So while Skylightz Gaming think they're going to be catching the players of Esports off guard, they're going to be just in perfect position. Anif, beautiful drop shot, finds the knockout zone, but Alex steps out right in the nick of time, saving his teammate and resulting in Savage Esports being the first team to be wiped out from this match.
Oh my god, this was just so brilliant, the way it happened. for these players. I mean, it was just impressive. That cover just came on in time. ElementriX's players, well, they are here as well. You can just spot them quite close to the players of Vibes. I guess they can see Jiggle, his head or something. They can maybe see him, his head, just the movement around. So Incas can give that information relayed to the teammates that where they can just see him. The circle just going up for Deadeyes Guys in the center right now. IHC at Hatin's area. T2K is there as well. This time T2K surprisingly just moving for a different rotation, different kind of rotation as compared to the previous rotations that they have for themselves. Seal quite close to Venom Legends right now. Their main struggle is going to be how to be inside the circle. Skylight's struggle is the same as well, although they can just be at the edge of the zone. But Johnny,
Yeah.
the next circle should move to the left-hand side, ideally.
Yep.
But we'll see. And there's one team from the water lines. It happens
Well,
again.
there's always going to be one, right? We are always sure about that, but we'll talk about the team a little bit later as Vibes Rio is going to be spotted out by ElementriX, and that's going to be the first elimination point for ElementriX in this matchup. It's going to be quite interesting to see how ElementriX, in fact, try to move towards the zone now, because they know the rest of the players are Vibes are going to be chasing them. Plus, if they try and go for the hill right in front, they will have to deal with the players of high voltage, which is not going to be an easy fight for them to win. So I believe ElementriX, they're going to try and rotate wide from the western side. And talking about the team in the water, I mean, it's quite obvious who they are. 7C Esports. They have C in their name. They love water.
Definitely they have. Venom Legends is Raffat, you spot him as well. I guess Wally has, or maybe it's just, they can see the movement, but look at that. Seals Demo on the other side, takes him down with a UMP. P stands for pain in this one now. Demo just, gonna go for...
What does U and M stand for? Like, ultimate...
machine of pain. But then look at this right now. ElementriX's players are just, hey, we are still going for all these things. I love it. But then ElementriX is trying to find up a decent place for themselves. Incas on one side as well. Mr. Jesus here, Venom Legends. I mean, they had such a good composure, and now it's being ripped to pieces, shredded to pieces. So, we'll see what is on their minds. Maybe in a while.
Maybe in a while, maybe in a bit, but when it's no matter what the situation is going to be, it's not going to be easy. Otherwise, I mean, Seal Esports, oh boy, just hit the spray, hit your shot, steal shot, finding one knock, but instantly the retaliation from Wally is just going to put him on his knees. Not what he was hoping for, but he definitely did have an opportunity to go for two and not just one over there.
Well, definitely that was there for him, but look at the Sandesh taking down one from 7C. Ripson is down right now, but not out. Steel Shot's down as well. If we just talk about Venom Legends, Alibu on one side. Leo needs to just step a bit back. I guess they understood the course as the players are coming quite close to them. Venom Legends from a distance taking down a few players of Seal. In fact, not exactly taking down, but just pressurizing Wally in all of these situations. And then there's Skylightz. Their job is only to get inside the circle. A few throwables just coming up here and there. AJ with his own throwable. Is it gonna hit or not? That's the questions. Look at Demo just moving to the other side. Oh, those grenades just coming onto the players, taking the chip damage. But Demo, he is slightly, he's trying to crawl around. He hears those shots. He knows where Nima is. He can hear those shots. Aku George down and out as well. One more team just going out of the lobby right now. Skylightz, what's their plan B? That's the question now.
Well, it's going to be a pretty tough question to find the answer for, and it's not going to be an easy approach as well, but almost at the 18-minute marker of the match on Sanhok, and still 14 teams, 49 players alive. Something that you never get to see. But also, I'm happy about the fact that these teams can't avoid fighting anymore. The circle has taken a shift towards the right. I mean, we expected the position, the part of the island with more land surface area to be the one where the circle would shift. But hey, I mean, this is still pretty good for us as viewers. And all right, Galzin, he has been spotted out, but still no shots towards him from the players of Seal Esports. No isolated 1v1s this time between the two teams. And a nade is going to be lobbed from Galzin. Wally, taking a bit of damage, is just going to back off towards his teammates so that he can heal. And the team can just, well, focus on just gatekeeping for now. Although there is no team approaching from the eastern edge of the circle, this is where these two teams are going at it for now, and majority of the cluster is going to be approaching from the west, trying to cross the river. And I think that puts JyanMaara in the perfect position to just rack up a lot of eliminations for themselves.
Yeah, in a really good position, right? That's where it just leaves them. Vibes, and now the struggle starts for them. But Strike, how long can he survive for? That's one of the questions. He's still trying to just stay here. He knows he cannot go back. That's going to be a really downside area. But Strike takes down one. He's now in the blue. Is going to go for the finish and will take that elimination point for himself. But it looks like Malik's going to just repay him the debt, taking him down, knocking him out, finishing him out. And look at this. You saw Demo still trying to just move forward from one side to the other. A few grenades being lofted down by Alex as IHC is trying to move forward. Hat-trick chance for the team, but overcommitment issues are still strong with this one. Alex, he's so far ahead. He's so far away. What's going to happen? Godless is coming in as well. Look at that. Alex, oh, he gets taken now. Traded out, in fact, but the players are arriving. IHC is coming up. And ElementriX, Sushan needs to understand what's going to be happening in this situation as the finishes are definitely happening. Vibes, they do get eliminated from the other side. We are down to 13 teams and 38 players alive.
Well, 13 teams, 38 players, and I think a few more are going to be taken care of in the next few minutes as ElementriX are looking to push forward into the zone. They have two players, Yozu and Sus, moving forward. Godless out in the open is going to be spotted out, a few shots towards him, but Sus taking a lot of damage from the blue as well, now stuck behind the rock. It's going to be a very chaotic approach. IHC, Godless, he's pushing forward. Alex left behind. He's the bait. He's the man left to delay the players of ElementriX, and the trick is done. The jig is up. Godless is going to be finished off as well, as Sus doing a brilliant job of pulling off this 1v2 clutch against the players of IHC. Well, not a 1v2. Yozu was there to help him out, and hopefully it works out, because now they have to travel a lot of distance to get inside the zone as well.
Yeah, they definitely have to just travel up that distance for themselves to just stay in on that place. If you just talk about it, look at that. All the players are just trying to find up a good place, in fact, indeed for themselves, and we'll see if they can or if they cannot just find it. Play zone just being the killer, the vicious killer as what it is, taking down a few players onto its own toll. And JyanMaara's players are trying as well, but this fight, I don't know, Skylightz, it looks like they have forgotten about Seal, but Seal did not forget about Skylightz. They're still waiting to just strike at the rightest moment. If that happens, at the moment just arrives, Skylightz is just there, Seal is just there. AJ, he has a Molotov. Both the teams, I believe, they are done with their grenades, to be honest, back and forth. Nope, a few still remaining here and there. Mafia Ninja just using his buggy, but this is not going to be a buggy game anymore. This is going to be a game of weapons, where it is. Mafia Ninja, I thought he spotted down the player, but Leo, he gets up and he gets shot at. He's on low HP. Seal versus Skylightz. The fight, will it finally happen? I guess not, because the players are still running. They're still running away. No one can spot each other. DRS, they do get eliminated. The zone, the blue damage is coming up onto the players. Deadeyes Guys, they are also facing the blue damage right now, but then they would want to just confirm those eliminations. They're just taking it for themselves. And Seal, oh, it's still going on. The fights are still going on, but JyanMaara, well, JyanMaara has all the players, and they are closest to the circle.
Well, let's see. Again, another brilliant opportunity for JyanMaara to go on to secure a win in this matchup, but that happened in the very first game as well, and it was a little bit unlucky for them in the end. This time, Deadeyes Guys are out of the picture. 6 teams, 14 players still remaining, and JyanMaara, as you mentioned, their spot is brilliant, but Skylightz Gaming with the man advantage do have what it takes to turn things around at any time, and Stalwart Esports being extremely close to them, as Skylightz Gaming will look to make a push towards the zone. Now, Stalwart Esports and Phantom Esports are approaching the circle from the south, Skylightz and Stalwart Esports are approaching from the northeast, and JyanMaara, they have the western edge for themselves. They do have a few compounds, that's a solid cover available, but they have been forced to step out in the open. And look at this, Wally from Stalwart Esports taking a few shots on the position where the players of Skylightz Gaming are holding their ground, and Wally is just going to be finished off. An extra point being handed over to the players of SG.
Oh, these fights. Look at that. Phantoms players are going down as well. JyanMaara is ready for it, and they are definitely just trying to take down a few players here and there. Skylight's players are just on the around the corner, but Action just taking down Nima. That confirmation was really important. He got that important confirmation for himself, for his team, and that just counts. Every single point, definitely counts. And well, they are trying to make it. Action, look at him waiting. It's sort of a National Geographic documentary, right? This line's just waiting for its meal to arrive out in the open, just waiting, making every move slightly, subtly. That's where he is right now. Skylight's players, they understand the worth of the zone phantom. They do get eliminated right now in the 4th position. It's down to JyanMaara, Skylightz, and Stalwart. Well, I get it. IHC is not there, but will this one come to Mongolia again? That's one of the questions. JyanMaara's there. Skylightz, a team that has dropped down to 10th position. Will they get back to their feet right now? That's one of the questions as well. Look at this. JyanMaara on the other side. A team that has surprises us for the finals. Well, it's time to go for a good ride.
Well, let's see. I hope I'm desperately praying that JyanMaara walk away with a chicken in this match. I mean, the team has struggled so much and they deserve this win, but let's see if they will be able to seize their opportunity in the last few moments of this matchup. As ladies and gentlemen, almost getting at the 25-minute mark of final 3 teams, 8 players. Stalwart Esports action is out. Top is the final player remaining. Skylightz Gaming, they have lost one of their own, but they're in a much more favorable position to go for a revive. And Ghana, look at him, just literally right next to the players of Stalwart Esports. Dusty Top goes for the shots and will be able to rack up the elimination point for his team. But now the game is in a 3v3. AJ is trying to go for a flank. No fear, has no fear. He's just in the middle of his 2 teammates with JyanMaara on the northern edge of the circle. And Susan is going to be providing a decent amount of suppressing fire. Gyalzen taking a lot of damage from the nade that was lobbed in his direction. Mafia Ninja going for a grenade of his own and sees Gunner behind the smoke. The shots do connect on him. Gunner is extremely low. He does not have a lot of HP left, and it's going to be difficult for him to come out on top in this fight. There was a Molotov right behind him as well, but no fear, he's starting things off, finding the knock onto Gyalzen. Now AJ has been poured out as well, and Gunner is going to be traded out by AJ. He wasn't the man he was shooting for, but Mafia Ninja has a backstab, and that can be the thing that changes everything and steals the show away from the players of JyanMaara once again. Mafia Ninja, he's hiding inside the smoke. AJ goes for a revive onto Gyalzen, but Gunner, he's being brought back into this matchup as well. Suzanne, the nade is lined up. Is it going to be perfect? It's close enough. Gyalzen and AJ, they're out. It's down to a 1v3. Mafia Ninja, the last player left with 50 HP on him. Will he be able to close this out? The possibility is extremely low. Gunner, is he getting a revive? Finally, No Fear initiates the revive. Susan behind the rock. Mafia Ninja is waiting for a moment to capitalize. He sees Susan, goes for the shots. It's going to be spotted out, but the knock is going to be secured. It's a 1v1. It's a 1v2 for a moment. And then it's JyanMaara finally getting the winner chicken dinner. And an amazing victory as well, with a lot of elimination points racked up. I believe 8 is the total number of eliminations that they have at this point. But hey, doesn't matter. The 15 points for the chicken dinner, and the second position is going to be theirs. Again, 25 points, nicely secured. A good job by JyanMaara in this match.
I love this final circle, right? We thought Mafia Ninja can actually make the game for the team, right? At that position. That one good grenade that took down 2 players of Skylightz, well, everyone had their eyes on the backlines. Maybe they knew, maybe they did not, but Mafia Ninja was there. As soon as he shot down Susan, he had time. Had that revive not happened, story could have been a different one. But then as soon as the revive happened, the players were like, yeah, let's try to split apart. Let's try to take down that one individual. And Mafia Ninja, he did not have any first aid. He did not have any other thing, just a few bandages. He used those, but then again, he could not get his HP to 75. But still, such a brilliant final circle game coming down, and that too on the map of Sanhok. It's a rare sight, but well, rare has its own quality.
I mean, Rare has its own quality, as you said. I would say it has its own level of excitement. And JyanMaara now contending for the top position at this point, I think, is just going to make us question a lot of things. But hey, I'm just happy the lads are back. They are doing a pretty brilliant job. Feel bad for IHC though. I mean, their hat-trick was stolen from them by the players of ElementriX. And kudos to ElementriX for making that happen. I thought the Blue Zone was going to dish out enough damage to Sus that he wasn't, he wouldn't be able to deal with the 2 players in front of him. But hey, Mr. Yozu and Sus together, I mean, that duo was very deadly. More than Godless and Alex, apparently.
I mean, this time I'd say did struggle, right? If we just talk about it,
Yeah.
if you're talking about Godless and Alex, because I would say there were slight overcommitment issues with the team for this one.
Yes.
More or less, if a team has two chicken dinners and if they want to go for a hat trick, right, the team likes to play it a bit slow on the sidelines, but no,
Yeah.
this team wanted to commit.
I mean, they want to commit, but for now, ladies and gentlemen, what we want to do is take a very short breaks. But you guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pubgmobile Pro South Asia. And now this is really the debut. And man, things have been quite heated up, huh? I mean, Mongolian dominations right there. And this is what we
Yeah.
expected, right? Yesterday, I mean, they were completely sleeping giants, but then later on in the rest of the three games yesterday, it seemed like they got the grip back up. And look at the momentum today they've got in their favor.
I mean, first game, second game, back to back chickens. That's what
Yeah.
INC did right for themselves.
Yeah.
A third game, Stalwart was there amongst the top three. Obviously, Stalwart could not just complete it for themselves, but I would say it's not just them. It's Skylightz as well. In fact, in the previous game, right, a top two finish coming up for those lads. JyanMaara sticking back to the second position. That's just so good coming up for a team of this composure. This team,
True.
I mean, if you talk about the historic times, we have heard different names, different players. VT and JyanMaara, the team has been there in different PMPLs, but now they are definitely proving their worth. So let's have a look at the MVP and let's see who it is. Maybe from Skylightz, maybe from JyanMaara. It is, yeah, no fear, definitely.
I mean, JyanMaara is one of those teams that has went through so many roster shuffles, and now it seems like the roster they've gotten here is doing wonders. And hopefully they keep on sticking to this roster even in the future tournaments, because currently, no fear, with 3 eliminations, 3 knockouts, is going to be the most valuable player of that previous game. JyanMaara, insane chicken dinner from them. If I'm not wrong, they had 25 points secured in that previous chicken dinner. So JyanMaara, a decent boost up there as well. That's going to boost them up to 2nd overall rankings, and that's quite huge, right? Finding yourself that footing, especially realizing that even though the Mongolian domination is going on, still you're able to get your mentality back in your hands. You're not letting it really shake with their domination, and you're just trying to get the composure, right? As you said, you're trying to control your nerves. You're trying to hold the gun with your nerves, and still you're able to just whip out the chicken dinner out of nowhere, and JyanMaara doing a great job. Top 5 players of the previous game in front of you guys. Susan's going to be there too with 4 elimination points and damage numbers of 529.
Yeah, pretty good number coming up from Suzanne. On the other side, Shifu, sir, from Deadeyes Guys, showcasing 3 eliminations and 400 damage, but 20 minutes of survival time only. So you go on the other side with kind of similar survival time, but 3 eliminations, 362 damage. And on the other side, it's Gunner from JyanMaara coming up with the 2 eliminations. So JyanMaara definitely played really good. They have 3 out of 4 players in the top 5 for themselves. That indeed just comes up as a really good number. First thing. Second thing is the way JyanMaara held their ground, right? It was a high ground, low ground fight in the map of Sanhok as well, because they had that slight dip for themselves. Still, one player on the backlines was giving up proper information and cover for what was needed, and they got a good composure out of that, which I would say everyone actually liked.
Yeah, I mean, composure, calmness, just having a great mindset in the end of the games. That's what really helps you quite a lot, and that's what JyanMaara have achieved. Yeah, it helps a lot. And we know, sometimes it's even about your individual skill, but it also comes down to the mindset that you're going to be approaching inside the tournament. And so far, I mean, JyanMaara in the league stage, they were struggling in the first 2 weeks, but then later on they started getting the grip in, and now in JyanMaara in the grand finals, they've been doing a phenomenal job so far. In the first 3 games, even in day 2, having good placement points, having good elimination points, a great balance between both of those, and JyanMaara is able to show themselves in the 2nd spot. Now, a stats comparison between the first team and the 2nd team of the previous game, which is going to be JyanMaara and Skylightz Gaming.
We'll just talk about these stats, right? You see the difference. Skylightz, they played good for placement points, only got 4 eliminations. Against the 2,000-ish damage of JyanMaara, they got 1,000-ish damage. So that's like half of what they did, but the damage received on them is more because they were taking damage of the blue and the damage from the players of Seal as well from the other side. JyanMaara, look at this, right? They had 3 players surviving. That's why their average survival is low till the final zone. Skylightz, they had all the players till the final circle. Then it was a 3v1 fight and all those things were happening, but still Skylightz managed to get that survival composition for themselves that led them to the 2nd position. And Skylightz needed a game of the same composure because of the points that they're at the 10th position right now. They need that jump. They need to be in top 8. That would be their way to go. And again, top 10 will qualify, so they have to be there, right? That's the most important thing right now. JyanMaara, if you talk about it, highest eliminations from Suzanne. We have seen these numbers. No fear with the damage. We have seen these numbers. But Sean coming up with assists and healings, that's pretty good.
Oh, and then, yeah, as you said, also great numbers. And then right underneath in the highest elimination, No Fear is going to find himself, which was currently the MVP. But No Fear, imagine JyanMaara almost having 2,000 damage and then No Fear having the most amount of damage dealt himself with 835. So that can itself tell you the contribution this man has put up in the entire team, and just doing a great job. One of the most instrumental players for JyanMaara, and I'm pretty sure even in the future line, No Fear is going to be proving so. But now, another teams that I'm currently going to be eyeing out for in the upcoming games has to be Stalwart Esports. I mean, because so far we're seeing the IHC domination. Stalwart Esports, even though they got a decent placement points for themselves, decent elimination points too, but that's not the Stalwart Esports that we saw in the league stage, right?
That's true. That is true. And right now, if you think about the situation, 25, 16, 15, 12. So definitely JyanMaara just will get a good lead as compared to the competitors that there are. But I want to see what happens because Stalwart, they have 15 points as well. They're around the 3rd position. So in the overalls, that definitely is going to make up a good mark. IHC, they got 5 points, but still doesn't matter. 1st and 2nd, there's still a big gap. Although that gap looks like onto a close, because now JyanMaara is going to have that slight advantage because of 25 points that they have. We'll see. T2K, they're just, trying to get a good game for themselves. It's just not happening, and it's just not them. DRS is struggling. Vibes is struggling. I just cannot say what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. These are just the grand finals for you, right? Every single team, they have something else prepared. And these top teams, right, they've put everything. They fought for the tooth and nail in the what do you say, in the league stages. So Vibes, I think so, them revealing all their strats, how they wanted to play in the grand finals, they pretty much just used all the cards they had in the league stage, and now coming inside the grand finals, they're easily getting countered because teams know how Vibes like to play. And this is something that I even talked about with you, saying that, okay, now these teams are doing pretty phenomenal, don't get me wrong, but moving inside the grand finals, if they're going to be sticking to the same basics that they did in league stage, then the struggle will be seen, and this is exactly what's happening right now.
As of now, I wouldn't exactly say the struggling phase, but given the fact that obviously there are less number of games in a more time, in a less time, right? You get to feel that pressure. Pressure kind of gets down to the struggles. It's about how you play your first day versus moving on to the second day versus going to the final day and all those things. So that is the most important thing, because Zeus, I said this to Johnny as well, Zeus just shows me that same composure of the previous PMGC, I'm seeing the same team, right? IHC just showcases me the same composure of that Zeus that they used to play in the PMGC season 0. It's the same team. They move forward in the second day. It's the same second day. They are moving forward with this one. So that was just really good. But let's take a look at JyanMaara's map rotation, the way they just move forward in this one, and you'll see, right, that the way they found themselves was a really good position right from the start of the game, and the circle till the third circle, right, the zone had this much area for themselves, and surprisingly the circle moves to the right hand side. More or less, people might just be thinking that the zone will go to Camp Alpha or Hearth and all, but no. In the final moments, the circle just had its own brain and was like, nah, I'm gonna go to that depth.
I mean, the circle indeed was something that was just keeping these teams guessing, right? I mean, JyanMaara, right from the get-go, they had a great position for themselves to situate for the future success. But then again, you're talking about the curveball ships, and that's what just hit over here. The majority of the teams probably thought at this time that the next circle shift's going to be on the left side of the island because the majority of the surface is covered over there. But then circle just shifts on the right side. Every single team just gets caught off guard. JyanMaara, this is where they find themselves in the most luckiest spot, and the game just gets served to them in a silver platter. But still, not here. Things do not end here. There are still teams like Seal and Stalwart Esports alive. I mean, Seal got gotten rid by the squad of Skylightz Gaming, if I'm not wrong. Seal had to move out in the open on the downward side. So Seal, they got taken out by Skylightz Gaming on over here. And then in the end, it was just a 4-on-3 fight, if I'm not wrong, between Skylightz Gaming and JyanMaara. And the nade from one man from JyanMaara just completely decimated their glimmers of hope.
Yeah, definitely, it just happened, but it was such a good way to just look forward to the fights. As for what we just saw, their rotation, their circle positioning was just so good. We'll see all these things in the OPO moments as well in a while, right? When we'll just talk about how the players just, maintained their calm and composure whilst Seal and Skylightz were trying to take up a fight for themselves. JyanMaara was just waiting that the fight's going to come to them. Then they were just repositioning themselves and all those things. We'll see all those things in the final moments of the OPPO F21 Pro moments. But the start happened here right off the bat when Phantom Zeta, he just got a weapon and he just, went forward with it. It was like, yeah. I have it.
And there we go. It wasn't even a struggle. Easily was able to get rid of Memo. And this is how the action really kicked off. Another team that I really am eyeing out for in the grand finals has to be Savage. And so far, I mean, at this point, you would call it a struggling phase for Savage, right? They aren't really doing the best. Savage, they're getting easily taken out from the games too. I still remember in the Miramar game today, it was Pika who single-handedly took out 2 of the players of Savage while they were trying to move inside the zone. And that itself quite impressed me because that drop shot from Pika just caught the players of Savage off guard. And considering the fact that Savage is also one of those teams currently in the lobby that has the strongest firepower, and if a team like Stalwart Esports is able to pull off those kind of shenanigans against them, I don't know what level Stalwart Esports is on.
Yeah, that would just, look really, really good in the upcoming games and all. But look at this, right? JyanMaara, they took up a good fight against the players of Stalwart. They eliminated those players. Right now, AJ takes down one, but then his location was compromised. So one good grenade lofted on the side, took down two players. Mafia Ninja still had the chance. He chose to take fight against Suzanne. Had that revive not happened, he could have just taken down one final player because the revive cancel animation and all those things would have just taken up a toll. But this was a well-fought victory for JyanMaara. They deserve all the celebrations that they want to do.
Oh, indeed. And now you take a look at the damage graph with 10 elimination points. JyanMaara, they found themselves a great victory with almost 2,000 damage wrapped up, but it's not going to be 2,000. It's 1922. And then Skylightz Gaming with 4 elimination points and only 1,004 damage. And then Stalwart Esports is going to be right there as well. I mean, this is what I'm really saying, right? The teams that are currently all the way in the bottom side. Look at Savage Esports. I mean, even though they were one of the first teams to get eliminated from the lobby, still look at the damage numbers they've been able to put. It's most damage than majority of the teams currently in the lobby.
You know, more or less, I wanted to just talk about Savage, the way their elimination and their damage numbers are now there. But well, Skylightz already at the 6th position right now. JyanMaara, that jump definitely has been. They become the second team to get that triple-digit marker for themselves. Quite close to IHC, not exactly close, but still close. And look at the way the two teams have in their mentality, right? The difference. IHC is playing on eliminations, then they want to get the placement points. JyanMaara is playing on the placement points, and then they're getting eliminations, right? So that difference definitely shows the difference of mentality, because both of them have two chicken dinners. But for IHC, it was like a very, very, very hefty game when they got chicken dinner. JyanMaara, it was a really pressurizing game on them as well, but they earned that win with a really good ease for themselves. On the other side of this table, though, there are going to be real struggles, because I don't see DRS here. Previous game, DRS was in top 8. This game, they are not. Again, that struggles. They still follow, as they are the 10th position now.
And then you take a look at the latter half of the board, and you have Venom Legends all the way down on 16 spots, 7C on 15th, and Savage Esports on 14th. Some of the biggest struggles currently in the lobby are these bottom 3 teams. And now, again, we know top 10s. The goal here, ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to qualify in the SA Championship, you need to be in the top 10 over here in these grand finals. If you're not going to be able to solidify that top 10 spot, then you guys are pretty much going to be ruled out. Your journey is going to be ending over here. So Savage, 7C, Venom Legends, ElementriX, and even Vibes and High Voltage. These are the current teams, or 6 teams that are in the red zone, and they will need to try and secure themselves a spot in the top 10. I'm pretty sure these teams do have the caliber in them. We've seen a little glimmers of that in the league stage, but currently in the grand finals, man, it's just something that's really bothering them. Yeah.
It's different because every team, takes different level of pressure in different situations. Now, again, we'll just, go back to the same conversation that was happening a few seconds back, and that is, it's a shorter format. We get it. But in shorter formats, right, things can either change drastically or they don't change at all. So that's how it is.
Indeed. I mean, things do change drastically. Some of the teams also do tend to go really hot and cold, and the inconsistency we have seen in the past. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We do have a short break lined up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
एलगाटे फ्रिज हुँदा गेमै स्टार्ट गरिदिँदो रहेछ त यार ओभर पावरफुल मान्छे है क्या बडे चलपल भइसकेछ त मेरो त यार हल्का एलगाटको प्रब्लम भएको गेमै स्टप हान्थ्यो
त्यो त कपडा लाएर आछ कि छैन छैन
भानु दाइ बाउ ताक्छ त अगाडि देखिने खुकुरी को खुकुरी ताक्छ त खोल
म बसेँ ल हेलो नाम के पर्यो ए ल ठिक छ टिममै पि हो भएन नि त यस्तो त ए भएन यार यो पिएमपीएल प्लेयरहरूलाई ट्रेन चलाउन आउँदैन रहेछ
What? What are you talking about, man?
जित्नुपर्छ ल हामीले टिममेट कहाँ छ याममा
ब्रदर म चलाउँछु नि
होइन होइन कुदाउँछु
उसले भेटाइसकेको थियो त
I'm dying.
Meanwhile, back in the lowlands.
Okay.
Just then.
माथिबाट बम हान्छ सुन्नु न हिँड्नु न अर्को प्लेयर आयो त कुन एयरलाइन छ यो
म त्यहाँ माथि लान्छु तिमी बमान है मिल्छ भने
ल
कि नै बमाना बमाच्दै बमाना हेलो त सबलाई आना के हो
ओए दामी हानेको देख यार
Any sure? को छोड रहेछ यार यस्तो साह्रो खेल्ने अनि सबले मलाई मार्न खोज्दैन त अनि बसेर दौड ओ माम पुली ओ नगर न यार अलिकति दया माया लाग्दैन सिट चेन्ज गर्नु खाना छ ओइ ओइ पिन्यो ओइ लाग्यो दोङ मेरो हेल्थेर न
हेलो त
Easy.
दाइ यतिको सम्म त हामी विराटनगर पुग्थ्यौँ होला यार दाइ यतिको कुदाइमा त दाइ अनुमति छोडेर मलाई निगेर लागिसक्यो रियलमै प्लेनमा चढे जस्तो भइसक्यो यार दाइ अहिले त धेरै बेरसम्म बसेर होला यार दाइ
ओइ यो त ढङ्ग नआयो त नि
दाइ दाइ तेल हाल्दैछु दाइ उठाउनु न त्यो टाइमसँग सुताउँछ डाइरेक्ट हाल्न पर्यो दाइ यो बेस्ट पाइलट
I'm joking. Stop! 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 Stop the break! Stop! Stop!
Got him.
वाइफीसँग दोङ छ दोङलाई चाहिँ घुस्काउँछु पक्नै म इन्स्टामा गर होइन यार दाइ ओपनमा त नरोक्नु दाइ होइन दाइ अहिले नरोक्नु न यो हार्ड यो सोललेस भाइ के भन्छु दाइ यो को हो दाइ कसले हान्यो यो दाइ पड्क्यो पाइलट ओबे
It was at this moment that he knew.
म ला मार दे यार दाइ
ओइ ओइ साङ मर्यो होरा मर्यो जित्यो हान रन माइकलहरु
त्यसै गरी अब हामीसँग रहेको छ राउन्ड 3 fill in the blanks. ल प्रश्नहरू यस प्रकारको रहेको छ दोस्तीहरू। म्याच जित्नलाई मैले fill in the के भन्छ ब्ल्याङ्क्स प्रयोग गर्छु। म्याच जित्नलाई ब्ल्याङ्क्स प्रयोग गर्छु। दिमागवाला चाहिँ मलाई अलिकति दामी लाग्यो है। म बुट क्याम्पमा हुँदाखेरि ... डेली गर्छु। म रेड जोनमा उभिन तयार छु यदि ब्ल्याङ्क्सले मलाई भनेपछि। त्यसै गरी हामीसँग अर्को प्रश्न आइसकेको छ। प्रश्न छ मेरो सिक्रेट वेपन भनेको ड्यास हो। त्यसै गरी हामीसँग रहेको छ अब आजको अन्तिम प्रश्न रहेको छ मेरो सपना छ ड्यास जित्ने। आजको हाम्रो थर्ड राउन्ड पनि सकिसकेको छ। हाम्रो ऱ्यापिड फायर राउन्डको मजा आयो केटाहरूसँग बोल्दाखेरि। अब जस आफ्नै दाजुभाइहरू साथीहरू नै हो मेरो सबैजना। जस यसरी कुराकानी गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अलिकति जस रमाइलो फिल भयो। रमाइलो तपाईँहरूलाई पनि एउटा केही रमाइलो दिन भनेर मात्रै हामीले गरेको हो होइन। आजको सेगमेन्ट हामी यति नै थियो होइन गाइजहरू। अब हाम्रो केटाहरू यत्रो अमूल्य टाइम लिएर यहाँ उपस्थित हुनुभएकोमा सबै केटाहरूलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद भन्न चाहन्छु। र अब आउने पिएमपिएलमा सबैजनालाई बेस्ट विसेस भन्न चाहन्छु होइन। सबैजनाले राम्रो गर्नु होला, हामी पनि हेर्नेछौँ होइन। सबैजनालाई बेस्ट अफ लक भन्न चाहन्छु।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. I mean, we already had a brief discussion about JyanMaara and all the Mongolian teams. Now it's time to shift our attention to someone else. Venom Legends, man, coming inside this, Venom Legends too, all the way in the bottom and having some of the big hopes from the fan base too with this team. Currently, they're not really able to stand up to the mark.
I mean, they're getting very less points, right? As per the games, if you just talk about it, they've had an average of 1 point per game, more or less. It's been 8 games, 9th one just ended a few minutes back. So there are changes that definitely need to be made. But then again, we'll see if those changes come up in the map of Erangel or not, because the map of Erangel is going to be starting up really, really soon. We're going to be moving on forward with that map of Erangel as well. And then again, for Venom Legends, not exactly low, but for Skylightz, there's one thing. Remember, there was a day when Skylightz and Venom Legends, they had those drop clashes, right? So I want to see if Venom Legends has that Milta drop just done in for themselves, the backside of Milta, if they'll drop that side or not. And where will Skylightz drop in this one? Because in Erangel, the main map, Skylightz, again, they're facing the drop issues.
Oh, I mean, drop issues are currently there, right? Because of course Skylightz Gaming had taken out from their main initial drop location that they like to drop. So now Skylightz Gaming, as you said, the drop issues are currently there for their side. And Venom Legends too. I mean, any of the fights that they get into currently in this upcoming game, it has to be one of the most life-changing battles of their life. If they do get taken out, that means, well, their chances of at least getting in the top 10 are reducing game by game. If they're going to be able to win that fight, then they will also get a lot of confidence boost for the upcoming games and for the upcoming times.
Talking about this flight part right now, Milta apart to shooting range is what we can see. And that means Stalwart's going to go to an over easy drop coming down to them. Seal, well, they can just drop down to the backsides of farm, maybe take up a few vehicles, just drive out from the bridge if they want to. Otherwise, they have a secondary drop as well for themselves. We'll see though if that comes in handy or not. DRS is dropping down to the Milta area. Venom Legends, well, they are going to be the first one to exit lane as well, because Milta Path, that's going to be their own area to just stay. And if we talk about the other team, 7 Seater dropping down. Poachink is going to be their home ground to play. Savage on the Astaya. JyanMaara, we see them on Lipovka. ElementriX, well, they're dropping down as well to the back lines, and they can just stay there if anything. IHC just going on one of their 2 drops, that is Shelter Split, is what they're going to be doing. And that leaves teams on the northern side where we see T2K on Severny, Skylightz. All right, they're still in the plane. Now they drop down. Maybe a Zaki Northern Georgia split.
Ooh. Gonna be an interesting one indeed, and that's what they're going for so far. And yeah, Seal too, they might just be able to collide against the players of Skylightz Gaming, because Seal as well, they're going to be right next to him. And now you talked about Venom Legends, they're going to be situating themselves in the Milta Power. That's where they've been like to go since the start of the entire PMPL here. So Venom Legends, they are going to be situated in Milta Powers, JyanMaara, of course. But the circle this time, something that's going to bring a bit of curveball in the entire game. And that's going to bring a bit of sign of worries too for teams like Seal, because they will need to rotate all the way down south and also a little bit tilted on the right side. That means it's completely on the opposite side of where Seal and Skylightz Gaming have currently dropped.
We can see these players just, trying to find up a good place, in fact, for themselves. And right now, Assassin already just jumping and punching.
Just okay, I'm sorry to cut you off, but it's interesting, right? Just because the plane fly path, Seal realized they can't really go to the military base. That's why now they've dropped on Zarki. And this also can bring in a potential clash between Skylightz Gaming and Seal, and I'm really down to see that.
They will clash, 100% they will clash. If not in the early stages, then the rotations are definitely going to clash, because from the sidelines of Northern Georgia and Zarki, it's just 1 or 2 bridges. You can avoid that, but you cannot avoid maybe just the hill or the other contestations and all, and that's going to be one of the most important things. Right now, Phantom just, moving outside the zone, these players, but look at that! Oh, wow, 7 rips and just comes in. Obviously, it was a bike, so everyone was just, in one straight line of fire. Just like yesterday, today as well, Phantom, they start off on a bad note. 2 players being taken down. The same happened yesterday against ElementriX. It was Vexy and 1 more player. Today again, it is Vexy and 1 more player. So, oh my God.
And this is why we know, right? Having a plan B is so important. If one of your drop spot is not really in the plane fly path, you always got to have the plan B. And this is something you really do need. And again, you're going to be able to learn this if you do watch a bit of PEL. I mean, of course, it's complete out of the league, but yeah, that's where those teams, man, I'm not going to lie, they have so many other different drop spots that they do refer to, and it's quite interesting to watch that. For now, currently, we do have Vibes on our screen. One of those teams that had a complete different air on their pockets, and now coming inside the grand finals, they're not really looking that great. But I'm pretty sure Vibes is one of those teams, right, that thrives off of the momentum, that thrives off of a little bit of even airshift that will get them just going, even in one game. Because Vibes, what we saw in the league stages at the start, they prioritized a lot of placement points, and then later on they went for the eliminations.
Yeah, Vibes, I mean, so in the league stages, not exactly the league stages, what we're talking about is the super weekend stages, right? When there were 3 super weekends. So Vibes was a different Vibes as compared to what they are right now. It's not bad that what they have right now, they still are planning to go good. But that sort of an aggression, a really controlled aggression, was looking really good. That was their maturity level that just showcased that they can wait for a fight, they can go for a fight, all those things. This Vibes, I would say, that they're missing that marker. Again, it's because less number of days, right? There are 2 things. You can either take it as an opportunity, or you might not, thinking about, what if we make mistakes? What if this happens? So that minute overthinking is something that I believe is taking down the toll on the players of Team Vibes. But then again, we'll see for how long it happens, what happens, and all those things, because again, it's going to be an important match for them. Every match is an important one for them. On the other side, DRS, well, the struggle, it is there. You cannot deny the fact. It still is.
Yeah. And I personally don't know what they can do. to step things up because, again, you talked about the struggle coming inside this game already. We're in day 2 and half of the day is done. 50% is done, and now counting this game in, they have only 3 games left. Oh man, the pressure is going to be wrapping up as time passes by, and DRS will need to find a way to counter that. Venom Legends currently right on top of them. DRS, they're surrounded by a lot of teams, including ElementriX. I don't know how things are going to be looking like, but we do see a bit of gunshots here and there, and it's going to be a fight between the players of Savage and IHC. One of the fight that Savage really did not want to engage in, but hey, they found themselves in the wrong footing.
That's a wrong fight that Savage has picked just about right now, because IHC, they would love to. They thrive for these kind of movements for themselves. Look at that, right? But look at that. Sanchi taking down IC and would want to go for the finish. They want to just hit them where it hurts the most. But
oh my god!
Sanchi Eisenberg with his M4 taking down Zul. I thought we said they took a wrong fight, but they know how to make wrong things right for themselves, as they are definitely taking down multiple players, and it's Godless who's the last one surviving. He's in the tunnel somewhere, but I guess Savage, they understood the mission. They knew what was to be done, and they have done it in style.
Wow.
Seoul would be the next one to be finished probably really soon, and then there is Godless. He is the last one surviving. See, IHC, they have 1 game to go bad. Looks like this is that 1 game.
Yeah, the cushion now is going to be eliminated. And I'd see the upcoming games, if they do want to nail that spot down, they've gone currently in the overall rankings, which is the 2nd spot, and even potentially get the 1st spot in their hands. The upcoming games have to be really good games when it comes to the placement and even the elimination points. So I'd see after this game, the cushion now will be taken out too. But still, Godless is going to be the final glimmer of hope in this one.
Oh, he's shooting?
Oh, he accidentally shot. That means now the players of Savage know he's right underneath. He's right inside the bunker too. And yes, Savage, I mean, there's a reason why I've always been saying Savage is one of those teams that has the strongest firepower, or one of the strongest firepowers in the entire lobby. And this is the reason why I said that. Even though things weren't really in their course, but they still do just somehow they're able to flip the tables.
They like the chaos, right? And this was the chaos that they just wanted to be a part of. This is one thing that we are missing from this team, Venom Legends. The team is still struggling. The struggles are still there. The team wants to get to a good position, but they're not getting it. It happens, right? It happens with the best of the teams. Sometimes you might just be having your worst days, and a tournament arrives on that. Things go bad. It always happens. But then we'll see what does Venom Legends do in this one and the upcoming games. DRS. Oh, this is another team that is kind of struggling onto the phases right now. Stalwart, they have crossed the bridge. Now they are quite close to the players of DRS. JyanMaara. This team has just maintained a brilliant composure right now at the 2nd position. I love this JyanMaara, the way we were loving Vibes' gameplay in the league stages. But all right, look at this right now. Rafat has spotted down a few players. He just heard, but will he go for the shots? Oh, he missed the marker.
Uh-oh. And yeah, Salt is going to find himself out of harm's way for now. 3 of the players are all in the front. And we're all currently doing so well in the overall rankings. I mean, coming inside the tournament, right? This team looked pretty solid in the league stages. And now currently they are in the 7th spot in the mid-pack of the entire overall rankings. High Voltage too, currently sitting on 11th. DRS there too, right there. Again, I mean, the reason why I'm saying Raw is having an impressive performance so far, because considering the struggle they had in the past years, and now if you compare their performance from the past year to this year, and also the roster shuffles they went through, I would say this is quite impressive, the way they've been able to keep up with the competition.
Still spotting down the players right now. JyanMaara Sujan, he understands that definitely the players are around that area, but no fear, he needs to understand the same as well, because he's all alone in this situation. That's where Seal is. The backup snipe is on low HP. He needs to move forward. He is moving away. Oh, he barely survives a few shots. The other shots are there as well. He survives those as well, as no fear, he wants to just stay onto a good ground. And now they're getting shot from the other side. Wow, that was just so good, the way JyanMaara, maintained their composure.
Hmm.
Wow.
Interesting, though. But yeah, Seal, at least they were able to shook them away like that. And still, as you said, they got no harm onto themselves, so they're going to find themselves, or at least that's going to give them a huge sigh of relief. Seal rotated all the way from the north, and now currently they're situated right next to Lipovka. This next circle shift is going to mean quite a lot for all these teams, especially, I would say, Seal, because the improvised drop spot coming in, Seal, they've rotated in a really awkward spot. If the circle does shift up north, it's going to favor the players of Seal the most.
Definitely is going to just, favor down these areas. In fact, if we just talk about it, Vibes players as well, you can see them just trying to move forward all for themselves. Look at this. Vibes players, they are trying to move forward as well. Probeen takes on one from Savage. Savage, a team that was looking so good on their high right now, on that note, when they took down the players of IHC. Now, they are being taken down one by one. I guess they did not anticipate it. They did not expect this.
And yeah, there you go. Another one will start too. Savage now. They're going against the players of High Voltage. Another man will fall down, but it's okay. Godless is still surviving, being a lonesome survivor from the side of IHC. I had a little question to you. So, I mean, there's two sort of teams, right, that currently opt to play right in the center, and then the other teams currently like to play on the outskirts of the zone. What do you think? Which strat is the best strat? And just choose one. Any of these, and which one do you get impressed by?
Center or the edge? That's what you're asking to me, right?
Yeah.
So it depends. Again, if you're asking for this lobby, I would want to play from the edge. I would want to play a bit slow. I would want to hold the center if I get it after the fourth zone. Like after the fourth circle, I would, if I'm the IGL, right, I would want one of my players to maybe just move, or maybe me, I would want myself to move and scout out the areas in a quite close proximity. Slowly and steadily, if I see the proximity is empty, I ask my players to come there, I move forward. In that way, I would want to go to the center. Like this is the way the Chinese teams also just move forward with. They, if you think about it, right, no one stays in one building or maybe two buildings. They like to scatter in the upcoming end circles, which is really good. So that alone is a really good strategy. But before that, they like to take it slow, except Nova sometimes that just gets to the center already, and they like to hold those areas. So it's kind of a different situation and strategy and scenario for what the teams have to do. But right now, Venom Legends, again, the bad luck is on them as they do become the first team to be eliminated again.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that, man. Venom Legends, you guys need to step it up. Because if you guys don't, then you guys will be ruled out. I mean, this is the day 2 currently, and if you guys not able to step your footing up right now, then you guys will be ruled out the entire competition too. You guys won't be able to make it to the SA Championship. And I'm pretty sure you are one of those teams that has the biggest dreams as well coming inside this lobby. So you want to make your dreams come true. Venom Legends, it's time to step it up. It's time to wake up. I know you guys are absolute beasts in the game. It's just something that's hindering you guys. Currently, the communication issues are clearly being seen. But hey, again, we don't know what's going on underneath the team, what's going on between the players. So I'm not really going to be sitting here and guessing. But that's what at least can be seen here. And I don't know how to work it out. Again, that's something up to the player. They will try and do so themselves. But now moving on in, ElementriX currently on the southern side, having a great split. And I'm glad that you brought up the Chinese teams. Now, I personally am a huge fan of the splits they have. Even if Nova, they do like to play in the center of the zone, still you see the split that they have, right? It's just such a strong split. Every single player's covering every single player's angles, each other. And this is what I really love.
I mean, that always is, see, your strongest suit is how good your teammates can just play with your synergy. And that's what Nova does, right? They know their individual gameplay. They know their team gameplay. Plus, the best part is, more or less, the team has stuck together since a long time. That matters a lot. Every game refines your synergy. Nowadays, we might just see a few teams, a few players here. In the next season, we might just see a few different players with a different team and all, like, changing up their names and all. That hinders your synergy. I get it. This season might not have been your best season, but don't change the team, right? Give yourself some time. That matters.
Yeah, but then again, you look at some of the teams that you've been playing with the roster since the start, and they're still not able to deliver the performance. Then, at that time, it's understandable if things are just not working out, then go ahead, right? Because there are quite a lot of teams who have been playing over the years and still not able to do that great, and still they're not really being seen in this lobby. So at that time, if there are a couple of roster changes, no one's going to point fingers at you guys. They're going to completely understand, and it's understandable and a mature decision too at that point. Before now, I'm going to focus on the players of Seal, as one of the players that got taken down all the way on the northern side. The rotation for now, Seal's not really being favored with, because they're also being held off at bay. TDK2 is currently on the right side of them. Oh man, things are not looking that great for them.
Yeah, it is not at all looking that great for the players if you just talk about it. But right now, look at that. This dip is a very brilliant dip for these kind of zones to just, play around, because you only have one place to focus, that is forward. All right, I get it. There are not much covers, but still, you can just, think about and get for this one. Right now, Raw's players, they are moving forward. Now they have to worry about 7C from one side, high voltage on the other side. Raw, DE, they are still at the at the front lines. And if you don't even look at one of the directions, well, you can get shot at from that direction. So they have to just maintain their composure, their calmness for all these situations. Skylightz, a team with which the struggles are kind of real right now. No doubt they got a second position in the previous game, but still, it's not the best for them. As of now, Godless is still surviving. The fight's happening, as you can see. A few players taking the other ones down. Savage! Now they gotta be prepared, because Stalwart's coming in to take what was theirs. Alright, the brothers may be helping down the fallen brothers or something, but Stalwart, they are coming in for the fight. Now, Stry takes one player down top. I guess has just got that confirmation. Action is down, needs that res. But what about the players of Savage? The other players, the two surviving members of Savage. Do they know that Stalwart is in for the fight?
Oh, they are. And look at this. Nate tossed in. It's going to crawl quite close, and we'll also find a little connection on the Snipe YT, one of the players that was currently in the interview too. Man, not having a great time after that for sure. Another nade lopped in. This might just be able to crawl, but no, a little undershoot right there. But this one's quite perfection. It's going to deal a decent amount onto No Fear. But again, No Fear is still currently alive. It's just proning around, crawling around. JyanMaara on the receiving end here. Even though TDK, they aren't really looking that hot themselves. The nade's going to, oh my god, it crawls right next to him. Takes them down to half HP, but not enough to take him out. So both these players are looking at least decent for now. Legend realizes going for the res is going to be a suicide mission, so might as well would just back off.
Might as well just, back off from all these situations. But look at that. A few more nades being tossed up. Snipe goes down by DRS's grenade. T2K on one side, DRS on the other, just, trying to enjoy their time of life. These two teams are trying to do everything in their favor, as you could just, see. And now we'll have to understand what situations just come across. Yoga is moving forward as well. JyanMaara, it looks like they are stuck in a bad situation. They are going with their own retaliation grenades, just trying to dish out the players of T2K to the back lines. Legend needs to understand the grenade was on him, and No Fear, the previous game's MVP, is doing pretty good. So Yog on the back lines, and JyanMaara looks like they are a second name of trouble right now, as they are troubling down T2K. DRS onto the back lines. This is the exact time that JyanMaara can actually disengage, but still they don't want to. A good grenade getting lofted at. Again, Suzanne gets a slight damage, but he still wants to survive. T2K Suyog is down. That means T2K, well, they're in a whole world of trouble. Vibes, they get eliminated. And look at that. Seal, 450 eliminations for them. Oh, these grenade Snipe is barely surviving, but not anymore. He goes down. No fear, Suzanne. They are still there. DRS, are they going to rush? Rules, he's out in the open. Jumping, taking that jump TPP angle for himself, but looks like Delta, Killer, they have some other things on their mind, and they want to take a fight on a different direction. That means Snipe, well, he can be revived.
Still, though, two players are up, and yeah, as you said, Snipe can be rest, but look at the way he's just getting bled out when he just got knocked. Some heavy chunks, indeed, was just deducted from his HP. So that means if Snipe does get down one more time, that's going to be tough to get that man back up on the feet, unless one of the players is just going to be right next to him. And then Deadeyes Guys too, look at him, just Rig getting taken out, High Voltage Prabeen there too. So many frags are just thrown all across the board as High Voltage, they're going to find themselves in a great footing in this game, in a great form indeed. But now you talk about DRS, just inflicting pain and hurt on the rest of the players of Seal. One of the players got taken out, now Seal, they're down to just one man alive. Wally, the final glimmer of hope for the entire team right there. Killer YT. From the side of DRS, we talked about this team, and they're currently on the struggling phases, but this game, it seems like they're looking to retaliate back.
Look at that. DRS with a good grenade. Skylightz is one player. Can be taken down, though. Depends on how it's going to just, move. ElementriX is out. All right. The grenade just, goes to a no man's land right now. But they do understand it that their own players are getting taken down. AJ's Molotov takes down Ripson, just, rips him apart. And now DRS is trying. I love the way they were rotating, but then they're getting caught off guard from the players of Skylightz, the team that just woke up in the previous game. And now it looks like Skylight's players, they want to go for the old DRS vibes for themselves. 3 teams name in just one line. Well, that's good. But right now, DRS is still tied on to backlines and Seal. They do get eliminated. Skylight's girls and Nima just going everything, just throwing everything for themselves. DRS, what they need is an umbrella right now, because yes, there is a hellfire raining down on them.
Oh, it is. Another nade tossed into Skylightz Gaming. Look at them, 3 players right on this edge line. And one of the players all the way in the back too, just making sure they're not really going to get backstepped. Another team, which is Deadeyes Guys, currently trying to hold the players off of high voltage on the bay, but are they going to be able to do so successfully? That's something I want to find out, because Turulov and the entire squad at Deadeyes Guys, for now, at least the 2 of the players, they seem decently damaged to high voltage. They do have a little bit of damage buff to start off with. Assassin 2 now is taking a heap load of damage, but the nade from the side of Turulov is going to catch 2 of the players, and that's a game-changing nade right there. That's going to help out the players of Deadeyes Guys way too much.
That definitely is going to just, do a lot of damage to the players. But look at that! There's another one going out that was high voltage, and now Deadeyes Guys is ready to claim what was theirs. That is the top 3 position for themselves. Let's see if they can do that. Skylightz on the other side is doing really good. Stalwart still surviving. Yesterday, the mid Erangel was their chicken dinner. Can they make the same of this one right now? That's one of the questions. Domination coming up for Pika, who is down on 4 eliminations individually for himself. The team is definitely going to be looking really good. DRS, they do get eliminated. Stalwart's moving forward, but they're outside the circle right now. But they are so close to Deadeyes Guys. You see them, but Deadeyes Guys is inside the zone. And Stalwart, well, they're trying to make up their marker. 3 teams remaining with all the players. Deadeyes Guys versus Stalwart versus Skylightz. This is the end game.
Oh, this is about to get real in the later phases, man. I'm telling you right now, we're up for an absolute competition as Deadeyes Guys, now they're looking to mow down the players of Stalwart Esports. Had some clear line of sights on the top. They're fighting an uphill battle over here indeed, but still, Deadeyes Guys, they do have a little race to play off of with. Stalwart Esports has to be the biggest threat currently in the lobby for the South Asians, and how are they going to get rid of them? I mean, that's one of the toughest questions to find an answer to. And we will be able to find the answers to at the end of this game. But that nade from the side of Stalwart crawls right next to Mafia Ninja. Mafia Ninja taken down solo.
Oh, these players, they do understand their work right now. Mafia Ninja, he needs to stay alive. Oh, a nade was quite close to him. But then they're just, going for it. Top can take down Skylight's Mafia Ninja this time. This grenade would be great. And yes, it was. Nima surviving. But for how long can he survive? That's one of the questions. Look at that. Galzin from the backlines is giving an adequate cover. And that cover is brilliant. In fact, AJ takes down Top. Just in that retaliation fire, and Galzin takes down Stride. That means Skylightz, they have a green signal to maybe rush to go for their own teammates to heal them and all those things. But Action is the last one surviving. Action is the solo man right now. He's giving new life to his teammates. That was needed, that was wanted. But then again, what's next? I mean, Skylightz, look at Galzin. I guess he would want to go for a good grenade. But does he know the exact position? Does he read the exact position? Action, he's just around the corner. A few grenades just being lofted down to the players. But look at that, the revivals come in. The revivals have happened. Stalwart, they're back on their feet. But Deadeyes Guys from the backlines, they're coming in for the Mongolians as well.
Oh, this nade. Another nade tossed in from the side of Turulov. Might just be a close one too. Top 3 teams alive, as we all know, and now the wall of death is going to start to move in, also forcing the players of Stalwart Esports a little bit right next to each other. That's something that's not going to be a good news for Stalwart Esports indeed, because one nade from the side of Skylightz Gaming is going to deal the maximum amount of damage, but this time it's the nade from the side of Deadeyes Guys. And Deadeyes Guys too, they're being taken down currently by the side of Skylightz Gaming. Skylightz Gaming, they're looking quite phenomenal, but the team that's going to be on the struggling phase now has to be Stalwart Esports, because the circle takes a shift away from them.
Circle definitely just, takes a shift away from the players. In fact, right now, Deadeyes Guys' players, They are just around the corner. Skylightz players, you see them as well. Oh, look at them just going for a few more throwables. It looks like Skylightz would want to charge in. They would want to rush, in fact. But then again, let's see how it happens. Galzen on one side. Deadeyes Guys' players on the right-hand side of the players of Skylightz. I guess they have that reading. Marfin Ninja, again. Previous Sanhok, he tried to go for it. It did not work in his favor. This time, does it? Does this staying away from the team work in his favor? Will it or will it not? That's one of the most important questions right now. But True Love is coming up as well to repay the debts. Going for a few grenades, but Marfin Ninja spots him. He gets spotted down as well. The trade's happening, but you know what? Which team is smiling in all of these things? It's Skylight from the backlines as they are pressurizing everything that they can see. AJ is the last man surviving, and Stalwart would want to take the players down. Yes, Skylights, well, they are down. On the other side, Shari and on top are the two players surviving, but Stalwart, they are enjoying every bit of chaos that they can rain out here.
Skylightz Gaming down and dusted now. Deadeyes Guys over here. They're able to get the reset on it. So Chari wants to go for the reset too. But our Stalwart gonna let that happen. Stalwart currently in the high ground, and is also able to find the opening. This opening's gonna mean quite a lot as Pika as well gets taken down. A great reply from the side of Deadeyes Guys. Now it's a 2-on-3 situation. Pika gets taken down. The IGL's down. Big man, or at least a big threat, currently neutralized from the lobby. Action will fall down too. Now it's all down to Scry. Scry finds that initial connection and is also going to go for the rest because he realizes that knockout has found him in enough amount of time.
It definitely does, find up enough amount of time for the players. But right now, look at this. Look at this. Stalwart's players, they are just on one side, and there it is. They just go for the ending. They love the ending. They like to end it in style. And if we talk about it, oh my god, Mongolian Day all over again. These are the shades of the past, and Stalwart, they are looking for the future as they secure the second position overall.
Oh, second spot. There we go. Oh boy, Stalwart Esports. This is the Stalwart I know. They're finally able to show themselves up with damage number of 1820. I mean, an elimination heavy game indeed for them. What a great showing. I mean, this is what I wanted to see, a big bomb, and that's what they drop in the lobby.
Yeah, that's what they just, go for, and that's what they like to go for. Stalwart Esports, well, they just went on in style. They like to just, showcase these kind of games for themselves, and I believe this is how the team's, this team's composure just, stays, and, well, at the end, they enjoyed every bit of it.
Let me tell you who didn't really enjoy that, though. I mean, Skylightz Gaming, it seemed like the stars were aligned. It seemed like they could have potentially won that game too. But then in the end, it's like both of these teams, Stalwart Esports and Deadeyes Guys, they just decide to go against Skylightz Gaming. And Skylightz Gaming is sitting there and be like, hey guys, why are you guys targeting us? Like, just chill out. Let's try and take out Stalwart Esports.
Let's talk it out.
They're the odd man out, but that's not the case.
They were like, let's maybe talk it out and all those things, but then that exactly did not happen. First game IHC, second game IHC, third game I get it, JyanMaara just gets it, but fourth game against Stalwart coming in like Mongolian domination has just been, out of the bounds for the players, and I am telling you, they are loving each and every part of it. Mongolians, they're taking the day.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they're also going to be taking this entire league too. Oh. Did I just give some spoilers? But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, with that also being said, we need to throw to a short break. Don't go anywhere though. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which is currently out in the market and up for grabs too. So you guys can go ahead and grab yourself some nice Oppo F21 Pro. With that being said, man, the Mongolian domination indeed is off to a great start on the day too, and I'm pretty sure those teams will also try and just nail down the first spot in the overall.
We'll see though. We'll see, how that happens, because in the overalls right now, first position is with IHC. We know that. Second is with Stalwart. So it's kind of the shades of the past. But then again, we need to see Seal get there as well if we want to just talk about the exact situation as for what has happened in the previous Super weekends. But then again, maybe a few games shy. You never know what's gonna happen. But I want to see where JyanMaara just stays in terms of the points difference, because JyanMaara was there as well. So JyanMaara is giving a tough competition to both of these teams as well. So maybe, and in this game as well, they were in the top 5, amongst the top 5 when they got eliminated. So it's going to be a good conversation to just hold on, and maybe in the upcoming 2 matches, we'll see how this conversation just takes its own sweet time to maybe move forward.
I mean, indeed, it'll take quite a big toll indeed. But for now, let's take a look at the most valuable player of the previous game, and let's find out who's going to be the man of the hour. This time, it's going to be 7C Ripson showing himself up. Not gonna lie, I even lost track of 7C when we were just seeing all those fights happening, because 7C, I mean, even though Ripson got himself 6 eliminations and 4 knockouts and 1 assist with the damage numbers of 913, a banger performance indeed by Ripson without a doubt. But unfortunately, we just didn't really get to see a lot of 7C action in the previous game. Instead, we were seeing just all the fights going down. Stalwart, Seal, the chaos was just so much on the northern side of the lobby that it was just taken away. But still a great performance, a solid performance. I mean, having 913 damage all by yourself, that in itself is one of the most impressive numbers out there. Taking a look at the top players here, Ripson without a doubt is going to be on the top. Then Pika right there on the second spot with 7 eliminations and 561 damage dealt. Turulov too right there with 5 eliminations and 567. Probeen there too on the 4th spot with 4 eliminations and 444. Absolutely insane performances. And Deadeyes Guys too, I'm not going to lie, in the end, oh boy, the South Asians decided to creep themselves and they took out Skylightz Gaming. It was Stalwart Esports, Deadeyes Guys just teaming up on Skylightz Gaming in the end, because Skylightz Gaming had the prime positioning. If Skylightz Gaming weren't cut off, Deadeyes Guys would not have been able to finish in the 2nd spot, because Skylightz Gaming being there, Skylightz Gaming would have survived no matter what. Stalwart Esports too would have survived no matter what, because Stalwart had the hilltop to play with. So the only team that could take out Stalwart Esports was Skylightz Gaming, but then Skylightz Gaming got shot down by the players of Deadeyes Guys. And I mean, if you're talking about the storyline, this couldn't be any better. Now, stats comparison between the teams, Stalwart Esports and Deadeyes Guys, the top 2 teams alive here. And, well, there we go. 18,020 damage dealt. And then you have 18,050 damage dealt from the side of Deadeyes Guys. Pretty much neck-to-neck competition here when it comes to the damage numbers. But unfortunately, the conversion right there from damage to the elimination points, that's not really looking that great from the side of Deadeyes Guys. And that's something they'll need to try and at least, pick up their factor in the future lines. It's 11 knockouts from both the sides, 24-46 survival time on the side of Stalwart Esports, but then 25-23 survival time on the players of Deadeyes Guys. And even though Stalwart Esports won that previous game, they still don't really have that strongest survival average. It's because they did not really have a lot of players in the final fight. But still,
right,
now,
I mean, Necro, that's quite a lot to just come to grasp with. But again, I mean, it was an impressive run, and as Ocean said towards the end of the game before you guys left for a break as well, I mean, the Mongolian team's doing very, very nicely at this up until this point into the tournament today. And again, looking at the match summary, Pika is going to be there with the highest knocks, highest elims, and Action taking the highest healing done inside of the match. Shifu pops up with the highest assist inside of the match, and Ripson with the highest damage dished out. But again, there are glimpses of the players of Stalwart Esports everywhere in terms of the match summary as well. How are you doing, Necro, by the way?
Yeah, okay, look. I was about to answer your question, but first of all, what are you doing here? I thought Ocean's going to be here.
Yeah, it's game number 4, and that was just my cue to toss Ocean out of his chair and just take his spot. I was
Why
just
would you
missing
toss
out
him
on
out
all
of his
the
chair?
action.
He's a human being. Man.
Well, I mean, he is a human being, and he is a pretty close buddy of ours, but still, it's pretty fun to every day just come and be like, yeah, get out. It's my turn now. I enjoy that. That's the highlight of my day. But talking about other things, we have the match rankings in front of us. 26 points for Stalwart Esports from this match. Skylightz Gaming and DRS. Now, this is what I like. The two teams bring themselves, well, slightly back into a fighting position, especially DRS. I mean, have been consistent throughout.
Oh, man. Johnny with just that gangsta vibe. Gangsta Johnny. Johnny, I want to see you with the glasses on, too. But, yeah, getting my head back in the...
You have my glasses, I think.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I stole it. But, yeah, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I mean... Indeed, great showing from the side of Stalwart Esports. Not really surprised that we're actually seeing a complete Mongolian domination, but still, remember, top 10's the goal here. Unless if you want to secure that cash money too, then you need to go for the top 3. That's where the most amount of money is diverted towards. But then if you're going to be in the latter half, then you're not really going to be getting that much amount of money secured in your pockets, unless if you've had a banger performance, even in the Super Weekends, and you were able to get a lot of money in your hands. Let's take a look at the open moments and let's find out how things really did kick off. And it's the 7C side, how Ripson was able to just rip each and every single player apart off the side of Venom Esports. And this fight right here, it started off so bad for the players of Savage Esports, and I was like, this is not a fight Savage Esports wants to be in, and then they just flipped the complete tables against the players of IHC.
Well, I mean, the tables were flipped, and high voltage, I mean, it was quite exciting to watch them be a part of the action again. I mean, this early pick from on the players of JyanMaara was something that had me worried for a few moments. But then again, I mean, JyanMaara walking away with 11 points from this match as well, I think has kept them in a really good position in the overall rankings as well. And again, I mean, Erangels today have been very chaotic. Not just today, since yesterday, in fact. It's very difficult to predict what the circle shifts are going to be like. It's all over the place, and that is resulting in us having a lot of exciting matches.
Oh, man. And then we talk about this, right? Deadeyes Guys, too. Just see if we sure are able to just mow the players down. And JyanMaara just got some light work done on by the players of Stalwart Esports from the front. Stalwart Esports have the high ground. This is exactly what I was talking about. And unfortunately, Skylightz Gaming, they had the prime spot to play with, too. It seemed like Skylightz Gaming could have been one of those teams that could have took out potentially the Stalwart Esports, currently the biggest competitor in the lobby. But that was not the case. Deadeyes Guys too started shooting at the players of Skylightz Gaming, and then that's just like two different teams shooting at you at the same time. And Skylightz Gaming, that was a little bit too much to handle for them.
I mean, in scenarios like this, there's not really much you can do. Either you completely give up on one side, defenses on one side, and then just focus all your firepower on the other. But anyways, I mean, survival, the options that are there for these lads to actually survive, they are, well, very small and very little. But looking at the damage histogram, I mean, again, DE and Stalwart Esports did, in fact, dominate majority of the match. 1850 damage for DE, 1820 for Stalwart Esports. But this is what we care about now, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, the moment has arrived. Stalwart Esports, they've taken their spot right next to the players of IHC Esports. Just 10 points separating these two teams. JyanMaara on the third with 116 points. Deadeyes Guys on the fourth. I mean, they are bringing themselves back into a fighting position. But now, again, looking very intense between the top 4 teams. 105, 134, 2 matches to go. Anything can happen.
Oh, and then anything can happen indeed. And so far, the first 2 teams are the Mongolian teams. Here we go. Yes. Not even surprised. This is what I wanted to see on day 1, but unfortunately that was not the case. But it's okay. You know, it's better late than never. Seal Esports, though, is one of those teams that's currently on the cusp of getting eliminated. They're sitting on the 9th spot, and then right underneath him is High Voltage. The reason why I said eliminated, again, I'm going to repeat myself, is because you need to be top 10 to make sure you're going to be approaching inside the SA Championship. If that's not going to be the case, then you guys are going to be ruled out of this. And now moving inside the schedules of the final day 2, we're going to be moving on in onto the match of Miramar, which is going to be match 11. And then after Miramar, we're going to be moving on over to Erangel. Now, Miramar and Erangel left 2 of the big maps out here, 2 of the most OG maps too. I mean, we're going to be expecting all the teams going ham, but you know what I expect? I'm expecting Seal to do really good in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting Seal to pop up as well. I mean, they are one of those top 3 teams from the league stages that are getting left behind as far as the entirety of the competition is considered. But again, the pace on Miramar and Erangel these days has been very interesting. I mean, we have had super slow early games. A lot of chaos in the
Yeah.
mid-game stages. In the late game has always been about the team sitting with the numbers advantage. Although, I mean, going into this map of Miramar, as you mentioned, Seal Esports, I think it would be quite interesting to see Savage Esports pop off as well. I mean, we know they have the capability of doing so, but so far, just because of how committed, or in fact, the overcommitments that have been there from their side, they just keep on blundering up those mid-game fights.
Man, talk about blunders though. I'm not gonna lie, Venom Esports is currently on the biggest blunder sites because 7C,
Yes.
they ripped them apart right off the bait, right off the gap right there. And then I don't know how they're going to be able to make a comeback. And then you talk about another blunder start, which is Venom Legends getting eliminated again on 16th spot.
Oh.
What's going on with these teams? Venom Esports 2, not really doing that great. Venom Legends 2 just getting ruled out this early off in the game. It's like right off the gate, if you guys are going to be eliminated out, then I don't really know what to say at that point, because it's clearly just you getting outskilled and outclassed.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I completely agree with that final statement right there, because it's not even like it's just one bad game. It's like almost 2 days entirely, and Venom Legends have been struggling now in the finals. And again, their journey through the league stages wasn't much of a cruise either. They failed to qualify for one whole week. The first week that they played, they were absolutely incredible, and it was because of that first week's performance that Venom Legends managed to make it to the finals. But now, once you are in the finals, there is not a lot of opportunity left, and almost more than 50% of the matches are done already. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk about that a little bit later, as the trajectory on Miramar, well, the plane on Miramar is in front of us, and the trajectory of the plane is going to be on our screen shortly. It's starting from the western edge of the map, all the way from El Pozo, going through Los Leones and towards the southeastern edge of Miramar, quite close to Puerto Palacio.
Man, I mean, just imagine the amount of teams that are going to be screwed over with this plane path. Oh my god. I'm already kind of worried, man, because Savage Esports, they like to go all the way towards La Cabrera. And now I don't know how they're going to be able to settle themselves down. Maybe they will try and drop in their secondary drop spot. Don't exactly know how things are going to be looking like, but yeah, Savage Esports, it seems like they're going to just drop out right here. Skylightz Gaming going towards La Cabrera. My bad, scratch that. Skylightz Gaming like to go towards La Cabrera. So they are also kind of screwed here. I'm pretty sure they will try and drop in crater fields and get some decent amount of loot, just get some base loot over there, and then maybe move on in for the in-depth loot in La Cabrera. But Skylightz Gaming, they're looking decent for now. Savage Esports 2 and OK-ish start for them. But again, Savage Esports is one of those teams that's currently sitting on the second last of the board, which is 15th spot in the overall rankings. And I'm pretty sure Savage Esports, as I've been saying this since the start of the tournament, they are one of those teams which has the strongest firepower, or at least one of the strongest firepower in the entire lobby. And they deserve to be in the top 10, let's be honest.
Exactly. I mean, Savage Esports have been quite nice to watch, but oh my goodness, what a start to the match, as JyanMaara is going to be the one finding the opening. One player from the side of Seal Esports is out already, and Wally, oh wow, has the Winchester on his back, a pistol in his hands as well. Dish out a lot of damage on one of the individuals from the side of JyanMaara, which was Susan, but with no fear down on his knees. Will the players of JyanMaara be able to get themselves in a position from where they can either go for a revive or put more pressure on the players of Seal Esports?
Talk about the pressure on the players of Seal Esports. I mean, JyanMaara here, they got a return knock on themselves, and Seal, they're able to do so. A great reply from the side of Seal. And then another one player's just going to straight up walk into the vicinity of another player's of Seal. And this is what really happens. You're supposed to expect a man right there, especially when you know you're in the enemy territory. Oh, man. A rookie mistakes. Did not really expect the player to just camp right there. He heard his footsteps and just sat in the corner and waited for him to just walk in his crosshairs, and was easily able to get rid of him. And now it's another fight panning out between the players, Venom Legends and 7C. We know Venom Legends, they're currently on the struggling phase, and they're actually able to take down 7C Memo. A big knockout indeed from the game. And now 7C, they're going to be quite pissed after that one.
Well, let's see how mad are the players going to be like that, but... And how will they look to find the opening? 7C Esports, again, Venom Legends, as you mentioned. I mean, this collision was imminent. It was unavoidable because both the teams were looking to head towards the side of, well, towards the Impala position. And we know it can get a little too crowded in this small little city, but let's see. Venom Legends, they have found 2 openings now. 2 elimination points already secured. Esports, the same story for them, and they are looking to hunt the remaining players of JyanMaara, which is going to be a little tricky since Suzanne has managed to get away now, and he has gotten quite a decent bit of distance between himself and the players of Esports. Wally, is he going for a hunt this early in the game? Wow.
Johnny, you know what? Between all this action, we haven't really been able to take care of our chat.
Oh yeah, how's chat going now?
We haven't really been. Yeah, exactly. That's the question I had to the chat too. Let us know, chat. How are you guys doing? How are you guys enjoying these grand finals? How are you guys enjoying your home time? How are you guys able to play video games? Overall, just tell us. Are you guys having a great time, or are you guys having a bad time? If you guys are having a bad time, let us know why. Because of course, I don't want to see my chat sad, you know, because you guys are lovely.
Yeah, the chat has always been amazing, but I mean, what we also want to know is what are their thoughts on the entire overall ranking situation. I mean, Skylightz Gaming, DRS, they are definitely not performing to the expectations that were set by, well, the expectations that were set by everyone, but it was set because of how the teams have played in the past. And that has not been the case. It doesn't look like the case this time. So I think it's going to be a little worry for all the fans that are supporting those 2 teams in particular. DRS on the other side have taken a little bit of pressure away already. Skylightz Gaming from the previous match, they have done the same, but we want the teams to contend for the trophy and not just be on the middle of the table. I think those are the expectations from those 2 teams. But look at that. So massive cluster is soon going to form to the positions of where, well, Hacienda del Patron, San Martin, those sort of areas where Stalwart Esports and DRS already are. T2K, look at them taking early control of the center of the circle.
They are. And then right in the smack center, as you said, T2K, they're not really going to be having to move a lot right there. They can just sit there, eat their food, just chill out overall. Take out the cold drinks too. And just enjoy their sweet little time. But if you talk about some other teams, man, for example, IT, and yeah, as you said, a great question for the chat. Let us know, guys. What do you guys think about the overall rankings? Because currently in the top 3, or at least in the top 2, in the first place is IHC, and in the second place is Stalwart Esports. And who's in third place? I didn't really remember. Think so. It was I think so. It was JyanMaara, who's currently in the third spot. So yeah, chat. Let us know. What do you guys think about the top 3 situation? And then let us know what do you guys think about the bottom 6 teams too, because they need to be in the top 10.
I think JyanMaara have definitely been a pleasant change, a pleasant surprise in the list of the top performing teams. I mean, they have been pretty incredible to watch. And I mean, this was the team that we expected since the start. And I'm not talking about start of this PMPL. I mean, PMPL Season 2's JyanMaara. You remember that? They were, well, very, very amazing during those times. And now it feels like the old JyanMaara is returning to the stages. But a little bit of a pickle for them as well, as they find themselves surrounded by the players of Savage Esports towards the edge of the circle, and it's going to be the last player remaining, Suzanne from the team. He's still hiding, just holding on to his position. And Savage Esports, they don't want to check these 2-3 buildings that are there in the middle of nowhere. Their priorities are set. They want to get in a much nicer position in the circle, probably with a lot more cover than this.
A great point from you, though, JyanMaara. You know, a great change of taste right there, a great change of flavor.
Yeah.
Because in the league stages, if I'm not wrong, JyanMaara was one of those teams that was actually in the latter half of the board and that was struggling quite a lot. And now moving inside the grand finals is just a complete new breath of fresh air. It's like a new JyanMaara. It's like a transformed new JyanMaara. And just incredible to see how they've been able to put up these numbers. Now, moving on in, again, it's going to be quite interesting to find out which team's going to be able to take this one. And talking about this, let us know, guys, which team you guys think will win this game. Let's test you guys' luck.
Let's test your predictions, if you will. I mean, we'll see if we can find the next Ocean Sharma, someone who's as good as predictions. Yeah,
let's see who has the crystal ball here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Make your bets. Go and lock in your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Which team you guys think will win this game, and we'll be able to find out the upcoming Ocean Sharma, the next Ocean.
The next Ocean, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy. I mean, the man has his own tricks to just read the game, I guess. We got to learn that, but like got to do a lot of maths for that. He tried to teach me, and I'm very bad with numbers, so I failed that lecture. But still, talking about other things, I mean, we do have the blue zone closing in soon, so we will have the next shift of the circle. Everyone is just eyeing the center. We see Venom Legends moving in, JyanMaara. Not a lot left to do as Gunnar and Susan. Oh my goodness, I just noticed that. Look at where these two players are. One towards Minas Generales, the other towards Chumacera.
Oh boy.
There's no coming back from that.
Indeed, there's no coming back. And now look at this. Next circle shift is going to be deciding the entire fate of the teams here. And it's going to just center up right in the center. That means TDK is still currently, they don't have to move at all. And oh boy, TDK, they might just grow some bellies because they haven't really been moving a lot. They haven't really been jogging a lot right here.
Well, let's see high voltage. Look at them as well, using the perimeter of the map to just maneuver themselves, position themselves for an easy entry into the circle. And it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly if they find their way in. But for now, Skylightz Esports, they find themselves up against the players of DE. A few shots fired from Wally, but now they just start backing off.
And then there you go. Vibes, they're actually able to blow up one of the players of Savage. And I was about to say, Savage is one of those teams that I'm going to be eyeing out in this Miramar game. And unfortunately, Savage, they've already got a casualty on their side. This is not really that great. It's circled so far, too. It's nothing really complicated. It just centers up right on the team. So teams, we're not really going to be seeing a lot of early collisions, even inside the next circle, because this circle is going to have enough amount of space to just contain all the teams currently in the lobby. But then the next circle shift is what's going to matter, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be a hard shift right there just to decide which teams are going to be living and which teams might just be taking an exit from this one. A Stalwart Esports action is now able to take out one of the players from Raw, and he's going to be able to get the confirmation too. That's something Raw is not really anticipating coming their way. And then you have IC going up against the players of ElementriX. ElementriX, currently, they do have a couple of smokes just to provide that visual blockage. But again, the smoke's just going to block the vision. It's not going to block the bullets.
Well, let's see. I mean, who will be able to connect? And it's quite interesting to see. ElementriX, Incus knocked out. 3 players left standing up against the players of T2K. As I mentioned, I mean, IHC, we were talking about them as well, going for a push onto ElementriX. Incus finished off completely. Just the isolated player being picked up. So not a lot of other things to do for IHC from this point onward. They will be holding on to their cover towards this graveyard area and, well, just be absolutely patient, I guess. The central shift of the circle, ladies and gentlemen, giving no incentive to the teams to force fights, to force rotations. Now, since everyone was pretty much in a comfortable spot inside of the circle, all they have to do is just find some solid concrete cover. As Necro said, the smokes do deny vision, but they are not going to block bullets. So you have to find those buildings, warehouses, whatever is possible for you to work around with, and just try and see if you can save your spot, save your position, and not be spotted out.
Oh, look at this. Jane just just jump spotting the players in the front. This is one of those strats that I've been currently seeing in the lobby. It's just jump spotting on top of the walls or on top of the barricades. Oh, this skin I feel like is one of the most distracting skins. I don't know. It's just so good that it actually distracts me. Is it the same with you too, Johnny?
Yeah. It can get a little distracting, but I mean, it can be just a little bit, just a tiny smidge. I mean, we do have our attention quite easily drawn to all of the sparkly stuff that's happening, but I guess it's also about looking cool at the same time.
Talk about looking cool, man.
There's extra swag points, right? If you can avoid getting distracted.
Talk about looking cool. Let me tell you who's looking cool today. The chat. The chat's looking extra cool on summer days, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to wear those beach t-shirts, you know. The cool t-shirts. Make sure to wear those sunglasses because currently we're in Miramar. And now, Deadeyes Guys, okay, right in the compound of Vibes. And look at Jiggle The big man being caught up between the players of Deadeyes Guys, and now he will
Oh,
be
no.
instantly cut off. The lifeline's not there anymore, as now the rest of the players of Vibe, they will try and retaliate back, or at least will try and give a stronger reply to Deadeyes Guys, and so far they're not able to find that connection. So Deadeyes Guys looking pretty healthy. On the other hand, Vibes, they're just down to a 3-man squad, and the most unfortunate thing about this one is that Joker is all by himself in this compound.
Yeah, it's not a very nice position for him to be in, but Malik in the backlines will be able to provide a decent amount of suppressing fire for his teammate. But he needs to be extremely careful. Shifu and on top, just a little bit further away behind the buildings, should be in a position to spot out Malik and take a few shots towards him. But the smokes being lobbed are going to allow Joker to fall back, and Jiggle is going to be the only pickup for Deadeyes Guys. And the fight has been reset. So 14 minutes in, we have all 16 teams, 54 players are surviving, and it was, whoa. Well, that's a ballsy move right there. Susan from JyanMaara going for the airdrop pickup, even though he's one of the last 2 players surviving for his team. I guess the slow rotations are working out for JyanMaara, but kind of an interesting collision moment over there as well. The players from Vibes almost getting caught off guard again for the second time, but they do manage to avoid it.
Yeah. You know what, Johnny? I was thinking of buying a real-life buggy.
That's going to be very expensive, bro.
It is?
Yeah.
I was thinking of buying a real-life buggy and then making you sit in the back, and then I would just drive on top of a speed breaker and just put an instant brake. So you will fall down in front.
I think I might just fly. I might be able to take off from that momentum.
Yeah, it'd be like, I believe I can fly. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Yeah. See. I was telling you guys he can sing.
Dude, I don't listen. All right,
I made you sing. Woo! That's a win.
Dude, look, I'm pretty sure that wasn't even the real glimpse of my voice.
Yeah,
if you guys want to, though, sometimes you guys can, you know, tune in. I mean, just follow us on our socials, and maybe sometimes we'll go live and do some nice vocal sessions, you know, where Johnny and I will sing together. Johnny can play some good instruments, some good guitars and stuff, so we can have a nice little orchestra situated up, and we'll make a nice song.
We'll make a song about the slow early game. In the finals of this PMPL.
Ooh, what if we make our own PMPL song?
Oh, that's gonna be nice, but I don't know if that's gonna be good enough. But talking about good things, though, IHC have lost out on one of their players, and he has been finished off as well. And it's ElementriX, I believe, repaying the favor.
Ooh, shots peppered down by Godless.
Oh, it's the player's Vibes.
But still, boy. IC just down to IC's taken out currently. He's down and dusted, so I'm pretty sure that's something that's not really going to be okay. I just got a little surprised because I haven't really seen a suppressed Scarl with a 6x on it. It's been a long time. I haven't really seen one of those, and we're currently able to see that in the lobby in the favor of Savage Esports, and they're trying to pull off some shenanigans in the lobby. Unfortunately, though, another player will be ejected out the buggy, and he will be knocked out. Savage Esports. Now they're just down to the one last man alive. And I'm pretty sure the problems are just going to be keeping on continuing, because in the map of Miramar, you want to make sure you have as much as land control as possible. But again, if you're just going to be down to the one player, all you can do is just rat it out.
Well, but let's see what is going to happen on the other side. ElementriX still stuck in this factory, and for the next few moments, we'll be feeling quite comfortable, but again, towards the southwestern part of the circle is where ElementriX are positioned. IHC just outside the zone, and Vibes, they were closing in from the backs of IHC, but this is where a massive cluster of teams are headed towards the southeastern side of the map. T2K is going to be present in that location. Phantom Esports struggling to go in. Skylightz Gaming, they've been spotted out. A lot of damage dished out, and oh, Slipknot, he might just have handed the death sentence to the players of Skylightz Gaming, but no, they still have enough to sustain. Mad Max is trying to push forward, head from a flank, and see if he can find a few pickups, but he will instantly be shut down along the way. JyanMaara Gunner against the players of 7C Esports. Ripstead, he will find the pick, and ladies and gentlemen, that's another team biting the dust in this match. JyanMaara taking an exit not on the 16th but on the 15th position, as Savage Esports were the first team to go out.
boy. And then Venom Esports there is just able to pepper down some bullets in the front. Skylightz Gaming currently there. Look at that one player. He just barely got rested up right now. As now Nemo is also just peppering down so many shots in the front. Vexy's going to be the player right behind the rock. But yeah, he's still tanking a lot of zone damage right there. That's something that's going to be a little problematic. And there we go. Vexy will eventually fall down because he was just getting tunnel vision by the players of Skylightz Gaming. They realized he was like a free elimination point right behind the rock. And he was up for grabs too, so they're going to go ahead and grab it. On the kill feed, though, we do see the kill feed dancing again. It's the players of DRS just taking a dig against the players of Seal, if I'm not wrong. And IT2 now going to be entering inside the fray. Zolt's been taken out. Alex trying to retaliate back and give a strong reply. And Evil, Orange will be knocked off from the side of ElementriX. But ElementriX too, they don't really realize the res is currently being stuck by the side of IC. This is interesting.
Well, this is interesting. This is also very intense. IHC pushing forward. Sasi saw two players trying to make the cross. The Molotovs also are going to be lobbed out to just deter any sort of ideas of pushing through the window. Now, Alex with a nade being cooked in his hands is looking to see if he can lob it behind the silos, but the push is not really going to happen as ElementriX are just hiding in the gaps. And Alex with a beautiful drop shot finds Mr. Yozu, that's just going to leave Sus as the last player standing for his team. And as he runs out, oh no! No, Deadeyes Guys from the distance find the final elimination in that fight. And well, now they have the attention of the players of IHC, which not necessarily is going to be a good thing.
Yo, I mean, the attention of IHC having the big monsters right on your tail now, that's not going to be good news. But again, I mean, IC got taken out quite early from the side of IHC. Yeah. And I'm not going to lie, Chad is one of the most creative creatures in the entire PMPL or the entire PUBG community. I just read a comment saying, it's hot summer in Miramar, so IC melts. And that just cracked me up.
Oh, man. I mean, imagine if that chat came through as soon as he was taken out. That would have been the perfect timing, but DRS up against Stalwart Esports. Another fight timed perfectly, and Skylightz Gaming, I mean, just approaching the situation from towards the players of DRS are all set up to third party and grab a few extra elimination points for themselves, but a nade being lobbed by Mafia Ninja is a little bit further away from where it should be, so it's not going to hit its mark entirely, but Stalwart Esports are there for that. Pika just pushes forward, gets a few picks, and that's it. DRS bye-bye from this matchup as, well, what just happened? Raw, they are here to replace DRS. Now, they are one of the ones getting sandwiched from Stalwart Esports and Skylightz Gaming.
And yeah, there we go. Nemesis now is going to be there too. Instantly knocked out, though. This is what we talk about, replying back in fashion, and now Raw too. As Nemesis being knocked out, Stalwart Esports, they're going to try and reposition. As Skylightz Gaming, they do realize the same thing too, but unfortunately, they're catching a bit too many bullets, and they will finally be eliminated from the lobby in the 10th spot. Another Molotov lobbed in, though. It's going to be crawling right next to the players of Seal. Hopefully, the flames are not going to be spreading too much. If they do, it might just catch the man of fire who was knocked out. But look at that retaliation knock from the side of Seal. Now they will need to sweep their way in, but unfortunately, Demo gets knocked out by the play zone again. He just got rezzed. And now as we look at the entire team over here, T2K, right on this hilltop too, there's another team right underneath them. This one's going to be an interesting one indeed, as we still need to figure out how T2K, they're going to try to get on the downhill, because if they do, they're probably going to be exposing their bodies doing so. And oh boy, look at the bolt action sniper in the hands of Pika. He's straight up going to try and rule some players out of this game. He will try and just crack some skulls open as trying to kill now. They're just tapping away. They have the high ground to play with, but again, as I said, they will need to leave this high ground and also move out in the open doing so. While they will try to make it towards the lower ground, that means trying to kill will be the most vulnerable team in the entire lobby at that time. And look at that. Venom Legends, unfortunately, they're catching a bit too many bullets. They will be taken out. One of the players gets taken out. Venom Legends weren't really that quick on their feet.
Well, you mentioned they weren't really that quick, and they will have to pay a price for that, but Stalwart Esports action now. It's going to be very exciting to watch Pika with the bolt action again, but being stuck in the blue can be the thing that just forces Stalwart Esports to bow down. But look at this, T2K, trained to kill from the high ground advantage, have already racked up 7 elimination points for themselves. And they're not looking to stop anytime soon. But let's see, IHC pushing forward for the players of DE while they are distracted with the players of T2K from the top of that mountain. It is going to be extremely crucial that they readjust, smoke off the position for the players of T2K and then just try and fight it out with the players of IHC. Godless, he's running forward. Trula fighting in the bush, knows exactly where the opposition might be, but it is going to be quite interesting to see exactly when he steps out to take the shots, and the timing of that is going to be very critical for the survival of Deadeyes Guys in this fight. And now it has all started. Zero, Alex, and all of them, they're going at it. Godless is knocked out. Alex trying his level best to protect his teammate, does not really have a helmet on him. Deadeyes Guys, they're going to try and back off as well. A small little reset for them to bring True Love back into this fight. Nades being lobbed, utility being tossed towards the players of IHC, while T2K on the other end from the top of hill are looking to push forward for the center of the circle. Now finally down to the top 5 teams, 14 players alive. 7C Esports will be forced to take an exit from this match. Sanhok with a nade. Oh, he sees the 2 lads now. This can be lined up quite easily, but will we feel the impact? That is the question. And we do. Pika's out.
Pika's out. IHC over here too, and Turlov unfortunately is going to catch a bit of bullet right there from the side of Alex, or from the side of IHC in general. And IHC, they're just trying to charge on in. 2 players of Deadeyes Guys right behind this rock. They're not really spread out that much. And look at IHC. They're looking to engulf Deadeyes Guys like an amoeba. And an easy light work done from the side of Deadeyes Guys. Not even a struggle to whip out a team like Deadeyes Guys. Just to root them out this entire game. And IHC, the domination indeed is being seen there from their side. But TDK, they're trying to instantly capitalize on the fact that they just got it outside of a fight. And now I'd see they're currently just down to a 2-man squad, and still they can be a biggest threat for TDK. Are they going to be able to clutch this situation out? Because TDK have all their 4 players up.
Well, but let's see. I mean, the late game scenario on this particular map, not really what we thought it was, according to, based on how the early game was going. But let's see, T2K, they have a pretty nice man advantage for themselves. And
they also have the circle.
Yeah, they have the circle. They have 4 players. They have 10 eliminations already. And no other team apart from them should be able to walk away with this win, since IHC and High Voltage will literally have to climb uphill to take on the players of T2K. Oh, that's not going to happen. I think we should already just, players from T2K, then they can pretty much start celebrating this chicken dinner win already.
I mean, look at TDK. They currently have the zone control, and they're also right on the edge of the zone, making sure they're being the guardian angels, and they're not going to let anyone cross by. Unless Extreme here goes for a spoiler, and he's able to take out at least one of the players from TDK, but that's not going to be the case. High Voltage, they get eliminated too on the 3rd spot, and now I'd see it's all down to them to try and be the playmakers in this one. TDK, all 4 players up against the 2 players of IHC. IHC trying to breach in the defense off TDK, but I'm pretty sure they're not even going to be able to crack the wall, as TDK, the wall currently is one of the strongest wall in the entire game. TDK, as I said, they want to be the guardian angels, and look at Jane forming an off angle, going for the flank too, but Jane might as well be vulnerable doing so.
Well, let's see, Jane. This is going to be a very risky move from his side, but he's pretty confident about his teammates. Now, Sanhok with the pan in his hand is going to lob it behind the rock, but that is not going to work. What is going to work, in fact, are the weapons in the hands of the other players that trained to kill.
Not even surprised.
Well, they were able to close this game out quite nicely, but again, this was supposed to be their win. This was supposed to be their game. High ground advantage, all 4 players alive. The other teams, their numbers were dwindled out before they even got to the climb of that mountain. And, T2K, they were set up for success, and in the end, they were successful as well.
They were indeed successful, and TDK, they really needed this one to get that bounce in the overall rankings. And I'm pretty sure after this chicken dinner, they've been able to catapult themselves quite high. Currently, they're sitting in the 3rd spot in the overall rankings, Johnny. Another team that's in contention, another team that's looking to challenge the domination of the Mongolians, and now Mongolians will need to silence this threat.
I mean, as you said, they definitely do need to silence this threat at least. But let's not forget, JyanMaara are not going to be too far away as well. So there's a lot of other teams that will be putting up a lot of pressure on the on Stalwart Esports in particular. Because, IHC, They had an advantage. They made it to the top 3 in this match as well. They had a decent number of elimination points. So IHC, I don't think they're going to be falling down anytime soon. But Stalwart Esports, they need to be careful in the last match of the day. If they lose that second position going into the final game, well, after the final game at the end of the day, then I think tomorrow they're going to be feeling some pressure. But I do expect something insane from Stalwart Esports tomorrow.
I mean, they've already delivered quite an insane performance. They're sitting on second spot. But yeah, I do understand. Stalwart Esports is a complete different beast, and we haven't really seen the true powers being unleashed. We haven't really seen their ultimate form. We haven't really seen that. Okay, before that, though, before whatever I say, I'm going to throw to a short break because I just got the call from the Puppet Master, so I have to listen to him. If I don't, he will just throw me off. So we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Are the Mongolians going to be able to activate that Ultra Instinct mode? Hey, if you guys understood, that's a little bit of, a relation between Dragon Ball Z, if you guys are a fan of Dragon Ball Z yourself. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PMPL 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. And now, of course, as I was talking about the Mongolian teams trying to activate that Ultra Instinct mode, especially Stalwart Esports. They're one of those teams that we haven't really seen to the fullest potential in these grand finals so far. And I'm pretty sure they're just waiting for the lobby to gel up. They're just waiting for the lobby to calm down a little bit more. And they're just waiting for all the teams on the latter half of the board to have more pressure on the day 3. And when they do, that's when Stalwart Esports will strike like a venomous snake.
I mean, since you are making Dragon Ball Z references, I think, as you mentioned, Ultra Instinct, I think that is something that IHC Esports have sort of accumulated into their playstyle quite nicely, especially considering in the league stages, we saw them playing very slowly and just protecting themselves in the early game stages, avoiding any unnecessary collision. And on the other side, Stalwart Esports, they are like Vegeta, wherein you just take one of them down, they are going to be very mad about it, and they are going to come for you with everything that they have. But talking about everything that
Beerus,
these individuals have. Wait, Stalwart Esports Beerus? No.
Ooh, I think so. Beerus Sama has to be, what do you say? Seal, maybe. Seal.
Maybe.
But Seal has to be Beerus, IHC has to be Vegeta, and then Stalwart Esports is Goku. Ooh, that's a good reference. What do you say?
I don't know. We'll talk about that in a bit. For now, I think the MVP of the game is also important. But Sandesh, I mean, doing a pretty phenomenal job in this particular match. 5 eliminations, 576 damage, and the 24-minute survival time. Train to Kill, they were looking very, very solid in this performance of theirs. And, I mean, there was, towards the final top 5 teams, I don't think there was anyone else that could have been... well, anyone else who could have taken this win away from them unless the zone moved away from them, which it never really did. So Train to Kill since the start of the game till the very end just remained in the smack center of the circle, which I think was, well, pretty amazing considering I think even DRS were trying to contest their position, but no one was able to move them.
Oh my god, and then you have TDK and IHC Esports right here with 1794 damage dealt from the side of TDK, and then IHC2 right there with 1587. So far, both these teams are able to do really great, but hey, again, props should be given to TDK. 13 elimination points, and they were also able to dominate over the players of IHC in the end against those 2 players left over. 7 elimination points from the side of IHC, but considering the fact that they were just handicapped down to a 3-man squad that early off in the game, as it's a summer's day in Miramar and icy melted, so... yeah, I mean, IHC is still, props should be given to them too. A 3-man squad making it to the second spot. That's quite impressive.
Well, if that's the case, I think the man just better turn himself into Captain Freeze from Batman and just start carrying stuff around that makes it keeps the temperature around him super cool. But I think going into the last game of the day, IHC Esports, there's not really going to be a lot of pressure on the players. I mean, they're already leading the chart, sitting on the first position, so and no one has been able to get close to them to topple them over, apart from Stalwart Esports, of course. But they were not having a fun time in the previous match. Looking at the match summary now, ladies and gentlemen, highest eliminations for Sandesh, highest damage dished out for the new lad amongst IHC, Alex, who was very on point in terms of just making sure that IHC Esports, the entire team, did not get taken out early and made it to the top 3.
I mean, exactly. This is the rookie's dream run right here. Alex doing such a great job stepping up to the occasion too. And then Sandesh right here with 5 eliminations. Wally there too with the highest assists. Ripson there with 930 highest healing done. Okay, interesting, Ripson. You probably healed yourself quite a lot in the previous game. But moving on over to the match rankings, as TDK, that found themselves at least the first spot, so that's going to give them 15 placement points and 13 elimination points, boosting themselves up with 28 points now, and they've also gotten the 3rd spot in the entire overall rankings too. Match rankings, though, the previous game, IHC 2 not really far behind, so that means the IHC, they're looking to nail down the first spot with consistency. And then, you talk about consistent performances indeed, man. You have Venom Legends 2 coming in right there. I mean, they're currently being consistent when it comes to staying at the bottom of the board.
Oh, man. I mean, that has been the unfortunate case for Venom Legends, but let's see. I mean, they did get 6 points from this game, so I'm going to be hopeful that they can get a few more by the end of the day today. It's baby just steps. One more match remaining. Baby steps, as you said. And it's just one more match remaining, right? It's the last Erangel. Their finals, they have been messed up already, so at this point onwards, they're sitting on the 16th position. You don't really have a lot to lose if you are one of the players playing in Venom Legends, so it's time to just go YOLO, just start taking on the players that have been giving you a lot of trouble. It was Skylightz Gaming, by the way, in the early stages of the tournament, just ruining their drops on Erangel. So maybe Venom Legends are going to be looking to get some revenge. I mean, Skylightz Gaming, maybe tomorrow or today. Yeah.
Skylightz Gaming currently, they found themselves a footing in Georgiable Apartments. So I think so. That's also currently left uncontested as well, because we didn't really see last time any of the teams going for Skylightz Gaming in the previous Erangel games.
Yeah.
So I think so. That shouldn't really be that tough of a task for them. But again, what really seems tough for them is to navigate their way outside that city. And I'm pretty sure that's going to come over time as well. But they don't really have a lot of time left, and that's the problem.
I mean, but let's see. I mean, for now, we do have the Oppo F21 Pro moments in preface, and again, I mean, the JyanMaara early game situation that was there against the players of Stalwart Esports was something that I always expect, but it doesn't really happen, hasn't happened so far into the maps of Miramar that we have had. And the one game where I thought, all right, these two teams are getting too comfortable, there won't be a collision, is the one where they both collide and JyanMaara get absolutely destroyed. Now, this was intense. There was no way DRS was making it out of this fight in one piece when Skylightz Gaming showed up from the rear.
Oh, they did. And look at this Venom Legends fight right here. Unfortunately, they also, I mean, in a good way, they won that fight, but then unfortunately, they just got taken out by the TDK squad all the way from the top. And TDK, though, still that conversion from coming down to the lower ground from the high ground, that was done so smoothly. That transition right there from TDK was done pretty well. And look at that. Not even surprised, just giving some high five to his teammates and being like, all right, this is just some daily work at the office, ladies and gentlemen. TDK just showing up themselves up to the mark. Now, another team that I'm really waiting to step their game up has to be Savage. Because Savage, man, I don't really know what's going wrong for them, but currently they're not able to step things up. And now this was the second last game that just concluded. We're going to be moving on over to the final game soon, the final game of Erangel. Man, well, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, me neither, man. Even I'm running out of words now, because, I mean, all we want to do, really, ladies and gentlemen, is just enjoy the action just like you guys, and it is going to be exciting to watch what the last Erangel is going to bring to the table. A lot of teams are under a lot of pressure. Talk about Venom Legends, talk about Savage Esports, and, well, there are the other teams that are fighting to make it to the top, secure the first position for themselves. And look at that, IHC Esports, 153, and Stalwart Esports, well, not really moving that much, 139 points. So there is a slight difference between between the two teams. 14 points to be a little bit more precise. Train to Kill sitting on the third with 124. The last performance helping them, well, reach the top 3.
Talked about the top 3 though. Damn, I mean, we've got TDK right there, JyanMaara as well right there, just doing a great job. In the top 4, at least in the top 5, Deadeyes Guys have found themselves too. So currently, these teams are right next to each other. Look at that. That's a tie between Deadeyes Guys and JyanMaara. So that's something that these teams will need to try and compromise on, because currently the top 5 is looking way too close, or at least the spot from 3 to 5 is looking way too close for comfort. So at least there's going to be a bit of paranoia building on those players right there. But now moving on down on the latter half of the board, and we take a look at the bottom 6 teams, which is Venom Esports, Vibes, ElementriX, 7C, and Savage, and Venom Legends. Now, Vibes coming inside this entire Grand Finals. I'm pretty sure this is not a sort of performance we expected from Vibes.
I mean, no one expected this is what the situation was going to look like. Not me, not any of the fans that are watching Vibes. I don't think even you or Ocean thought that Vibes were going to be completely out of the top 8. But looking on the brighter side of things, I mean, the difference is not that big. So maybe with this match, or maybe by midday tomorrow, we're going to see Vibes once again be a part of the top 10. Because that is also another important thing that's going on, ladies and gentlemen. Top 10 teams from here will be moving forward to the South Asia Championship, where they will be joined by the top 6 teams from the PMPL Nepal. And as you guys can see on the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, the last game of the day is going to be played on the OG map of Miramar. And, well, all right, so Necro, I asked this question to Ocean when we started the day. Now I'm going to toss the question to you. Which team do you think will be walking away with the win? Not with the win. Well, which team do you think will do well in this game? And you can't pick anyone from the top 3.
Savage.
All right, Savage
I'm going to go for my boy Savage right there. Savage, they really need some well wishes because they're sitting on the 15th spot. And currently, I mean, I'm not going to lie, every single team in the latter half of the board, they need good wishes. Even teams like Phantom's team, like Venom Legends too, they need some good wishes. True. But look, I mean, I'm not going to hate. I love every single team that's playing in here that have been able to qualify in the Grand Finals. And there's a reason why they're here. They are some of the top players in their individual regions too, without a doubt. But again, coming inside the competition has elevated. And I'm also going to be a little blunt with my decisions and with my words over there. I need to be sharp. And Venom Legends, the way they're performing so far, they're not really being able to prove themselves parallel to the lobby. And it's really hard for them to root because I don't know, man, what to expect, because it's just so hot and cold. In some games, it looks like, okay, they have a little glimmer of doing well, and then they just get taken out right after that moment. So I don't know what to expect.
I mean, I completely agree with that. I mean, Venom Legends, you look at their position and it looks very solid. Then the next moment you see them, that the team is getting wiped out. So I don't know what's going on with the team, but still, I mean, I'm going to be hopeful that at least we see them win one game before their journey comes to an end. Because the top 10 looks like a big challenge for Venom Legends at this point. But we still have tomorrow, so who knows what will happen. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, let's move forward to the last game, match number 12 of day number 2. And we do have the plane in front of us starting from the eastern side of the map, all the way from Lipovka, headed towards the hospital area. Just completely the flight path in the center of the map. I think Stalwart Esports and Esports are going to be a little worried about how they plan to reach towards that military island drop spot of theirs for the teams. But I mean, for Stalwart Esports, it's pretty clear. They like to drop towards Milta, pick up a few vehicles, then go towards Novorepnoy. And Esports now I'm going to be more interested in, because there is a much higher probability of them having a drop clash.
I mean, that's a great point from you, Johnny. I mean, great just acknowledgement right there. Great that you realize that. Now Seal, they like to drop all the way down in the south towards the military base, but the plane flight path is not really favoring that. The Seal, they're going to have a bit of struggle to try and make it to the down south side. So Seal might just have a bit of drop clashes with some other teams while they were trying to at least contest for now. And I do want to see how things are going to be looking like, right? Because, I mean, Seal moving down south slowly and steadily. ElementriX too, they currently like to drop in Fair-Pier. I don't know if ElementriX, they're going to go for that spot again, but if they do, then Seal and ElementriX might just have a bit of clashing. But look at this circle. Yeah.
Ooh, I was
a little bit tilted down south, and also right side circle.
Right before the circle appeared, I was just about to say, Necro, I'm getting a few chills. I think something bad is about to happen, and then this. But To be honest, this is not that bad. I mean, it's going to be a very exciting game. Now, there's a lot of water involved as well. The
Johnny.
circle split on the military and the main island. Yeah.
You said something bad's gonna happen, and then you're like, "Oh, you know what? It's not that bad. I can't.
I don't know what to do, man. It's my habit of always looking at the bright side and things. No matter how bad a situation is going to get, I'm just going to be like, at least it's not worse, right? Could have
It
been
could have
worse.
been worse. Could have been worse. Could
Yep.
have been a complete military-based circle, and then teams like Skylightz Gaming could have been screwed all over the place. And
Oh,
it could have
yeah.
been the Navi situation with Skylightz Gaming. But yeah, now we talk about Sealed right here. They're going to try to rotate down south soon. And now I have the similar sort of question to the chat as well that you asked me. Chat, which team you guys think
Oh, no, no,
will
no, no.
do
We
good?
were doing colors for the chat, right? We're still
No,
sticking
no,
with
no, no.
that.
Look. Okay, we'll do the colors too. But before that, which
All right.
team you guys think will do good? But that cannot be any of the teams that are currently sitting in the top 5. It has to be underneath the top 5 in this game.
All right.
Make
I
your,
think
make
again,
your
yeah.
guesses.
Pick your guesses, or I think a lot of people are going to try to make calculations, which, ladies and gentlemen, again, we are reminding you, we're trying to find another Ocean Sharma, someone who can make predictions as good as a man, or maybe just try predict the circle where the game will end. I mean, that's what Ocean started off with before. He just went completely Doctor Strange and started predicting the winners of every single game. Stalwart
Talk about
Esports.
Doctor Strange.
All right, you want to talk about Doctor Strange or Stalwart Esports?
I mean,
Doctor Strange, I think Stalwart Esports are doing quite well right now. There's not a lot of stuff to say. I mean, they are looking pretty solid. They are still in the top 2. The difference between them and IHC is not that much. And I think Stalwart Esports was struggling yesterday, but so were the other teams that are sitting in the top 5 at this point. So, yeah, the recovery has been made by almost every single top performing team from the league stages, apart from a few, of course, Vibes and Seal Esports, who are currently outside the top 5.
chat, you know what? Today's a great day. Today is an absolute phenomenal day. So you know what?
Yeah.
You might as well just take someone out on dinner. Take your loved ones out on a dinner today. Right, Johnny? It's a great day today.
Necro, if you want to go out for dinner, you just have to say that, man.
Okay, Johnny, will you go out for dinner with me?
No, I have work.
What do you mean? You don't have work? You're
I
free
do
after
have
this.
work after work. This is not it. I have more
What are you
work
doing
later
after
at
this? What
night.
do you mean?
I have to prepare a lot of stuff for something that's coming up.
Ooh.
It's-
Well, I guess
it's-
I'm ruled out.
Oh boy.
You're not telling me, man. I thought we were besties, dude. You're not telling me. You're gonna keep secret.
I'll tell you later. We will talk about it a little bit later.
Oh, you wanna
Not
hide
now.
stuff from the chat? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I see. You're ruining the relationship between the chat. You're not really staying loyal. All
You
right.
keep saying IC, and I keep looking towards George Bowl. Just to make sure the man is still there and hasn't melted.
Oh, he hasn't melted
Way.
yet. Trust me.
Yeah.
I see. I feel like IC in the next upcoming competition, he should change his name to IC Ice Cream. Ooh, that would be a good name, don't you think so?
Icy ice cream. I think that's every single time we see him or talk about him, that's just gonna make us hungry, man.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
That's-
Talk
that's-
about
Oh,
talk
man,
about ice
that's-
cream though. What's your favorite flavor? That's the question for the chat too.
I mean, I've told you I haven't had ice cream in so long. Why do you keep poking me with that? It just feels bad. It makes me sad. All those years, no ice cream for Johnny.
No, man. Well, Johnny, it's okay, man. You know, you can have some sweets though.
Yeah,
That
not
can
a lot.
compromise.
Not a lot of sweets as well, though.
Can you at least have milkshakes?
Yeah, I love milkshakes. Mango milkshake is my favorite.
Ooh, mango milkshake. Okay,
What about
okay,
you?
okay. I'm more sort of a butterscotch milkshake guy.
Butterscotch.
Have you ever had it?
Yeah, I have had butterscotch before. I mean, it's okay. It's good.
I mean, mango
It's pretty
milkshake
good.
is pretty much like a mango juice.
Yeah.
I do understand it's pretty good. It's thick. It's mouth-watering, without a doubt. It's just delicious. It's phantasmagorical, but still.
I love fruity stuff, man. I mean, fruit juices, fruit ice creams. I used to love a lot of fruit ice creams, fruit milkshakes, smoothies, fruit salads. That's my kind of thing.
Damn, boy. True milkshake. Imagine if we were currently the pro players and we win a super weekend game, we get $1,000, and imagine the
so
amount of
much
milkshakes we can buy.
Yeah. I mean, just have the entire pantry, the whole kitchen with just nothing but fruits. Oh, that's gonna be so healthy.
Boy. But yeah,
I'm
let's
gonna be
stop
jacked.
talking about the milkshakes, Johnny, because, man, we're not getting paid here to talk about milkshakes, boy.
It's 7 minutes in the game. Not a
No
single
action.
shot has been
Yeah.
fired.
Yeah, I know. I understand. There's not really a lot to talk about at this point because we've touched on every single piece of information. And I mean, 7 minutes in the game, we aren't really seeing anything happening currently in the lobby. So might as well just try and entertain the chat, have a little bit of conversation with each other, crack some nice jokes, have a little banner back and forth.
Oh, all
And I'm
right.
pretty
So
sure chat are enjoying it too.
again, at this point, since we are just throwing a lot of questions for the chat, again, I asked this question before, and I'm going to throw this question to you and the chat at the same time, Necro. Which was your favorite sort of era of PUBG Mobile? I mean, me and Ocean were having this conversation, and both of us, I mean, we started off pretty early with the game, so I think the sort of thoughts remained the same. The early days when you could have an 8x scope on those assault rifles, I think, are the moments that we miss. What about you? What was it? One era, one sort of addition in the game that you just can't get out of your head? I mean, be it the hardcore mode, be it the payload mode, whatever.
Dude, let me tell you, putting an 8x on an S12K, best thing ever. So one of my friend, I will tell you a little story, right? So one of my friend was pretty new to the PUBG. And back in the day, you know, you could put an 8x on S12K if you remember. And what I did, he was like, dude, can I get a sniper? I do see a couple of players in the front. So I was like, you know what, bro? Here you go. It's a sniper. And I hand him over the S12K with some shotgun ammo. And I'm like, look at them, bro. He's standing right in the open. Take these 8x and go, boom, and down. He's shooting in front
Why
of me.
are you like this?
It's like, bro, I swear to my mom, I'm trying to shoot him, but the bullets are just not hitting. And I'm like, bro, you're just bad. And I was roasting him.
Talk about being bad though. Now ElementriX again, the players of 7C Esports, and it's gonna be 7C finding the opening. Incas going for a few shots on the buggy out in the open, but Ripson just manages to get away. Now 7C Esports, they have found the opening, but ElementriX, they have pretty solid cover available for themselves, so the fight can't be pushed any further. Now 7C Esports will have to back off. It took 10 minutes of game time for us to have a first team fight, and after one knock, it just goes back to normal.
Boy. And yeah, I mean, a little glimmers. It's like the game's teasing us with a bit of pieces of actions, bits and pieces. Before now, it seems like we do definitely have a little action lined up, as it's going to be between the players of Savage Esports and Venom Legends, one of the teams that's currently sitting on the latter half of the board. The team's Venom Legend is sitting on 16th spot, and Savage is sitting on 15th spot. So this is going to be an interesting one to find out which team's going to come out on top, because currently Steel Shot's all by himself over here. But look at Venom Legends. They have a great setup in this fight. Unfortunately, Savage, they already do have a casualty on their name. A great Molotov to flush out the players of Savage too, but now Savage, they're in one of the most biggest troubles, if you ask me, because they're just pinned down in the corners. Steel Shot doing such a great job pinning these players down too, but I don't like this move from Steel Shot. Yep, he took so much damage, way too much damage for his comfort, and now he's down to just barely any sliver of health.
Yeah, now he has to run behind the house to try and protect himself, but that is not a position where he wants to be. Sticking to the corner of the wall. The nade is going to be lobbed by Hershey, and I believe the knock would have been secured, but the first stage just coming on right in the nick of time. Steel Shot is going to survive. This fight is absolutely insane. 3 players from the side of Savage Esports have been pinned down, Necro, in this house by just one Venom Legend, and 2 knocks are going to be secured as Sanjir's nade is just going to take him down. Anif is going to be taken out by Steel Shot as well. Venom Legends, they managed to win this one. Savage Esports, 3 players are going to be wiped out. There's the first blood. There's the second for Steel Shot. And this is going to be, a 1v3 is what we'll call this one, ladies and gentlemen. Because, I mean, the other players from Venom Legends, they were nowhere to be seen. It was just Steel Shot in that one. And he owned that moment.
Oh, he indeed owned that moment. And then now you have Savage Esports right here, Eisenberg behind this tree, trying to toss the smoke on in. But instead, he's going to toss the smoke in the back. Still, though, I mean, we did see a little bit of action happening in the front, but unfortunately, Savage, they're just getting picked up for the players of Venom Legends. What a way to challenge the fight. I picked Savage and I just cursed him. I'm sorry, guys. I did not mean to do that. I am so sorry. I swear I did not mean to do that. That was not me.
That's not me. Alrighty, Necro. We'll see if the players believe you. But still have to say, I mean, Steel Shot in that moment was just absolutely incredible. Playing like one of the best players in the world. Just handling all that pressure, utility being used quite perfectly. I mean, the Molotov he tossed was there, as you mentioned, to flush out the players and push them in the corner, from where I think a nade would have been lobbed in to just finish them off, but not really getting that opportunity, as he did go for a duel with Hershey, which got him very low on that HP. Steel Shot found 2 knocks by himself. Sanchir just, Sanchir just gifting him their knock as well, resulting in the early exit of the players of Savage Esports. But Train to Kill, what are their intentions? They find themselves in close quarters to the players of Skylightz Gaming, and Skylightz Gaming were playing a 2-2 split.
Oh boy. Airdrop 2 is going to be on the board with level 3 vest and a helmet. And the AUG, not really a weapon that I'd personally risk my life for, but maybe potentially for the upgrades, I would go for it. It's like a cherry on top of a cake, if you ask me, but still. Here we go, though. Deadeyes Guys currently all 4 players up. One of the players a little damaged, a little dent on him. It's going to be on top, but it's okay. They currently have a decent spot in the circle. They're looking quite okay. And the circle's now going to center up on a lot of teams, or at least on the majority of the teams. It's going to shift up north.
All right.
And the majority of the teams are already contained inside the circle.
Necro, again, I mean, place your bets where the circle is going to go. Where's the next shift going to happen? I think I wanted to go towards the Potato Hill position.
Oh, I was about to say that. You stole my words.
Oh, nice. We're on the same page. Yeah.
You stole my words. Johnny, this is a sign.
Brain thief. Super Johnny.
Our brains are synced, Johnny. Look.
I think it's time for us to make a team as well. If we are so in sync, maybe we can try and take on a few of the teams. But I'm pretty sure we won't ever make it to the PMPL. You think we can make it?
I think we can make it to PMGC.
Oh.
Look, man, sometimes firepower isn't all you need. All you need is the courage. And I have a lot. I'm telling you.
Let's be honest, you and I both are like kind of similar in our playstyles. None of us wants to hold their grounds. We're just gonna be like killed out in the open every single match.
We'll try to make a push on some team and we'll just get beamed and we'll be like, oh my god, how did this just happen?
Yeah.
I don't believe that man's legit.
That's going to be our story the entire time. But talking about other stories now, Phantom Esports being quite hopeful taking on the players of IHC, as well, the distance between the two teams is the only thing separating IHC from going for a push in their direction. But Seal Esports on the other side finding themselves on the southern edge of the island against 7C Esports. So for now, at least for the next few seconds, there is no incentive for the teams to actually force a collision, force fight. But I think if the blue zone closes in at this point, then maybe in the next shift of the circle, they will be forced to be a part of the action. But DRS, look at this. That's a smart move. They move a little bit further away, from Venom Legends, just trying to bait them out in the open so that they have a much more clear shot on the target.
They indeed do have a clear shot, but for now, DRS, they still need to make their footing inside the next zone. Still will need to move out in the open, and I personally don't like what Seal are trying to pull off here. These shenanigans might not work, but the nade from the side of 7C, will this time connect? No, it's going to be the answer, but anyways, they do find the knock and an instant confirmation. Akujad doing a great job in that factor. 7C for now, the tides have turned in their favor as Seal, they are down to a 3-man squad, and now Seal, they're also going to try to back off from this one because they realize 7C currently, they're looking really good. And they are one of those teams they're going up against. The 7C, of course, will have more firepower available because they have all their players up. But Seal and 7C, both these teams will need to leave their spots and go inside the next zone.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, both of these teams will have to abandon their strongholds, abandon their positions, and go for the rotation towards the circle. But it's not going to be easy now, as DRS are going to be a part of the action as well. Venom Legends, they have been spotted out. Rage out in the open, just hiding behind that smoke for a few moments. Few shots also, well, fired. I guess a few more shots, in fact, would be the correct phrase, fired from the players of DRS, as I mean, it's quite clear that they would know where the players of Venom Legends are, but Skylight Gaming, do they have the information on Skylight Gaming? That is a big question, but Mini 14 taps from Rules, just failing to hit the marker, is definitely spotted out. Other players from DRS going for a push. Rage, he's isolated out in the open and, well, has taken a lot of damage already. There's going to be the second knock. Venom Legends so close to getting wiped out. 2 players taken care of already. And DRS, they're not looking to stop. Steel Shot, the hero from the previous fight, is still present in this matchup. But hey, you clutch out 1 fight, that's okay. Clutching out 2, that's a totally different level of pain you will have to deal with. But Ale is here to help him out. A lot of damage on Killer YT, and he's going to be forced to prone down as Rebel. He goes for a rotation while the DP has been set on a reload. Now, Delta also taking a few hits from the flank. As I did mention, Skylight Gaming, they are on the edge of the circle, and they are in a position from where they can take care of Venom Legends and DRS basically at the same time.
And look at him. DRS Rules now is trying to make it in, but unfortunately the man just doesn't have any cover to play with. Steel Shot runs out of bullets. We'll need a fresh magazine, and we'll get one too. But DRS is zone this time, just screwing them over completely. I set this too. DRS, the only to try and move in as quick as possible. Before now, it's Skylightz Gaming just straight up ramming on the players of DRS, and they're dismantling them one after the other. Skylightz Gaming easily able to rule out the players of DRS. Now DRS, they're down to just one last man alive, and it's going to be Rebel.
Well, let's see. Rebel in a world of hurt, but on the other side, Stalwart Esports against Raw, and Pika has been taken out. Action on top from the flank will try the level best to protect their teammate, but that is not looking like an actual possibility as they are quite busy with the players of JyanMaara. So they have their own trouble to deal with. Ale with a nade. Will he find a knock? It's going to be quite tricky for him to make this work. But Rebel from the side of DRS, look at him trying to make a push out in the open. He has been spotted out. Steel Shot. Might as well just put away the nade. Get out, get the guns out and start shooting in his direction. Shots finally being fired. A lot of damage dished out. But Rebel, oh my goodness, the timing on that first aid. Wow. He just had a few pixels before the first aid came online. And the man survives.
Oh boy. Barely survives indeed. And now look at Venom Legends. Another nade tossed on in. And this time it's going to connect to. That's a 3-pointer. I'm pretty sure Kobe's going to be proud of that one. As Venom Legends, oh, they're finally able to show a little glimmers of what they're made of. But still, they do have 5 eliminations wrapped up. Steel Shot again in a great spot for himself. But how is he looking inside the circle? That's what I'm finding out, because currently, I don't think so Venom Legends, they've found themselves inside the zone. They still need to make it in, and TDK, they're probably going to be the biggest thorns or their biggest nightmares doing so.
Well, let's see who's going to be living in a nightmare, who's going to be having the dream of their life at the end of this match. Skylight Gaming, Mafia Ninja getting a revive from his teammate Kyolzin, as Venom Legends still looking to cause a lot of trouble for these lads. And wait, what? What just happened to Esports? They got wiped out by Phantom Esports. How? Oh man, how did we miss this fight?
How did that just happen? And then I'd see now 2 players in the front. Vibes is one of those teams currently on the struggling phase. 2 players right in the front of IC, and I'm now a little worried about the players of IC right here, because Vibes currently they're looking quite in a decent spot. IC, they still need to make it in, but considering, or at least taking a look at the overall rankings, I'm worried about Vibes here. If Vibes, they do fall down in this fight, that means that's not really going to be that great of an outing from this one.
Oh, but let's see, Joker and his teammate right behind them. They're looking to slow down the players of IHC. Oh, that's a wonderful grenade. Joker! Just a beautiful nade being lobbed, finds a knock and just eliminates one more player from the side of IHC, but an unnecessary push. And, well, they're going to have to pay the price. Godless finding the opening now. Zio, he was trying to go for a revive, but then the call-out was made. The players from Vibes are way too close for comfort, so the players from IHC will have to reset. Now, Jiggle was spotted out. Godless going for the spray. And dishes out quite a lot of damage, but not being able to find the knock right there. Steps behind the tree. We'll have to go for attempt number 2, but Zio, the revive onto IC is there. Vibes, they might just have bitten more than they can chew in this situation, as Joker all of a sudden finds himself the final survivor. Well, one of the final few survivors for Vibes. Jiggle is down. Now Joker is the last survivor for his team, hiding behind the tree, and IHC, well, they do not really like to be very patient, so they're going to close this one as quickly as possible, and there it is.
And they do. 2 players still up for grabs though. IHC now. They won't need to try and flip things around in their favor in this game indeed, because you do have IHC. That's currently the only Mongolian team in the entire lobby, and they're the only Mongolian hope in this game so far. The third man is still knocked out though, and he might be rested up soon. As now Venom Esports, they do see the players of TDK taking a couple of shots, but no connections found. TDK out of harm's way for now. Venom 2 looking so good so far. 3 players alive, but they also need to make it inside the zone. And doing so, they will need to expose themselves.
Well, let's see how exposed are they going to be. And for now, Phantom Esports again. I mean, Phantom Esports, they haven't really been able to close out the matches, but hey, at least they get a decent number of placement points this time, and I think that is the thing that they need to focus on as well, and make sure that just a few extra eliminations are going to be quite beneficial to them. 22 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen. 19 players still surviving, and oh, Assassin, what an amazing spray! Just tracing the vehicle perfectly out in the open, takes the second knock as well. It's a 1v2 situation. Assassin getting the third, and well, on top, hiding behind the rock, the weapon is switched, but he doesn't really have any HP. And the last player from High Voltage just fighting till the very end. 3 players knocked out from the side of Deadeyes Guys. In the final few closing moments of the game, will anyone be able to capitalize on that? I think that is going to be a big question, but otherwise, on top, he's going to be happy to revive his lads, his boys, and bring them back into the match.
Look at TDK though, all 4 players up. They're looking to put out another consistent performance. How are TDK able to pull this off non-stop, back-to-back, 3 elimination points in their pocket so far? Deadeyes Guys too, they're down 2 men. And IHC right there with 3 players up. IHC currently the biggest threat in the lobby for any of these teams who are trying to look for a chicken dinner, because IHC, they're not going to let that happen. They're barely making it inside the next circle too. They're barely on the edge, but you also need to consider the fact that IHC, they're quite exposed, and this next circle too don't really have a lot of cover to maneuver around and navigate around. Did you see that Lamborghini? When it was like the top drone view, it was just shining right there. And oh, there we go, the first knockout.
It has to shine. We'll talk about the vehicles later, but alrighty, so Zeol has been finished off completely. IHC, they're down to the final 2 players. Deadeyes Guys, well, a few seconds earlier, they were almost wiped out, but now they are back in the fight. And as soon as I say that, Chief Sir is the man knocked out. True Love barely left with any HP. Trained to Kill doing a pretty phenomenal job. And as you asked a few moments earlier, Necro, Trained to Kill, they have been very consistent in the last few matches of theirs. I mean, the previous one just walking away with a win. This one making it through the top 4 with all 4 players alive. Phantom Esports, they are there with 3 players of their own, but it's going to be quite difficult for them to survive. I mean, they are going to be struggling for the zone, stuck between IHC and T2K for the next few moments. Jane has gone for a flank, just lobbing out a lot of utility towards the players of Deadeyes Guys, just to make sure that these players are double guessing themselves every single time they think about pushing up this ridge towards the circle.
Oh my god. And I'd see, even though there's still 2 players, as I said, they're currently the biggest monsters in the entire lobby, and they can just eat every single player alive. Phantom Esports, look at them, just aiming down on the players of IHC. Now he's also going to spot the Molotov. Maybe this is a little clue for him to take little shots. Godless, though, is able to find the opening against the players of Deadeyes Guys. This might just be a big one, because he's also cooking another nade in. And if it's to perfection, then Deadeyes Guys will be dismantled big time, but that's not going to be the case. The nade this time is going to be not on the mark. So Deadeyes Guys, another lifeline spared.
But let's see. Still 4 teams, 12 players surviving, 25 minutes in. The 7th circle is done. We're going to have the 8th zone in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, almost heading towards that final point of the game where there are no zones. It's all just blue. But I see with the AUG finding a pick on towards the players of Phantom Esports. Godless on the other side is completely focused and zoned in towards the players of Deadeyes Guys. Needs to take care of the players of T2K from the flank as well as Phantom Esports. Wexy, the kill is going to be picked up by the players of Trained to Kill. IC is going to be knocked out as well. Godless, the last player surviving from the side of IHC. Phantom Esports, Slipknot is going to be the final player surviving, and he has barely managed to find his way in towards the corner of the zone. barely inside the edge. And well, while we're talking about other teams, T2K, they go on to wipe out IHC. So ladies and gentlemen, the podium holders of this match are here. The top 3 teams, Phantom Esports, Train to Kill, and Deadeyes Guys. And I want to see a final 4v4 between T2K and DE. That is going to be epic. 2 teams who like to drop towards the northern part of the map. One from Rozhok, one from Severny.
But again, Slipknot over here is going to be the decider of these teams' fate. The solo Snake Alive. Okay, no, not anymore. Deadeyes Guys and T2K now. It's a 4-on-4 situation. Deadeyes Guys players are decently damaged. T2K, they clearly do have a lot of confidence in this one because they also are controlling the high ground currently. But Deadeyes Guys, are they favored by the zone? That's something I would like to find out. Both these teams are right on the edge too. But Deadeyes Guys, they still barely need to make it in, and that's going to be a little problem for Deadeyes Guys for this success.
Well, let's see if they are actually going to be successful with this. 4v4 now. Should have asked for something else. But I'll take it. I mean, the final 4v4. It's going to be super exciting now. Deadeyes Guys, they have all the information about the players of T2K, but oh, that one nade can change everything. Seok, the second one is going to be lobbed. It's going to overshoot, but that's not going to matter. Seok finds the second knock, and there's going to be the another one. The trade did come in, but T2K all of a sudden have a big advantage, and well, it's just True Love trying to survive. It's a 1v3 for him to clutch out. Not really going to work. Train to Kill, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Another winner chicken dinner. Now, I mean, hey, first position, is it theirs? Is it theirs yet?
Oh, it's
Now it's
second though. Oh, they've taken it away from Stalwart. Oh my God! Now they're gonna be one of the most unhappy teams out there. Stalwart, they're gonna be quite pissed. But T2K, I don't know how they're able to pull it off with this consistency all the time.
Oh boy,
having all their players up in the final zone. T2K, man, there's just a whole nother consistent beast. I wouldn't even call them beasts. They're one of those teams that don't really like the spotlight on themselves, but they're still able to do so good.
I mean, as I've always said, I mean, T2K's playstyle is not as flashy as Stalwart Esports or IHC or any of the other teams that have those star performers, wherein there is always going to be that one player getting 6-7 eliminations in an entire game all by themselves. But Train to Kill, they like to play as a unit. For them, it's all about playing as a team, sticking together and making stuff happen together, being on the same page. I think that team play aspect is what makes Train to Kill one of the cleanest team fighting squads out there in this entire lobby. And I'm saying this, I mean, even if you take Stalwart Esports, IHC, Seal Esports, all of them put together, Train to Kill, I think, still have had the best 4v4s in this entire league.
I mean, T2K is like a great mixture between methodical and clinical approach in the game, while also being really tactical, and then also being able to execute their strategy so well inside the game, and also having a great firepower to back it up with. Yeah. So T2K, man, just a tactical approach, a great methodical approach, whatever you guys want to call it, clinical approach. There's so many ways to call it, but T2K, there's just one of those slow killers, you know? They like to take care of the lobby slowly and steadily. The silent assassins.
Yeah, very deadly poison. That's what this team is.
They try to like at least to flow in the lobby slowly.
Necro,
and steadily.
You see this?
What's up?
That's the Puppet Master, man.
Oh, the puppet. Oh, okay, my bad. I'm sorry, Puppet Master. I'm gonna listen to your call, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to throw to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. It's currently out in the markets too. Go ahead and grab the Oppo F21 Pro. And if you're out in the markets, make sure to grab some nice milkshake, because remember to stay hydrated, ladies and gentlemen. Just take a sip of water, coffee, whatever you guys like. Make sure to stay hydrated because the competitions, they've been quite high octane and energy draining. But hey, these are the competition that I'm willing to die for to watch.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It is quite exciting, the competition, the way it's moving forward. And going into the last day now, I mean, it couldn't be more intense with the way this final game has to come to an end. But for now, I guess it's time to move forward. Have a look at the MVP of this game.
Yep, take a look at the most valuable player of the previous game. It's going to be Steel Shot from the side of Venom Legends with 6 knockouts, 7 elimination points, and 49 damage dealt with the survival time of 2033. And with 0 assists, unfortunately, but it's okay. Steel Shot, at least Venom Legends, they're able to show some signs of greatness. And I'm really going to be appreciating the way Venom Legends played that previous game.
I mean, it was an impressive run from Venom Legends, specifically Steel Shot. I mean, I believe the moment is going to be there in the Oppo F21 Pro moments as well. The 1v3 against the players of Savage Esports. And after those 3 eliminations, he went on to secure 4 more. Alrighty, 1449 damage. Wow. Oh, that's scary. And only with 20 minutes of survival time, if you...
Yeah, that's all by himself, too. Yeah, I mean, damn. Like, imagine we've seen some of the teams not even able to cross that 1,000 barrier in the damage all by themselves. And then you have a Steel Shot, a one-man army in that previous game, able to deliver absolutely on a great note. And this is what I'm talking about when I'm saying hot and cold. Venom Legends, in some game, they just look absolutely phenomenal. And then in the other games, it's just a complete downhill battle that they're fighting. And this something needs to be found, a sweet tuning between, because Venom Legends, if this keeps going, if they're going to be this inconsistent the whole time, then I don't know what to say. I mean, you guys are great. Don't get me wrong. As I said, inside this lobby, inside the grand finals, all the top 16 teams, they're here for a reason. And do not hate on any of these teams. If you can give them love, make sure to give them love, because I'm pretty sure every single teams deserve to be here. And there's a reason why they're here. They're some of the best teams in their own regions. So do not give them hate. Make sure to love them. Make sure to love each and every single team, even if they're not really able to perform. I'm pretty sure maybe in the upcoming years or maybe in the upcoming future, they're going to be back with a banger. You never know, man. But for now, there's a little stats comparison between Train to Kill and Deadeyes Guys.
I mean, stats comparison right here, as you've said, and Train to Kill, look at that. I think that has to be one of the most impressive damage received numbers I've ever seen in this PMPL. Just 183 damage taken. That's the lowest in this tournament, I believe. But, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward to the match summary, it's the man, the myth, the legend, Steel Shot being right there, with highest elimination, 7 being the number, highest damage dished out, 1449, and the second highest was Assassin, another absolutely incredible player. Necro, coming back to what you were saying a few moments earlier, I completely agree with you. I mean, no matter what the situation might be like for the teams, even the teams at the bottom, there is a reason why they were here. They tried their level best, played their level best through the qualifiers, through the PMPL league stages, made it to the finals, and majority of those teams and those players that are playing in these lineups have incredible legacies from the early days of the PUBG Mobile Pro League. Like, a lot of them have been here from the start, and well, you can't really say anything. They've been very consistent in their performances. The competition at this level, it's very tough to survive. So, I mean, even Skylightz Esports, look at them. Just no points from this match. Savage Esports, they basically got taken out because of one man. Stalwart Esports, same thing. Again, mid-rotation fights not working out, and them being a little too distracted and too tunnel visioned on one particular team, even though they know it's an open area fight. You can get third party. Stalwart Esports not really making it to the other side. But hey, Train to Kill, this is their moment. 26 points scored from this game. Deadeyes Guys right behind them is going to make the overall rankings a lot more exciting to look. And hey, let's not forget, Deadeyes Guys were the team who was sitting on the first position when we started this day.
But they're not anymore.
Yes, they're not anymore.
That's the problem. They're not anymore, and that's something to look at. I mean,
why do you have to bring that up? I was trying to focus on the positive again.
Listen, I am being positive. In some way, they're not anymore. That means tomorrow. I'm trying to motivate them. Look, Johnny, there's a hidden message, okay, in my criticism. That means, Deadeyes guys, your position now has been taken away. It's your time to wake back up in the lobby and show that you guys are some of the best out here. Take that Thor hammer and strike all the Mongolian teams down currently that are trying to take the top 3. I believe you guys got this.
Yeah, because IHC used to be called COC Esports, I guess. Is
Yeah.
that the reason you made the joke? Yeah.
Oh, you got the reference. You got the reference. Damn, I mean. All right, well, for now, let's take a look at the TDK map rotation and let's find out how they were able to rotate inside the circle. Because currently, I mean, we saw the plane fly path was just really good. But again, the team that wanted to go all the way down south, which is Seal, unfortunately, they didn't really have that. What do you say? They didn't really have the greatest outing for them. And Train to Kill, look at such a methodical and tactical approach inside the game.
Yeah. I mean, it was quite an interesting start for them as well. As I mentioned, I mean, the 2 teams that made it to the top were the ones who were starting from the northern parts of the map, with DE being in Rozhok and T2K starting all the way from Severny, making an easy rotation just east of Yasna, and then just dropping down, like as you mentioned, the Hammer of Thor. They just dropped down from the northern edge of one circle to the next. And all of this time, I mean, Train to Kill, they were being very consistent. Early game stages, we did not see them get into that many fights, but when it came to, I think, T2K, I think a perfect position for them is any King of the Hill battle situation. Happened in the last game, happens in this one as well. Anytime they have to protect a high ground, they feel very comfortable in doing that.
Exactly, and then in this N2 zone, I was also a little bit tilted in the favor of TDK, but don't get me wrong, TDK had to fight their way inside every single zone, and they were able to pull it off so well and cleanly too. This is what I said, they were able to do great even in the previous Miramar game, and now even inside the transition coming inside the Erangel game. They're just not having any sorts of problems in doing these transitions, and this is something that's really standing out to me when it comes to trying to kill. Before now, let's take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, and let's find out how things really did kick off, because I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a lot of Venom Legends in there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And from Venom Legends, I'm pretty sure there's going to be Steel Shot. The man responsible was starting off the action. And, I mean, this made the entire 10-minute wait for the first team fight worth it, right? I mean, it would have been upsetting had we just seen a one-off pick-off in the middle of nowhere. But Steel Shot, like the first fight we get to see in this match, happens 10 minutes into the game, and it's a 1v3 clutch. Not a clutch, but a 1v3 finish.
Indeed, a 1v3 finish, and then look at this Steel Shot too, just firing on all cylinders, if you like to call it. Steel Shot, his confidence looked so well. Yeah. But again, sometimes I'm glad that he did not really show a lot of overconfidence that early in the game, and he was able to at least wrap up a lot of elimination points and a lot of damage for his team. So a great help coming in. And again, Venom Legends, they're doing good with someone's individual performance. They're heavily relying on Steel Shot currently, and that should not be the case. Every man should be able to step up for himself.
Well, as you said, every man needs to step up for themselves. And talk about stepping up, I mean, this was the man stepping up quite nicely. Deadeyes Guys, they would not have finished second had Assassin had either a little bit more HP or, well, had a few more extra bullets that would have allowed him to push to the other side of the vehicle. But still, an incredible game. We had a lot of fun, exciting moments in this particular match. But Train to Kill, look at how happy they were with the win of theirs. But now the damage histogram in front of us, and yeah, I was looking for Venom Legends. It took me a moment to see where they were, but right there, smack in the middle, it's 1954 damage dished out. More damage than any other team in the lobby. And let's not forget, 1400 was just Steel Shot.
Boy, look at the damage numbers. Venom Legends, they have put the most amount of damage, or you can say Steel Shot has put the most amount of damage right there, because he has done the majority of the damage, and then the rest of the teams. And again, as I said, Venom Legends heavily relying on that solo performance of Steel Shot, and that should not be the case, man. Every single player should be able to step up for themselves. They should be able to live up to the name. And now here we take a look at IHC too, with decent amount of damage dished out with only 4 elimination points. The conversion from the side of IHC, that's not looking great, but if you take a look at their conversion in the overall rankings, they're still going to be in the top spot. But as I said, the place from TDK, or the place from Stalwart Esports, the second spot, that's been currently stolen away by TDK.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, trained to kill. They're trying to close in on the distance. Just 15 points between the teams. Again, JyanMaara, the drop today has been pretty nasty from 2nd to the 5th position. But hey, they are still across the 100-point marker. So I think that is something that JyanMaara is going to be focusing on tomorrow. That, hey, the top 3 is not far away. We can try and push forward. The worst comes to worst. JyanMaara, at least, I think one thing is guaranteed, that they are going to make it to the SA Championship. On the other side, though, let's talk about qualification now, as Stalwart Esports, they are there, 79 points, Raw Esports 78, then there's DRS on 77, and Vibes, they are not too far away, 62 points. I think just a few good games and they will be able to make it within the top 10.
And I wanted to take your eyes on Phantom. They're currently doing really good in the overall rankings. They're on the first half of the board. Phantom doing such a great job. Phantom, talk about the silent assassins in the game. Phantom, they haven't even gotten a single bit of spotlight onto themselves, and we did not even see Phantom getting themselves that first half of the board. When did this just happen? I'm surprised. I thought Phantom was on the latter half.
As I said, Phantom Esports have been very, very consistent with how they have played their games. I mean, managing to do a very, very good job securing placement points in every single match that they played. They have 59 placement point Phantom Esports and just 21 elimination points. And that's the reason, Necro, that we aren't really seeing Phantom that much in the game. And even then, they are inside of the top 8. Because look, they have less elimination than ElementriX, the team that's sitting outside the top 10.
Now, we do have the entire team stats of IC Esports of the final day too. IC Esports, this entire day was theirs day. And there you go, Zol with 18 eliminations today itself. And then also having 2 headshots and 6 matches played today without a doubt. And look at Zol, I mean, 18 eliminations in 6 games. That's quite impressive.
Well, it is a very impressive performance from these lads, Zol and IC stepping up quite nicely in today's performances. But we all know the main culprits. They have been silent, they have been quiet, just hiding their presence all this time. And maybe Necro, tomorrow, we're going to see Alex and Godless just be absolute gods.
Oh, Godless, more like God more. Ooh, that'll be... But, I mean, it doesn't really rhyme, but yeah. But still.
Why? Why did you feel the need to make that joke? Godless, God more.
I mean, he would be currently. He's calling himself. He's not really God, but if you say God more, that means he's like godlike, or you can make him godlike.
I think the name sort of represented that there was no other god apart from him inside of the game.
Oh wait, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, the man. So. If you want to understand, I mean, the true sort of intentions behind the man, the myth, the legend called Godless, you have to watch the first PMCO wildcard that happened in, I think it was, 2020? That's when we saw this player for the first time. And back then, he just played absolutely with no fear, no regrets inside of the match. He would charge 1v4 towards team and destroy them. That's how good he used to be. He still is, but has taken a much more bigger role inside of this organization, IHC. And MVP rankings, though, Zeol has a 5 elimination advantage against Sandesh, who's sitting on the 2nd. There's damage numbers in his favor. So, yeah, Sandesh will definitely have to step up his game if he wants to take the first position away from Zeol. Let's not forget, $1,000 on the line for the MVP rankings, ladies and gentlemen. Individual money.
Ooh, individual money. I want that $1,000. But yeah, moving inside the day summary right here. TDK, of course, with the final 2 chicken dinners. Man, I thought this could have been a Mongolian domination game without a doubt. But then TDK just stealing the cake and also stealing the spotlight from the Mongolians and also taking some onto themselves. But we also need to talk about JyanMaara, though. JyanMaara 2 is one of those teams coming inside the grand finals. Not gonna lie, did not really have a lot of expectations because they were not doing that great. But then JyanMaara now in the entire grand finals, it's just a complete breath of fresh air.
I think no one's going to hold it against you if you said that JyanMaara, I mean, the expectations weren't there. Where we see JyanMaara right now in the top 5, I thought they were just barely going to be fighting for the top 10 at this point. But I think we are glad, we are very happy that the team has gone to prove us wrong, because I think, again, as I mentioned, legacies, JyanMaara also have a pretty big legacy. I mean, just a very nice, humble set of players. I remember meeting them just like 2 years, again, not 2 years, yeah, 2 years ago, right before the entire world shut down. And it was a fun experience with the players, but it has been pretty incredible to watch this team sort of grow again and again, be a part of the PMPLs, and just come to this point where we see the true reality of what the legacy was built off of. I mean, just a very strong set of players they have in this lineup at this point. But again, our main concern has always been consistency. We want to see that consistency. As far as consistency is considered, I think Phantom Esports have been very surprising as well, and not in a bad way, but in a pleasant way.
And talk about consistency, man. Moving on onto the third day, every single team, they're going to have a lot of pressure. Even if you're currently on the first half of the board, and even maybe you're in the top three, there's still going to be a lot of pressure, because if you're going to be in the top three, you might as well just give it a shot to grab the most amount of money in the grand finals, right? Because that's what it's for. Get that money, get that prize pool, $150,000 on the line, ladies and gentlemen. If I'm one of those teams, man, I would want to be on the top spot without a doubt. So, hey, man, get that money right there. Get that bread, because you definitely do need it without a doubt. If you're in the top three, grab it. Day 3 is going to be the final day without a doubt, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be tomorrow. But before that, you guys will have to wait a bit, because I'm pretty sure it's quite a long time. It's still a decent amount of hours to travel all the way tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, how many hours?
20, I think.
20 hours? Okay, there you go. He's trying to do the math, but we are pretty bad. We just tried to do it. It's not really accurate, but you guys will need to figure it out yourself. Make sure to tune in at the same time tomorrow, because it's going to be the final day of the grand finals. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to wrap up today's day. Has been a phenomenal day without a doubt. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it from me, Necro, and Johnny, signing out.